Chapter 5:14. After taking an immortal divine fruit, Gu Fei had to use his Xian Qi to refine the vast yin-yang essence Qi that had been generated in his body. He did not want to enter the state of cultivation at this time because it was absolutely dangerous to cultivate by the underworld river. Who knew when a powerful death creature would jump out? To prevent himself from being disturbed by the outside world, Gu Fei directly entered the inner world. He sat cross-legged on a hill in the inner world. As he breathed, the vast yin-yang essence Qi in his body also spread out according to the frequency of his breathing. The origin essence Qi of the 5 elements in his dantian was quickly devouring and refining the yin-yang essence Qi that had gathered from all directions. After the yin-yang essence Qi was refined, it turned into pure 5 elements essence Qi and then spread to every part of his dantian. Soon, Gu Fei's body was completely enveloped by a black and white light. He could no longer see the figure inside. The yin-yang essence Qi was vast and mighty. In the black and white light, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Not only was his dantian refining the yin-yang essence Qi, but his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were also absorbing the extremely pure and enormous yin-yang essence Qi. As the yin-yang essence Qi was gradually refined by Gu Fei, the new 5 elements essence Qi was absorbed by his body and changed Gu Fei's physique. On the path of martial arts, one did not cultivate the primordial spirit or the nascent soul. One only focused on cultivating the body, using the body to nourish the spirit and the origin of life. It was not inferior to those cultivation methods. Gu Fei felt a great power. His life essence was boiling and rolling like waves. The 5 elemental energies were surging in his dantian. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were shining with a divine brilliance. His bones were even more dazzling. At this time, Gu Fei's body did not seem to be made of flesh and blood at all. It was more like a god cast from divine iron. The yin-yang essence Qi washed Gu Fei's flesh and internal organs over and over again. It was constantly refined by his flesh and internal organs, making his flesh, internal organs, and bones incredibly tough. Time passed slowly. Gu Fei could no longer care about anything else. The only thing he needed to do now was to use the power of the immortal divine fruit to improve his strength and cultivation as much as possible. The yin-yang essence Qi was refining the yin-yang essence Qi in his dantian. Black and white energy was flowing. Every inch of his flesh and blood was being baptized and nourished. His physique was constantly improving and transforming. This made Gu Fei's body stronger and stronger. The yin and yang essence Qi gradually disappeared into Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei discovered that his dantian, which was as vast as an ocean, was almost filled to the brim with the 5 elemental yuan Qi derived from the yin and yang essence Qi. In the end, his body could no longer absorb any more yin and yang essence Qi. The yin and yang essence Qi that was scattered throughout his body began to gather in his dantian. The moment all the yin-yang essence Qi was refined, Gu Fei felt his body shake. His dantian was completely filled with the 5 elements essence Qi. He felt like his dantian was expanding. Then, his dantian began to vibrate. The 5 elemental yuan Qi inside his dantian began to surge out. Streams of extremely powerful 5 elemental yuan Qi, like a surging river, flowed through his meridians and rushed into every part of his body. Gu Fei's bones creaked under the impact of the 5 elements essence Qi. His flesh and blood trembled and his internal organs trembled. His body was in excruciating pain. Am I going to transform? He clenched his teeth and endured this hellish torment. In an instant, he understood that the 5 elements essence Qi in his body had reached its limit. His body needed to transform in order to absorb more power. The treasury of energy in his body was about to be opened again. Breaking the shackles of the body and releasing the power of the physical body, this was the transformation of being reborn. Even if one cultivated to the 9th heavenly layer of the royal void realm, it could only be regarded as an increase and accumulation of power. The increase in cultivation and power was not a rebirth in essence. It was not until he consumed the immortal divine fruit and refined the endless yin-yang essence Qi in it that Gu Fei's body truly began to break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly. Gu Fei could feel that his flesh, blood, organs, and bones were all being reconstructed. This was a different kind of regeneration. Just like when he broke through from the transcending mortality realm to the imperial void realm, this was a transformation of the same level. It was a true rebirth. It must be said that the immortal divine fruit was indeed comparable to a divine medicine. Before he consumed the immortal divine fruit, Gu Fei's cultivation was only at the 6th heavenly layer of the imperial void realm. If he wanted to fill up his dantian and let his body reach the level of transformation, he did not know how much 5 elements essence qi he would need to cultivate. However, after the yin-yang essence qi transformed from the immortal divine fruit was completely refined, Gu Fei's ocean-like dantian was actually filled up with 5 elements essence qi. Only Gu Fei, who had an abnormally strong body, would have this opportunity to refine and absorb the huge amount of spirit qi contained in the immortal divine fruit. If it was an ordinary imperial void realm cultivator, or even a cultivator at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the imperial void realm, if he consumed the immortal divine fruit like Gu Fei did, his body would probably explode from the vast qi transformed from the immortal divine fruit. Gu Fei no longer needed to accumulate power. His strength and cultivation were suddenly raised to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the imperial void realm. After an unknown period of time, the mighty energy fluctuations in his inner world began to calm down. After his bones had been reconstructed, they were as white and translucent as 5-color divine jade. His bones were incredibly hard, comparable to divine weapons and spirit treasures. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were flawless, without a trace of impurities. They were like divine treasures without a single flaw. The skin on the surface of his body was crystal clear and lustrous. There were tiny rays of light flowing on it, shining like a treasure. Gu Fei stood up from the ground, and the bones in his body immediately made a series of explosive sounds. Roar! He roared into the sky, his voice shaking the entire inner world. An invisible airwave immediately spread out from his body. The soil on the ground was rolled up, forming a circle of dust and sand. With Gu Fei as the center, it swept out in all directions. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from Gu Fei's body. The void produced transparent ripples, and the entire inner world shook. The terrifying energy fluctuation was vast and mighty in the inner world, and it did not subside for a long time. The heaven and earth echoed with the earth-shattering roar of Gu Fei. Demigod, has my cultivation broken through to the demigod realm? Gu Fei was a little in disbelief. He felt the infinite divine power after the transformation of his body. It was as if he could shatter a piece of heaven and earth with just a lift of his hand, or collapse the earth with just a stomp of his foot. The divine power surged in his body, and his dantian became empty again. This was because all the yuan qi had been melted into his flesh and bones, causing his body to undergo a transformation. However, when Gu Fei looked inside, he found that all 365 acupoints in his body had lit up. Each 5-color dot was not even the size of a rice, but each dot contained the vast power of the 5 elements. The 365 5-colored dots were distributed all over his body. There was a connection between these dots. Countless 5-colored filaments were faintly discernible between the dots. Those were the meridians that had been energized. As his physical body transformed, his meridians and acupoints were transformed by the vast energy of the 5 elements. They appeared in his flesh and blood, and there was an endless amount of divine power contained in his acupoints that had been transformed by energy. At this moment, Gu Fei did not know why his body had undergone such a transformation. However, when Gu Fei's divine will probed the 5-colored dots in his body, he found that those dots were just insignificant dots in the void. Every acupoint was like the dantian, and it had become incomparably vast. In order to fill these acupoints, one would need hundreds or even thousands of times more yuan qi than before. The acupoints had become the void, and they could contain endless yuan qi. After the transformation of Gu Fei's body, another door to a higher level of transformation had opened for him. If he continued to advance in this direction, Gu Fei would usher in the next transformation. The human body was like a treasure. Only by continuously excavating it could one become stronger and control greater power. If the dantian was compared to the sea, then the 365 energized acupoints were 365 lakes. Moreover, there was only one drop of water in each of these lakes. The amount of water needed to fill the lakes made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. It was no wonder that those who walked the path of martial arts found it difficult to become almighty and break through the void to ascend to the heavenly realm. It was really too difficult to walk the righteous path of strength. Gu Fei thought that after this breakthrough, he did not know when he would be able to break through again. It was easier said than done to fill those bottomless pits in his body. Moreover, those bottomless pits were not 1 or 2, but 365. If the Dantian was added, it would be 366. Thinking of this, the joy brought about by the breakthrough quickly disappeared from Gu Fei's face. If he did not become an immortal, it would all be empty. Gu Fei did not know how long he had stayed in the inner world. After he calmed down, he immediately thought of He Tian and the netherworld old corpse. Gu Fei hurriedly opened the inner world. Bang! The moment when Gu Fei walked out of the inner world, there was a violent tremor, and the whole world trembled. A terrifying energy wave immediately came in front of him, and he heard a sorrowful roar. Gu Fei was shocked. He looked carefully and saw that the valley in front of him had disappeared. The black fog was surging, and a yin-yang divine pattern was fixed in the air, emitting a heart-palpitating energy wave. The void shook. Below the divine diagram, 9 balls of black light descended. A black vortex suddenly exploded. Endless death chi swept out in all directions. One of the balls of black light was shaken away. However, the black light quickly flew back. Under the illumination of the black light, endless death aura actually gathered towards the black light, and was quickly swallowed by the black light. It turned out that He Tian had not refined the netherworld corpse king to death. The valley next to the netherworld river had been destroyed, and all the mountains near the valley had collapsed. The surrounding area was filled with rubble. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the pitch-black formation. The whole world was shaken by this terrifying sound wave. Endless black gas and netherworld fog enveloped the whole world. Vaguely, one could see a few terrifying figures that were thousands of feet tall in the black gas and netherworld fog, roaring towards the sky. Chapter 5:15. Gu Fei could sense a terrifying soul power fluctuation from those faintly discernible figures that caused even his soul to tremble. Such a powerful soul power fluctuation was comparable to those supreme experts of the mortal world. Damn! Boss, you're finally out. This old corpse is very difficult to kill. I've refined him for 7 days and 7 nights, but I still haven't completely refined him. He Tian sensed Gu Fei's aura and hurriedly shouted to Gu Fei. So I've been in the inner world for 7 days and 7 nights. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Boom! At that moment, a massive explosion sounded out from within the formation, causing the entire region to tremble. The black light devoured the deathly aura and descended towards the 9 nether corpse king like a black sun. The boundless black light shone towards the 9 nether corpse king. The 9 nether heavenly divine ability had finally broken through a gap. Haha! 9 nether old corpse, you're still not dead this time. He Tian stood up from the divine diagram. His entire body was surrounded by yin and yang essence chi. Divine light shot out from his eyes like 2 divine weapons, piercing downwards. His hands danced violently, shooting out streams of incomparably pure yin and yang essence chi. The entire formation was operating at full strength. The several thousand zhang tall figures in the formation roared towards the sky, as if they were summoning something. The entire heaven and earth shook. Although the auras emitted by those figures were incomparably powerful, comparable to supreme experts of the mortal world, they did not attack the 9 nether corpse king in the formation, nor did they attack He Tian in the sky. That terrifying figure stood in the formation, facing the surging nether river in front of him, and let out a terrifying roar. Formless sound waves spread out, and countless transparent ripples appeared in the void. Gu Fei's ears buzzed, as if there were countless bells ringing in his ears. It shook his blood to the point that he almost fell from the sky. Terrifying, a roar could shake down a demigod. What kind of concept was that? Fortunately, these remnant souls did not develop intelligence. Otherwise, they would definitely be terrifying existences like the supreme experts of the mortal world. Demigods and even immortals were like ants in front of them. Gu Fei knew that they were soul shadows formed by the countless remnant souls that floated in this world. They did not have their own consciousness and were merely souls without intelligence. Therefore, he did not feel uneasy because of these extremely powerful remnant souls. The Nine Nether Corpse King, who was illuminated by the black light, roared again and again. The power in his body boiled again and was forcefully extracted from his body by the supreme power of the formation. I can't accept it. The Nine Netherworld Corpse King was in despair. He screamed crazily as a monstrous energy storm surged out from his body, wanting to isolate the evil black light that shone down. Boom! Another huge tremor was heard as the other black hole also collapsed. A mass of black light broke through the layers of death chi and descended. Under the illumination of the black light, the endless death chi dissipated. The other black hole vortexes that were spewing death aura and underworld mist were also collapsing. The Nine Hell reaching heaven divine ability was broken, and the Nine Hell Corpse King was no longer able to contend against the formation. Roar! Even if I die, I will drag a despicable and shameless ruffian like you down with me. The Nine Netherworld Corpse King roared crazily. Following that, rays of bloody light and life essence surged out from his body, and an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation exploded out. Not good. Hei Tian sat cross-legged on the divine diagram as the soul fire in his skull throbbed violently. He knew that this old corpse was going to self-destruct. Endless death energy and life energy surged out from the Nine Netherworld Corpse King, about to burst his body and burst out. Right at this moment, suddenly, shwa! A ray of violet light tore through space like a bolt of violet lightning, tearing through space and shattering the heavens and earth. It shot into the formation with unimaginable speed and directly exploded the Nine Hell Corpse King's head. Seeing this scene, Hei Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the purple light. High up in the sky, there stood an elegant white-clothed youth like an immortal. Boss, your cultivation. Hei Tian was incomparably shocked. He couldn't believe that Gu Fei's cultivation had already risen to a level that he couldn't see through. Could it be? Hei Tian immediately recalled that Gu Fei had eaten a divine yin-yang fruit, but he was still incomparably shocked. The divine effect of the divine yin-yang fruit was too abnormal. In just a short 7 days, it had actually raised Gu Fei's cultivation to such a terrifying level. The Nine Netherworld Corpse King, whose head had been smashed, grabbed wildly in the void, as if it wanted to grab something, but in the end, it fell to the ground with a bang. After Gu Fei's physical transformation, his soul force was incomparably powerful. It was already comparable to those invincible Emperor realm experts among the undead creatures. With just a glance, he already knew where the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's weakness was. The Nine Netherworld Corpse King's head was its weakness, because all the soul fluctuations came from the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's head. Therefore, when Gu Fei directly smashed the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's head, he also smashed the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's divine soul. Once the divine soul was scattered, not to mention the Nine Netherworld Corpse King, even a true immortal would be finished. Boom! 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 The black vortexes around the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's body collapsed one after another. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc in all directions. 9 balls of pitch-black light shot towards the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's headless corpse. Under the illumination of the black light, the exploding energy was quickly absorbed by the formation. Endless death energy and life energy were refined by the black light from the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's body and fused into the formation, becoming nutrients for the formation. Just like that, the Nine Netherworld Corpse King was easily killed by Gu Fei. It couldn't even self-destruct. Of course, this was under a situation where it was caught off guard. Only then would Gu Fei have the chance to kill it in one strike. That old corpse also died a little unjustly, being killed by Gu Fei just like that. Amazing. Gu Fei himself was also incomparably shocked. He never would have thought that his attack, which was a combination of the power of heaven and earth and soul force, would actually explode the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's head. After the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's headless corpse was killed, it still contained a vast amount of life and death essence energy. 9 balls of black light were fixed in the air, sprinkling down endless black light. On the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's corpse, resplendent divine light of life and pitch-black light of death continuously rushed out and entered the formation. Tian was refining the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's corpse, extracting all the energy contained within the headless corpse. Very quickly, the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's energy was completely refined, and the headless corpse also turned into dust, scattering between heaven and earth. With the replenishment of the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's powerful energy, the soul power of the entire formation reached a level where even Gu Fei, who had already become a demigod, felt his heart palpitate. "Boss. I'm going to start summoning the soul reincarnation bridge." Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Then, he actually controlled the divine diagram and rushed down. The surging black mist instantly drowned Tian. After Tian controlled the yin-yang divine diagram and rushed into the formation, the terrifying figure standing in the middle of the formation seemed to have come to life. It was as if the Buddha had come to life, emitting even more powerful and terrifying soul energy fluctuations. The yin thunder between heaven and earth was deafening, and there were even layers of blood-colored waves surging within the ancient secret formation. Blood-colored lightning descended from the sky, tearing apart the dark heaven and earth. The scene was indescribably evil and terrifying. The energy fluctuations emitted by the formation were simply too great. The entire region trembled, startling many of the undead creatures that were watching from afar and causing them to flee into the distance. Even Gu Fei, who had already become a demigod, had no choice but to retreat into the distance. Gu Fei stood in the distant sky and looked in the direction of the formation. In a daze, he seemed to have sensed the scene of the primordial great devil being born that day. The world was filled with yin qi, and the rolling black clouds were violently churning. The Buddha was about to crush the earth, and there was even a blood-colored demonic light that flashed out from time to time. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Tian. Just what kind of person are you? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This Tian was able to set up such a powerful formation. Gu Fei could not help but feel a little nervous and uneasy. After more than 10 days, the ancient secret formation that Tian had set up had accumulated enough yin qi and soul energy, and countless remnant souls wandering in the world of death had also been summoned. The requirement to summon the reincarnation bridge had been met. This world of death was the Naraka Tao that the legendary Buddha had refined for thousands of years. In the distant past, who knew how many evil souls had been gathered here, and there were definitely many remnant souls of fallen experts among them. The remnant souls of such people were powerful enough. Finally, 9 balls of black light, like 9 black suns, rose from the formation and fixed around the terrifying soul shadows that were comparable to the Almighty. The black fog in the sky became denser, and the ghostly howls were deafening. The huge soul shadows standing in the sky roared at the sky, their voices shaking the heaven and earth. Then, the 9 balls of black light spun and flew toward the underworld river. The world was instantly plunged into boundless darkness. Each of the 9 balls of black light exuded a vast and terrifying aura. The Buddha traveled through time and space and transmitted some kind of message. The terrible aura permeated the entire world, causing all the dead creatures in the surrounding area to tremble. Here, the Buddha had turned into a real hell. Gu Fei saw layers of ghostly shadows swaying between the heaven and earth. There were soul shadows everywhere, and the terrible ghostly aura made people's hair stand on end and their scalps tingle. Rumble. A roar came from the other side of the underworld river, accompanied by shrill ghostly howls, responding to the terrifying soul shadows in the ancient secret formation. In the depths of the underworld river. Rumble. A huge creature was rushing here quickly. Rumble. It was as if hundreds of thousands of mountains were moving. The entire void above the underworld river trembled. The turbid river water rushed high into the sky, and many skeletons could be vaguely seen in the river water. The shrill ghostly howls became louder and louder, and the entire underworld river was boiling. A black ancient bridge that was as huge as a mountain appeared in the void and descended from the sky, emitting a monstrous evil aura. The boundless underworld river was completely boiling. The dark river water, which was like corpse water, tumbled violently, and countless shadows could be vaguely seen in the river water. Everything was shaking. Reincarnation Bridge? Chapter 5:16. Rumble. It was as if an ancient sacred mountain had descended from the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The Reincarnation Bridge was completely black and shiny. It was terrifying to look at. The other end of the Buddhist bridge was connected to the real hell. It was connected to the legendary gates of hell. It was truly frightening. Bang! The entire earth trembled. The Reincarnation Bridge finally landed on the Netherworld River. The other end extended into the depths of the Netherworld River. One could not see the end of it. It was too big. The first impression that the Reincarnation Bridge gave Gu Fei was that it was huge. It was really like a huge mountain. Perhaps even thousands of soldiers and horses could rush onto this legendary ancient bridge. Swoosh! Hei Tian rushed out of the array. Then, the ancient secret array that summoned the Reincarnation Bridge gradually collapsed. Endless soul power gathered towards the Reincarnation Bridge. Those frightening soul shadows also rushed onto the Reincarnation Bridge. In an instant, they disappeared at the end of the Reincarnation Bridge that led to the opposite shore. Countless ethereal soul shadows followed closely behind those frightening soul shadows and rushed onto the Reincarnation Bridge. Legend had it that the Reincarnation Bridge was a bridge of guidance. It could lead the souls in the world to the other side of the Reincarnation Bridge. They could enter the cycle of life and death and be reincarnated. Although the countless remnant souls that were summoned by the ancient secret array had no consciousness, they all rushed onto the Reincarnation Bridge instinctively. Gu Fei did not know if these remnant souls could really be reincarnated or find a home. However, this was not something that he could control. In the end, the 9 balls of black light also landed on the Reincarnation Bridge. The endless soul power was swallowed and absorbed by the Reincarnation Bridge. Should I go or not? Gu Fei's mind spun rapidly. He did not know what kind of world was behind the Reincarnation Bridge. This made him very uneasy. Boss. What are you hesitating for? If you don't go now, it will be too late. Hei Tian rushed to Gu Fei's side and said. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram had already turned into Yin-Yang essence Qi and entered his skull. What? Gu Fei was shocked. This Reincarnation Bridge is very mysterious. It won't appear in a fixed location. The summoning array can only hold this ancient bridge for an hour. Hei Tian analyzed and said. He seemed to understand this ancient bridge very well. No way. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. If this ancient bridge disappeared, wouldn't he disappear along with it? If the Reincarnation Bridge suddenly disappeared halfway, wouldn't he fall into the Netherworld River? Thinking of this, Gu Fei felt even more uneasy. Hei Tian seemed to know what Gu Fei was worried about. He said, Boss, don't worry. As long as you keep walking forward on the Reincarnation Bridge, you'll be able to reach the other side. Let's go. Gu Fei had to make this trip. He had to take back the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. They were extreme path treasures. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He used the desolate steps and rushed onto the Reincarnation Bridge. Hei Tian followed closely behind him. The soul fire in his skull was pulsing violently. He seemed very excited. No one knew where the Reincarnation Bridge led to. Hei Tian seemed to know something, but he was unwilling to say it. He seemed to have some misgivings. Swoosh! Swoosh! A 5-colored divine light and a black and white light sped across the wide Reincarnation Bridge. Under the bridge was the surging water of the Netherworld River. Because the Reincarnation Bridge was too wide, which was more than 10 miles wide, Gu Fei and Hei Tian could not see the water of the Netherworld River. However, they could hear the roar of the Netherworld River flowing under the bridge and into the distance. After Gu Fei and Hei Tian rushed onto the Reincarnation Bridge, a few undead creatures rushed out from the darkness. These undead creatures stopped in front of the Reincarnation Bridge. After observing for a while, they also rushed onto the reincarnation bridge. Time passed. In this 1 hour, many powerful undead creatures rushed onto the reincarnation bridge one after another. Then, the reincarnation bridge gradually faded and disappeared into the void. After 1 hour, Gu Fei and He Tian had already rushed hundreds of miles away. However, they still could not see the other side. It was hard to imagine how wide the legendary Netherworld River was. No wonder the legend that the Netherworld River could not be crossed was spread. It was such a wide river filled with the aura of death. Without the reincarnation bridge, even immortals would find it difficult to cross. The reincarnation bridge had a strange power. It blocked the endless aura of death from surging up from the Netherworld River. This allowed Gu Fei and He Tian to avoid the attack of the terrifying aura of death. Gu Fei and He Tian ran quickly on the reincarnation bridge. The reincarnation bridge under their feet did not disappear. They were still rushing toward the other side. Because the reincarnation bridge was not static, no one knew where they would appear in the end. Boom! A dull sound suddenly came from the front. Then, Gu Fei and He Tian felt a wave of energy coming from the front at the same time. What's going on? Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. Something seemed to have happened in front of them. It seemed that they were not the only ones on this ancient bridge. Gu Fei and He Tian continued to rush forward. Bam! Another dull sound came from the front. The wave of energy was even more intense. It seemed that there were experts fighting in front of them. It seemed that there was more than one expert. As the distance between them shortened, Gu Fei felt a few powerful auras. Gu Fei suddenly looked surprised. He felt a few familiar auras coming from the front. The other auras were the unique auras of the experts in the world of death. They were powerful and full of death. Soon, Gu Fei and He Tian saw many figures flashing in front of them. The terrifying wave of energy came from the front, and the entire void was shaking. 3 figures with flesh and blood were fighting with 3 incomparably powerful undead creatures. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were displayed, illuminating the whole world. Gu Fei and He Tian stopped in the distance. Even a demigod like Gu Fei would find it hard to intervene in a battle between experts of this level, let alone He Tian. What's going on? Could it be that the so-called sacred clan in the depths of this world really came out from the depths of this world? He Tian was stunned by the battle in front of him. 3 living beings with flesh and blood and exuberant vitality were actually fighting against 3 extremely powerful undead creatures. The scene was incomparably shocking. A middle-aged man with monstrous aura waved a turtle shell in his hand. He constantly smashed the soul light of an undead creature, forcing the undead creature to retreat. A little monk holding a purple gold alms bowl emitted endless auspicious Buddhist light. He was fighting with a terrifying evil corpse that was shrouded in corpse chi. At the same time, a faint and illusory figure that exuded terrifying soul power undulations clashed repeatedly with an emaciated old monk. The energy undulations that erupted from them even shattered the void, causing spatial cracks to appear. However, the reincarnation bridge beneath their feet did not suffer any damage even when the 6 powerhouses attacked with all their might. The terrifying energy that erupted from the fight between the 6 powerhouses could not even shake the reincarnation bridge in the slightest, nor could they leave any marks on it. This book was first published. Chapter 517. It's them. When Gu Fei saw the 6 super experts fighting on the reincarnation bridge, he was shocked. 3 of them were the old tortoise, the little monk, and the old monk. These 3 guys were super experts who had surpassed the immortal realm. They were fighting against 3 terrifying creatures of death that were no weaker than them. Bone Emperor, Corpse Emperor, and Emperor of the Netherworld? What's going on? At this time, He Tian also saw the appearance of the 3 creatures of death. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The creatures of death fighting with the old tortoise and the little monk were the 3 invincible emperors of the world of death. They were the 3 magnates of the world of death. How did they appear on the reincarnation bridge? Gu Fei was surprised and happy. He never expected to meet the old tortoise on the reincarnation bridge. Impossible. How could they be on the reincarnation bridge? Are they that lucky? They just happened to see the reincarnation bridge appear somewhere and then walked on it? He Tian murmured to himself in disbelief. The reincarnation bridge did not appear in a fixed location. It was hard to imagine when these guys walked on the reincarnation bridge. At this time, the old tortoise also noticed Gu Fei and He Tian. "Ha! Brat, come and help me kill this annoying skeleton." The old tortoise laughed. He was also very happy to see Gu Fei. "You old tortoise, it's better for me to help you hold the line." Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the old tortoise. This level of battle was not something he could intervene in. Of course, if the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword were still in his hands, Gu Fei could use the purple gold divine sword to attack with all his strength. Perhaps he could kill one of the emperors. "Hey! How did you raise your cultivation to this level?" The old turtle waved its stone turtle shell and smashed the bone emperor's face a few times, sending him flying. "Huh? What's up with the guy beside you? Yin and Yang Qi? Something's wrong." The old tortoise also noticed the ruffian skeleton, He Tian, beside Gu Fei. "Roar!" The bone larch roared as he was sent flying. The soul fire in his skull was as resplendent as the sun, illuminating the entire world. Boom! The void shook violently as the bone larch displayed a terrifying soul attack. The extremely powerful soul undulations surged toward the old turtle like raging waves. Cracks appeared in the void as boundless ripples undulated like transparent water waves. "Humph!" The old tortoise sneered. "This trick again? Have you run out of tricks?" A disdainful expression appeared on old tortoise's face. He then quickly retreated, leaving an afterimage on the spot. Bam! The powerful spiritual force was so condensed that it was almost tangible. It directly shattered the void where the old turtle had been standing, creating a hole in the void. A chaotic aura seeped out from the hole. A super expert of this level could shake the heavens and the earth and shatter the void with just a wave of his hand. Gu Fei felt his divine soul trembling, as though it was about to fly out of his body. The surging soul ripples had also impacted him. Although the bone Thearka's attack wasn't aimed at Gu Fei, it still dealt a significant blow to Gu Fei, which secretly shocked Gu Fei. So powerful. He Tian, who was standing beside Gu Fei, was also affected by the powerful spiritual force in front of him. The soul fire in his skull was pulsing violently. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked and hurriedly retreated. "Ha! If this is all you've got, then perish." The old tortoise laughed heartily. As he spoke, a strange undulation surged out of his body. In an instant, no one could sense the old tortoise's aura. It was as though he had suddenly entered another void. A hazy small world appeared around the old tortoise. Inner world, the old tortoise is going to use his inner world. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei immediately stopped retreating. He wanted to see how the old tortoise would use his inner world to fight. Swoosh! When the bone larch saw the hazy small world appear around the old tortoise, he hurriedly turned into a divine rainbow and retreated far away from the old tortoise. The bone larch immediately retreated as soon as the inner world appeared. It seemed that the bone larch was very afraid of the old tortoise's inner world. Inner world. F***ck, are experts who have cultivated inner worlds worthless? He Tian couldn't accept the fact that the old tortoise had opened his inner world. In the small part of his memory that had been awakened, the cultivators who could cultivate an inner world were all extremely talented and extraordinary super powerhouses. The fact that Gu Fei could cultivate inner worlds had already made the old ruffian very depressed. This was because no matter how he looked at it, Gu Fei couldn't be compared to those extremely talented cultivators. Gu Fei's cultivation was too weak. He wasn't even an immortal. "Why are you leaving? Come, come, let us brothers enter my place again to talk about life and reason." "Ha!" The old tortoise opened his inner world and rushed toward the bone larch. The power of heaven and earth surged out and shrouded the bone larch. Swoosh! As the bone larch retreated, his eyes emitted a terrifying spiritual light that pierced through the void and shot toward the old tortoise in the hazy small world. However, the destructive light formed by the spiritual power did not hit the old tortoise's body. After the spiritual divine light penetrated the old tortoise's inner world, it was immediately eroded by the power of the inner world and disappeared into the void. Roar! Don't push me too far. The bone larch was very afraid of the old tortoise's inner world because he had suffered greatly and was almost trapped inside. TSK. So what if I push you too far? The old tortoise said disdainfully. Then, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind him. A burly man holding a black rod rushed out from behind him. Pung! The void vibrated and let out a deafening sound. The burly man, who was dressed in pitch-black armor, swung his rod directly at the bone Thearch's head. The burly man in ancient armor who had rushed out of the old tortoise's inner world was the external incarnation that the old tortoise had refined. This incarnation's original form was an indestructible martial body. This indestructible martial body contained unbelievable power. Its entire body's yuan qi was vast and surging. Once it appeared, an extremely domineering aura filled the air. The bone larch was shocked. Before the black rod had even smashed down, he could already feel a great pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. The seemingly unremarkable black rod was as heavy as an archaic divine mountain. It displayed a tremendous might, shattering the void. The vast and mighty energy that spread out from the black rod spread out in all directions, sealing off this part of the world. The bone larch had nowhere to hide. He roared angrily and a purple bone blade rushed out of his skull. It enlarged rapidly and blocked the descending black rod. His soul power condensed into an unparalleled blade radiance that soared hundreds of feet and tore the void apart. Boom! The black rod and the purple bone blade collided instantly. It was as if two meteorites had collided. Terrifying energy spread out and the void between the corpse general avatar and the bone larch was instantly shattered by the energy that swept out. The corpse general avatar was sent flying into the sky while the bone larch fell from the sky like a meteorite. With a bang, he smashed heavily onto the bridge. It had to be said that the reincarnation bridge was really hard to an unimaginable extent. The reincarnation bridge seemed to be indestructible. The reincarnation bridge did not even shake after such a powerful collision. Swoosh! The bone larch soared up from the bridge again and stood high in the sky. He did not rush forward to fight the old tortoise and the corpse general avatar to the death. The bone blade in the bone Thearch's hand, which was shrouded in purple chi, actually started to crack. It had been smashed by the black rod, which shocked the bone larch. It had to be known that this bone blade was refined from a piece of bone left behind by a supreme existence that had surpassed that emperor realm. It was much harder than divine metal. However, it had been smashed by an inconspicuous black rod. How could the bone larch not be shocked? At this moment, the little monk holding the purple gold alms bowl also opened his inner world. It was a Buddhist land that was half real and half illusory. It emitted a brilliant Buddhist light and a peaceful aura spread out, sucking in the corpse emperor who was battling it. Then, the little monk also rushed into his own inner world and closed it. The two supreme experts immediately disappeared. This. Another fellow that has refined his inner world. The Hei Tian was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He stood on the bridge in a daze, as if he could no longer think. It was too shocking. 3 cultivators that had mastered their inner worlds. What kind of concept was this? Could it be that it was really so easy to refine one's inner world? The old tortoise and the little monk had the upper hand in the battle against the bone larch and the corpse emperor. They had steadily suppressed the unrivaled experts of the undying world. However, the situation on the other side of the battlefield was not so optimistic. The skinny old monk was trapped in a cloud of Yin Chi fog by the Emperor of the Netherworld, and it was difficult for him to rush out. The fog surged and surged violently. From time to time, there would be bright golden Buddhist light piercing through the fog and shooting out. The Emperor of the Netherworld wanted to use the supreme power of the Netherworld to refine the old monk. The figure of the Emperor of the Netherworld was faintly discernible in the fog. He shot out rays of bloody light that bombarded the trapped old monk. The Een thunder rolled, and the whole world turned into a ghost domain. Ghost Chi soared into the sky. Although this emperor of the netherworld is not as good as the ghost emperor of Fengdu, he is also a giant in the ghost Dao. Gu Fei looked into the distance and saw that the void was filled with ghostly mist and ghostly chi. Ghostly shadows collided with each other as if there were countless ferocious souls howling and howling. The ghostly howls were endless, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 518. He Tian didn't know Gu Fei's background, and Gu Fei didn't know what secrets He Tian was hiding either. Both of them had reservations and misgivings about the other. Neither of them trusted the other completely. While He Tian was bewildered, something happened on the battlefield in the distance. The Bone Emperor suddenly turned around and rushed toward the depths of the reincarnation bridge while he was confronting the old turtle. The Bone Emperor's entire body was emitting a dazzling spiritual divine light. He turned into a divine rainbow and disappeared in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. No one had expected that one of the three big shots of the outer region of the world of death would turn around and flee. Even the old turtle hadn't expected this. While he was stunned, the Bone Emperor was already far away. Damn it! The old turtle couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Swoosh! The corpse general wielding the black rod rushed forward from behind the old turtle and chased after the Bone Emperor as if it had teleported. The corpse general that the old turtle had refined into a second clone was also extremely powerful. Coupled with the black rod in its hand, it was enough to compete with the Bone Emperor. Moreover, the old turtle controlled an inner world, so the Bone Emperor had no chance of winning. Very soon, the Bone Emperor and the corpse general disappeared at the end of the reincarnation bridge. The old turtle flew in the air and rushed toward Gu Fei. He then opened his inner world and stored Gu Fei and He Tian in it before chasing after the Bone Emperor. Gu Fei didn't resist and allowed the old turtle to store him in his inner world. He Tian, on the other hand, was scared out of his wits. He thought that the old turtle was going to attack them and wanted to resist, but he realized that he couldn't. Boom! Not long after the old turtle left, there was a sudden loud sound in the void. The sky above the reincarnation bridge shook violently. Then, the entire void shattered like an exquisite porcelain. A figure surging with a strong corpse aura rushed out of the shattered void. Where are you going? A loud roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Amidst the voice, a purple gold alms bowl broke through the chaotic energy storm and rushed out from the shattered void. It bloomed with golden Buddha light and swallowed the corpse. Boundless Buddhist energy filled the air. The alms bowl became as large as a mountain. A swastika symbol could be vaguely seen within the alms bowl. It rotated, forming a terrifying golden vortex. It wanted to suck that terrifying corpse into the alms bowl. The terrifying figure that rushed out of the shattered void was the corpse emperor. At this moment, the corpse emperor was in an extremely sorry state. The left half of his body had been shattered, and drops of corpse blood were dripping from his injured body. That wasn't ordinary corpse blood, but blood essence. The blood core in the corpse emperor's body had already melted and turned into a blood essence that contained a powerful energy. The blood essence contained a powerful force. Roar! Blood corpse slaying god. The corpse emperor roared angrily. The blood essence that flowed out from the left half of his body immediately emitted a demonic blood-colored light. A blood-colored figure condensed in the blood-colored light. The figure was blurry, but it set off boundless waves of blood. The entire world seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. It was extremely terrifying. The blood-red figure was not a real corpse emperor, but a terrifying blood fiend shadow condensed from the endless power of the corpse Tao. Any living creature that was touched by the blood fiend's shadow would have all their yuan qi and power instantly absorbed by the blood fiend's shadow. Even the soul could not escape, and it would be directly destroyed. It could be said to be extremely vicious. Without any hesitation, the corpse emperor directly let the blood demon's shadow rush towards the purple gold alms bowl. Endless waves of blood surged, and the entire world was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Boom! The endless blood-red light and the Buddhist light emitted by the purple gold alms bowl collided in an instant, causing the entire world to shake violently. The center of the collision between the two forces directly turned into chaos, and the void was instantly torn apart and destroyed by the terrifying power that erupted from the collision. This was a direct collision between super experts that surpassed the immortal realm. There were no fancy moves. In the blood-colored light, the blood demon's shadow suddenly grew thousands of feet. Like a blood-colored giant, it directly punched the purple gold alms bowl that was as big as a mountain and sent it flying. The golden Buddha's light melted under the blood-colored light. The terrifying blood-colored light formed by burning the corpse emperor's blood essence seemed to be able to corrode all tangible and intangible things. On the purple gold alms bowl, the place that was hit by the blood demon's shadow emitted wisps of white smoke, and a fist mark was formed from the corrosion. A crack appeared in the void, emitting an endless and auspicious aura. A golden and auspicious world opened up, and vast Buddha's power surged out from the golden world, blocking the evil blood-colored light that swept over. Then, a figure flashed, and a small figure walked out from the golden and auspicious world. He reached out and caught the purple gold alms bowl that was sent flying. The little monk held the purple gold alms bowl in his hand and wiped it with his hand. The fist mark that was emitting white smoke immediately disappeared, and the purple gold alms bowl was restored to its original state. His body was surrounded by auspicious Buddha's light, and his white monk robe fluttered in the wind. There was no sadness or joy on his rosy face, and there was no expression on his face. The little monk sat down cross-legged in the void. A misty Buddhist land circled around his body, blocking out the endless blood-red light that was sweeping in from all directions. He closed his eyes, but a swoosh sound came from between his eyebrows. A phantom rushed out and quickly enlarged. Finally, it turned into a Buddha that was thousands of feet tall and had 1,000 hands on its back. The 1,000-foot-tall Buddha stood on a golden lotus throne, and his whole body emitted a vast and terrifying Buddha's power. The whole world was shaken by this power, and it shook endlessly. It was not a true god that had descended, but the aura emitted from the phantom of the Buddha made the corpse king extremely frightened. Roar! Even so, I will refine you to death. The corpse king went crazy in the blood waves, and the endless blood waves constantly surged towards the little monk. The Buddha's light and the blood-colored light collided and offset each other. The corpse king suffered a great loss in the little monk's inner world, and half of his body was destroyed. He was so angry that he wanted to fight the little monk to the death. The little monk had already used his inner world, so no matter how fierce the corpse king was and how much he urged the blood-colored evil power, it was difficult to truly hurt the little monk. The 1,000-foot-tall blood demon's shadow was also roaring, and it constantly attacked the little monk. Its blood-colored fists the size of a small mountain kept bombarding the little monk, but they were all blocked by the little monk's inner world power. Boom! The phantom of the Buddha standing in front of the little monk moved, and endless Buddha's power surged out from the 1,000-foot-tall body like a volcano, and the surrounding void suddenly cracked. The 1,000-foot-tall Buddha's countless arms all held Buddhist weapons, and they danced together, shooting out endless divine light and attacking the blood demon's shadow. The blood demon's shadow stretched out its hand, and endless blood-colored light gathered in its hand. In an instant, a blood-colored divine spear appeared in its hand. The blood demon's shadow waved the divine spear, and endless blood waves surged towards the Buddha with 1,000 hands. Boom! It was as if two gods and demons had collided, and a terrifying energy storm burst out, tearing the void apart. Rays of strong light illuminated the dark world. The two terrifying figures fought fiercely. In an instant, energy raged in the sky above the reincarnation bridge. Sometimes, blood-colored light soared into the sky, and sometimes, golden light shone in the sky. The whole world seemed like it was going to collapse, as if doomsday had arrived. On the other side of the battlefield, the old monk was fighting with the emperor of the netherworld, but he was at a disadvantage. The chilly wind was mighty, and the ghosts were howling. The fog of the netherworld filled the air and shrouded the world. The emperor of the netherworld showed his terrifying power, and he sealed the void, trapping the old monk in the netherworld ghost formation. 81 Xian Yin ghost flags were fixed in the 4 directions. The Emperor of the Netherworld had refined the endless soul power on the ghost flags. As the big flags waved, the endless ghost power of the Netherworld rushed out from the flags. The old monk sat cross-legged in the formation, and his hand formed a Buddhist seal. He was as still as a mountain, and his whole body emitted endless Buddha's light, blocking all the surging Netherworld ghost chi outside his body. Hee. Old man, you'd better give up. Be obedient and let me refine you, and you'll suffer less pain. The Emperor of the Netherworld's voice was gloomy and terrifying. It was far and near, and it was uncertain. It was impossible to see his figure. The Emperor of the Netherworld seemed to have no physical body, and he kept changing in and out of the Yin Chi fog. The gloomy words were like a demonic voice, and they formed a terrible sound wave, attacking the nameless old monk. One had to admit that the Emperor of the Netherworld was really powerful. His Netherworld power was unparalleled, and it was difficult for the nameless old monk to deal with. Buddha and I are together, deliver all living beings from suffering. The nameless old monk suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden swastika was projected from his eyes. He chanted the name of Buddha, and a Dharma wheel of Buddha's light appeared behind his head. Endless swastika rushed out from the light wheel behind the old monk's head, and they shot out in all directions. Every swastika contained unparalleled Buddha's power. Sizzle, the void around them made a tearing sound, and the void that was sealed by the 81 ghost flags was torn apart. Countless golden swastika rushed into the surrounding Yin Chi fog. In just a moment, a large area of Yin Chi fog was evaporated by the mighty Buddha's power. Countless soul shadows roared and disappeared in the void. The old monk's golden wool protected his body, and he turned into a golden divine rainbow that soared into the sky. He broke through the layers of Yin Chi fog, and broke a gap in the ghost formation. He rushed out. When the Emperor of the Netherworld came to his senses, the old monk had already turned into a divine rainbow, rushing to the end of the reincarnation bridge that led to the depths of the world of death. He was about to disappear at the end of the reincarnation bridge. Damn it, what a cunning baldy! The Emperor of the Netherworld cursed. The nameless old monk actually pretended to be weak, and he suddenly attacked with all his strength at the critical moment. He broke the seal of the formation, and rushed out. The Emperor of the Netherworld quickly put away the 81 ghost flags, and drove the Yin Chi fog to chase in the direction where the old monk disappeared. Chapter 5:19. The Old Turtle, the Bone Emperor, the Emperor of the Netherworld, the nameless old monk, and the others followed the reincarnation bridge and rushed into the depths of the world of death, quickly disappearing at the end of the reincarnation bridge. The Netherworld River was endless, and the reincarnation bridge was like a giant dragon that spanned across both sides, connecting the outer and inner regions of the world of death. Legend had it that there was only one way for the souls of the dead in hell to reach the other side, and that was to cross the reincarnation bridge. Under the reincarnation bridge, the water of the Netherworld River surged and roared, producing a deafening sound. On the reincarnation bridge, only the corpse emperor and the little monk were still fighting with all their might. Blood-colored light filled the sky, enveloping the entire world. The little monk's Buddha avatar fought in and out of the sea of blood with extreme ferocity. The blood demon avatar, holding a blood-colored divine spear, set off monstrous waves of blood as it attacked the thousand-armed Buddha avatar. Its murderous aura filled the sky, and the blood-colored divine spear pierced through the void. It was terrifying to the extreme. The thousand-armed Buddha avatar's body emitted boundless Buddhist power, and the Buddhist light illuminated the world. Its thousand hands danced, and countless Buddhist weapons emitted terrifying power, breaking through the layers of blood waves and colliding with the blood-colored divine spear in the blood demon avatar's hand, causing the world to shake. Even though the two super experts, who had surpassed the immortal realm, attacked with all their might, creating an extremely terrifying energy storm. Even the void was torn apart by the frightening power that swept down. However, the reincarnation bridge remained as still as a mountain. It did not move at all. In the end, the corpse emperor was still no match for the little monk who controlled an inner world. The blood demon avatar that he had condensed with his own corpse emperor's blood essence was shattered by the little monk's Buddha avatar, and he had no choice but to follow the reincarnation bridge and escape into the depths of the world of death. The little monk withdrew the Buddha avatar, enveloped himself with his inner world, and chased after the defeated corpse emperor. Soon, the corpse emperor and the little monk disappeared from the reincarnation bridge. Gu Fei and He Tian were withdrawn into the inner world by the old turtle, and the three-clawed azure dragon and the fire Qilin immediately rushed out from the divine palace in the sky. Gu Fei, it's you? The three-clawed azure dragon Shaoqing was very happy to see Gu Fei. After all, Shaoqing and Gu Fei had gone through a lot together. As for the fire Qilin subdued by the old turtle in the virtual sky world, it didn't have a good expression toward Gu Fei. It was very cold and indifferent, far less enthusiastic than Shaoqing. Why are you here again? Every time I see you, nothing good happens. The fire Qilin cast a glance at Gu Fei and said with a displeased tone. In the virtual sky world, it was Gu Fei and the old turtle who turned the demon clan's territory upside down. In the northern territory, when Gu Fei met the old turtle, an earth-shattering event like the birth of a great ancient devil happened. In short, from the Qilin Demon King's point of view, as long as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were together, nothing good would happen. Just like this trip to the Naraka realm, it was the work of these two. Therefore, the fire Qilin didn't really like Gu Fei. What's wrong? Am I not welcome here? Gu Fei looked at the fire Qilin with a faint smile. The powerful demigod aura emanated from his body. You. The fire Qilin was shocked. He felt a terrifying pressure that almost suffocated him. This pressure came from Gu Fei. His body felt like it was hit by a huge mountain, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. When Gu Fei released the demigod aura, everyone's expression changed. He Tian was sent flying, and Shaoqing couldn't help but be moved. Gu Fei, your cultivation level. Shaoqing said excitedly. He just realized that he couldn't see through Gu Fei's cultivation level. Demigod. You've actually broken through to the demigod realm? The fire Qilin was shocked. The way he looked at Gu Fei had completely changed. Demon cultivators of the demon clan valued strength more than human cultivators. This was because the cultivation environment of demon cultivators was far crueler than that of human cultivators. Demon cultivators who could grow up did not experience many fights and hardships. Only a powerful demon could win the respect of other demon cultivators. When Gu Fei was weak, the fire Qilin even looked down on Gu Fei. However, it was different now. Demigod was a synonym for power. The fire Qilin no longer looked at Gu Fei with disdain and contempt in his eyes. Everyone was shocked by Gu Fei. In the Tinglong continent, demigods were the most powerful if immortals and gods did not appear. It could be said that as long as one's cultivation reached the demigod realm, he could do whatever he wanted in the Tinglong continent. Gu Fei withdrew his powerful demigod aura. He looked at the fire Qilin and said coldly, "Now you should welcome my arrival." Please. The fire Qilin didn't say anything more. He retreated to the side and became respectful towards Gu Fei. This was the reality of the cultivation world. As long as you had strength and were stronger than others, others would respect you. Of course, if others were stronger than you, the situation would be reversed. No one would put an ant in their eyes. In front of a powerful cultivator, the weak were just ants. The more powerful the cultivator, the more he didn't care about the lives of others. He would destroy and kill as he pleased. The strong could control the life and death of others. They could even control everything. Under the guidance of Shaoqing and the fire Qilin, Gu Fei and He Tian entered the divine palace in the sky. After talking with Shaoqing for a while, Gu Fei arrived at the guest room prepared by Shaoqing. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the bed and adjusted his qi. After breaking through to the demigod realm, Gu Fei's realm hadn't completely stabilized. Therefore, he needed to seize the time to control the new strength in his body and familiarize himself with the changes that occurred in his body. He Tian was indeed a person who couldn't sit still. He walked in and out of the divine palace and quickly became familiar with Shaoqing. This guy was an undead creature. He directly communicated with Shaoqing through soul fluctuations. In fact, when he saw the floating divine palace in the sky, he had a crooked idea. He wanted to understand the divine palace from Shaoqing. Before long, this guy sneakily entered Gu Fei's room. "Boss, this divine palace isn't simple." He Tian arrived in front of Gu Fei and used his soul power to send him a message. The soul fire in his skull was rapidly flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. Gu Fei opened his eyes and looked at He Tian with an expressionless face. Then he said, "You don't have to say it. Everyone knows that this divine palace is extraordinary. A divine palace that could float in the sky. Even a blind person could see that this divine palace absolutely had a great origin. Maybe the old turtle snatched it from somewhere." Gu Fei muttered to himself. He knew that this divine palace didn't exist in the old turtle's inner world. He once heard that in the Tinglong continent, some super forces with a long history had built palaces or mountain peaks that could fly. Snatched it? He Tian was shocked. The master of this place was really a daring guy. If it was true, wouldn't he have offended a super force? A divine palace that didn't fall could not be built by just any sect or force. "Boss, I found that some places in this divine palace are still sealed. Treasures are shining inside. There might be many treasures." He Tian said excitedly. It was obvious that this guy was very interested in other people's treasures. "Humph." Gu Fei sneered and said, "You are really unkind. You even dare to covet my friend's things. I advise you to give up on this idea. The master of this place is even more difficult to deal with than you. If you provoke him, the consequences will be very serious." "Got it." He Tian shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Gu Fei, he could only turn around and leave Gu Fei's room. How could this guy leave empty-handed after entering a mountain of treasures? Gu Fei didn't expose him. In the old turtle's territory, this He Tian wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Gu Fei closed his eyes and continued to sit cross-legged on the bed. He circulated his Xian Qi and adjusted his breathing. Sure enough, in less than an hour, that ruffian skeleton Erebus triggered a certain restriction in the divine palace. Screaming miserably, he was sent flying out of the divine palace. Then, like a meteor, he fell from the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, he smashed into the forest below the divine palace. The dust from the ground rose more than 10 meters high and the ground shook. Swoosh! A green shadow flashed. The three-clawed green dragon Shaoqing rushed out of the divine palace and instantly appeared in the sky above He Tian. At this time, He Tian climbed out of a big hole in a sorry state. "Old Black, are you all right?" Shaoqing asked with concern. "I'm fine. I'm fine." He Tian shook his skeleton, causing dust to fall. I forgot to tell you. There are some places in the divine palace that Master has set up powerful restrictions. Don't wander around, or you'll be in danger." Shaoqing said. "Why did you only tell me now?" He Tian pretended to be very innocent, but he was secretly shocked. The restriction was too powerful. He was sent flying as soon as he touched it. I'm really sorry. Now you should know that there are some places in the divine palace that you can't go. Just be careful." Shaoqing said embarrassedly. "Forget it, I'll be careful." He Tian said unhappily. Then, he flew into the sky and returned to the extraordinary divine palace with Shaoqing. After returning to the divine palace, Shaoqing said goodbye to He Tian and returned to his place of seclusion in the divine palace. Shaoqing was shocked that Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the demigod realm. At the same time, he deeply felt that he was not enough. Therefore, he worked hard to break through the current bottleneck of his cultivation. After returning to the divine palace, Qilin Demon King did not appear again. No one knew where he went to cultivate. Gu Fei's cultivation had actually surpassed him, which made him feel very uneasy and ashamed. In the huge divine palace, there were only Shaoqing and Qilin Demon King. After both of them went to cultivate, there was no one else in the entire divine palace. Therefore, He Tian's opportunity came. This fellow, after seeing little Qing leave, didn't return to his residence. Instead, he sneakily walked into the depths of the divine palace. This fellow had just suffered, but in the blink of an eye, he had forgotten about it. He Tian cautiously came to the depths of the divine palace and stopped in front of a closed door. He could be seen touching the door carefully, as if he was looking for something. After suffering once, this guy became a lot more careful. It was a simple and unadorned door. The patterns on the door were very old, and the color had faded. It was impossible to tell what the door was made of. From the gap of the closed door, there was a faint light of treasures. Behind the door, there were definitely many treasures. Even the seal on the door could not block the bright light of the treasures. Chapter 520. Suddenly, He Tian touched something on the wall. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of light flashed on the wall beside the door, and a powerful force burst out, bouncing his bony hand away. The light disappeared as soon as it appeared. He Tian saw a rune disappear on the wall. Demon Clan Dao pattern? The soul fire in Erebus' skull pulsed violently. He recognized the origin of the runes that had appeared for a moment on the wall. He Tian stopped searching. He felt helpless and stretched out his right hand. A ball of light condensed on his bony finger. Then, it flew forward from his finger and hit the gate in front of him. Bang! The ball of light collided with the ancient gate and exploded. A powerful wave of demonic energy was emitted from the gate and runes appeared on the gate. Damn! When He Tian saw the dense runes, he knew that he had no chance. With his current strength, he couldn't break the seal here. What is the background of that powerful figure of the demon clan? He Tian murmured to himself. He could actually use the demon clan Dao pattern. This was a magical power that only the powerful figures of the demon clan could master. The demon race's Dao pattern was formed by the demon race's almighty through comprehending the heaven and earth. It was a supreme demon pattern that belonged to the demon race. It had unfathomable power and was the embodiment of the Dao. Only the almighty of the demon race could truly master this kind of demon pattern. He Tian stood in front of the gate for a while. The gate in front of him flickered with demonic light. The demon pattern that emerged gradually disappeared on the gate as if nothing had happened. Sigh. What a pity. He Tian sighed. He was about to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, He Tian's movement stiffened. It was as if someone had suddenly cast a body-fixing spell on him. He couldn't move at all. It's not that easy to steal something from me, old turtle. A cold voice suddenly came from behind He Tian. A cold aura also spread out at this time. Please don't misunderstand, I just accidentally triggered the restriction here. The soul fire in He Tian's skull flickered as he tried to defend himself. However, even he felt that his explanation was a little weak. Is that so? Hee hee. A low chuckle came from behind He Tian, echoing in the empty space. He Tian slowly turned around. He didn't know when, but he saw that the demon race almighty, who had taken him and Gu Fei into this inner world, was standing quietly behind him, looking at him with a faint smile. There was another person standing next to the demon clan almighty. That person was dressed in white, and his black hair was casually tied behind his head with a ribbon. His eyes flashed brightly as he stared at him expressionlessly. Boss. When He Tian saw the white-clothed youth, he was instantly overjoyed. My savior. Hee hee. Brat, this friend of yours seems to have dirty hands and feet, but I like it. Old Turtle said to Gu Fei with a smile. He Tian listened to the first half of the conversation and was extremely nervous. However, when he heard Old Turtle's words, he was greatly surprised. Did this demon clan almighty admire his dirty hands and feet? What was this all about? Both ruffians. One is a big ruffian, and the other is a small ruffian. Gu Fei said expressionlessly. Birds of a feather flock together. These two guys were really birds of a feather. A skeleton ruffian? The old turtle sized Erebus up from head to toe, and his eyes gradually lit up. Erebus was frightened by the old turtle's stare, and he didn't know what this powerful being of the demon race was going to do. After staring at Hey Tian for a while, Old Turtle turned to Gu Fei and said, "Hey, brat, can I discuss something with you?" "What is it?" "If you have something to say, just say it." "When did you, Old Turtle, become so bashful?" Gu Fei said with a frown. Ever since he met this undying Old Turtle, this guy had never been so easy to talk to. This. Hee hee. How about you give this guy to me? Old Turtle hesitated for a moment and then said with some embarrassment, "This guy is greedy and unkind. He suits my temperament very well." Hey Tian called Gu Fei boss, so Old Turtle thought that Hey Tian was a little brother that Gu Fei had accepted in the world of death. Moreover, Hey Tian actually cultivated the power of yin and yang, which was different from those skeletons with a surging death chi. Gu Fei looked at Old Turtle and thought to himself, "You know your temperament too? How rare." He looked at Hey Tian again. Hey Tian had been completely shocked by Old Turtle's words. He could not speak for a long time and could only stand there blankly. Does the demon clan want to accept me as a little brother? Did I hear it wrong? If it's true, hee hee. It's much more cost-effective than acknowledging Gu Fei as a boss. Hey Tian had already calculated in his heart. This guy was definitely a very competent fence-sitter. He would lean toward whoever was more beneficial to him. A strange expression appeared on Gu Fei's face, and then he said, "He's not my little brother. If you want, take him." "Really? Ha. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Old Turtle smiled meaningfully and took a step forward. As he reached out to grab Hey Tian, he said, "You little brat, from now on, you're my little brother." "No way." Hey Tian secretly complained in his heart. His legs turned to jelly, and he almost fell to the ground. "Be your little brother? No matter how I look at it, I feel like a little sheep that has fallen into the hands of a big bad wolf." At this time, Hey Tian suddenly realized that it did not seem to be a good thing to be the little brother of the demon clan. Old Turtle's laughter made him panic. Seeing that Old Turtle's palm was about to touch his shoulder, Hey Tian quickly took a step back and said, "This. I'd better follow Old Master Gu, hee hee." What kind of guy was Hey Tian? He was sly by nature. At this time, he had already seen that Old Turtle had ill intentions in accepting him as a little brother. How would he dare to agree? Hee hee. Old Turtle stared at Hey Tian with a glint in his eyes. He said, "Don't regret it. Back then, the people who cried and begged to be my little brother could line up more than 10 miles away. This. I'm really sorry. It's good for me to follow Old Master Gu. Besides, I'm not an ungrateful person. I'm indebted to Old Master Gu." Hey Tian said. At the same time, he thought to himself, "I'm not a human, so it doesn't matter if I'm ungrateful." Ha. Of course, Gu Fei and Old Turtle did not know what this guy was thinking, so they did not feel that it was inappropriate. "You're indebted to him?" Old Turtle looked at Gu Fei with some surprise. Gu Fei was stunned when he heard this. He then remembered the first time he met Hey Tian. This guy broke into the demon formation set up by Old Turtle and almost lost his life. It was Gu Fei who saved him. Thinking of this, Gu Fei could only nod. "I see. All right then, I can't force you to be an ungrateful person, right?" Old Turtle said. Although that was what he said, he thought to himself, "You brat, keep pretending. You must have done a lot of backstabbing people." Of course, Old Tortoise was not a good person either. Both of them were experts at backstabbing others. Gu Fei was looking forward to seeing what would happen when they met. "All right, I came in to tell you that we've crossed the Netherworld River and entered the inner area of the Naraka realm," Old Turtle said to Gu Fei excitedly. "Let's go and take a look." Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he heard this. The reason why he took the risk to cross the Netherworld River and enter the depths of the Naraka realm was to retrieve the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. Perhaps after crossing the Netherworld River, he would be able to sense the aura of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. The Netherworld River was boundless and condensed with an endless aura of death. It was a river of death. Such a vast aura of death could isolate all auras on both sides of the Netherworld River. This was without a doubt. All right. Old Turtle also wanted to find the world source of the Naraka realm as soon as possible and refine it. Then, he would turn this legendary hell into a part of his inner world. It had to be said that Old Turtle's control of his inner world had reached the point of perfection. With just a thought, Gu Fei felt the void in front of him distort. Then, he and Hei Tian appeared on top of a gloomy and terrifying mountain. The aura of death in the depths of the Naraka realm was much stronger than in the outer area. Gu Fei looked around and saw thick, gloomy clouds drifting in the dark sky. Between the mountains, the netherworld fog surged, and from time to time, creepy ghost howls could be heard from the depths of the mountains. Ha! I'm back. The soul fire in Hei Tian's skull pulsed violently. It was obvious that he was very excited. Ha! Old Tortoise had just come out of his inner world and caught a glimpse of my Tian's soul fluctuation. He laughed out loud and said, I didn't expect you to come from the depths of the Hell Dao. Good, very good. Both Old Turtle and Gu Fei were very unfamiliar with this legendary hell. They already had a certain understanding of the outer area, but now they were about to face an unfamiliar world. No one knew what existed in the depths of the Naraka realm and what dangers there were. Perhaps in this world, only the Buddhist Lord, who had almost refined the 6 paths of reincarnation, knew the Naraka realm like the back of his hand. What do you want? When Hei Tian saw Old Turtle looking at him with a burning gaze, he could not help but feel a chill and fear in his heart. He involuntarily took a step back. You seem to have a lot of secrets. Gu Fei also looked at Hei Tian with an indifferent expression and an icy tone. He only now knew that this ruffian skeleton, Hei Tian, was actually a guy who came from the depths of the Naraka realm. Old Senior, Big Gu, can you not look at me like that? Hei Tian said embarrassedly. Old Turtle and Gu Fei's gazes were like those of beasts who had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights seeing food. Their eyes lit up and they could not wait to swallow him up. Do you know where the origin of this world is? Old Turtle directly asked what he wanted to know the most. Did he not take the risk to enter the Naraka realm to collect this ownerless world? What? Hei Tian was taken aback and said hesitantly, why are you looking for the origin of this world? Do you want to refine this world? Chapter 521. Hei Tian definitely knew about the land of origin of this world. Tell me what you know. Gu Fei also spoke at this time. He could not wait to leave this world of death. He did not care who obtained this world. Erebus knew that he had given himself away in his excitement. Both the old demon and Gu Fei were shrewd fellows, and it would be impossible for him to hide it any longer. If he did not tell them what he knew, he was afraid that the two of them would tear him apart immediately. Don't tell me that you don't know about the land of origin at this time. If it were you, you wouldn't believe such words either. Old Tortoise stared at Hei Tian and said in a deep voice. Hee hee. All right. I know where the world origin of this world is, but... Hei Tian thought for a moment and said something that shocked Old Tortoise and Gu Fei. Even though they had already guessed what Hei Tian was going to say, they still felt that their hearts were beating faster than usual, and it was getting faster and faster. Tell me, where is the world origin? Old Tortoise rushed forward and grabbed Hei Tian's shoulders and shook him violently. He was so excited that he could not control himself. Hei Tian's skeleton was immediately rattled by Old Tortoise and almost fell apart. The soul fire in Hei Tian's skull was also beating violently. Old Tortoise was a super expert who had surpassed the demon god realm. Hei Tian's cultivation was not even at the king realm of the undead creatures. How could he withstand Old Tortoise's torment? Senior, Old Senior. Please let go of me first. As Hei Tian spoke, he heard a crack. Both of his shoulder bones had been cracked by Old Tortoise. Oh my God. Hei Tian was so depressed that he almost fainted. The yin-yang skeletal body was harder than divine iron and was even harder than the divine bones left behind by immortals. However, it was cracked by the Old Tortoise. One could imagine how strong the Old Tortoise's grip was. This old demon. Hei Tian was secretly alarmed. The old turtle's strength was too astonishing. It was no wonder that he could contend with the bone larch. Ouch! I'm sorry, I accidentally. Old Tortoise seemed to be shocked and quickly let go. He was a little out of control and could not control the strength of his hand for a moment. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Why am I so unlucky? Erebus looked at his broken shoulder bones and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. If he had to repair the broken bones, then it would take a lot of effort. Alright, hurry up and bring us to the world essence. As Gu Fei spoke, he opened his inner world and plucked an immortal divine fruit from the immortal divine fruit tree beside the divine spring of life. He threw it to Hei Tian as compensation. A black and white light rushed out of Hei Tian's skull, wrapped around the immortal divine fruit thrown by Gu Fei, and then put it into the skull. Thank you, boss. The divine yin-yang fruit. One is enough for me to upgrade my cultivation by 1 level. Hei Tian was overjoyed. He did not expect Gu Fei to be so generous. He did not start refining the immortal divine fruit right away because it would take a lot of time to refine the yin-yang essence qi contained in the immortal divine fruit. It was not something that could be done in a short time. If Hei Tian wanted to refine the immortal divine fruit, the only way was to find a secret place to do closed-door training. This is. The old tortoise was shocked when he saw Gu Fei take out the immortal god fruit. Then, the old tortoise smiled at Gu Fei fawningly and said, Brat, can you give me a fruit like that too? You want the fruit? Gu Fei smiled. To old tortoise, Gu Fei's smile was quite mysterious. Yes. Old tortoise said without hesitation. Only a fool would not want it. If he was not mistaken, that fruit was a legendary thing. Then, let's first bark a few times. Gu Fei said proudly. You brat, you can't bully me like this. Old tortoise's face turned from white to black, and then from black to green. It was as if he had opened a dyeing workshop. It was very interesting. Ha! Hei Tian could not help but laugh. Humph. Old tortoise glared at Hei Tian, and Hei Tian did not dare to make a sound. The soul fluctuation coming from the skull immediately quieted down. Alright, can't I make a joke? Gu Fei smiled. He then opened his inner world and took out another immortal divine fruit, throwing it to old tortoise. The immortal divine tree growing next to the divine spring of life had many immortal divine fruits, so it was not a big deal to give one to old tortoise. Good stuff. Old tortoise's anger turned to joy. He opened his mouth and swallowed the immortal divine fruit. It tasted average. Do you have more? Old tortoise asked. Gu Fei could not help but roll his eyes. This fellow was really not satisfied. Did he think that the immortal divine fruit was an ordinary wild fruit? That he could grab a handful at will? No more. Gu Fei said grumpily. I clearly saw that in your inner world. Old tortoise wanted to continue. If I say there's none, then there's none. Gu Fei interrupted old tortoise unhappily. I know. Old tortoise knew when to stop. At that moment, a wave of yin and yang qi emerged from his abdomen and spread out. The yin and yang essence contained in the immortal divine fruit began to transform. Old tortoise sat cross-legged on the ground and used his demonic power to refine the yin and yang qi contained in the immortal divine fruit. Gu Fei and Hei Tian then soared into the sky and checked the surrounding area. Among the mountains, the netherworld fog lingered and yin qi filled the air. From time to time, they could see eerie white bones scattered everywhere. Only some weak dead creatures appeared in the yin qi netherworld fog. There were no strong dead creatures nearby. Gu Fei realized that the aura of death in the Purgatory Realm's inner area was much stronger than that of the outer area. Under such an environment, it was very likely that extremely strong dead creatures could be bred. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. Since Old Tortoise could enter the Purgatory Realm's inner area, Bone Emperor and the others could enter as well. With such a strong aura of death in the Purgatory Realm's inner area, it would be best if one or two dead creatures beyond the Emperor realm suddenly jumped out. The dead creatures in the Purgatory Realm's inner area were definitely stronger than those in the outer area. Gu Fei and He Tian walked around but did not find anything. They returned to the mountain peak where Old Tortoise was and stood guard for him. It had to be said that the immortal divine fruit was the best of the best. One immortal divine fruit allowed Gu Fei to break through to the demigod realm. He wondered what would happen if Old Tortoise consumed an immortal divine fruit. Time passed by. It was hard to tell how many days had passed in the dark world. Gu Fei could only roughly calculate that about a day had passed. Then, a powerful wave of demonic power began to appear on the mountain peak. The yin and yang essence was quickly refined by the Old Tortoise. In the end, a vast demonic power seeped out of Old Tortoise's body and formed a dazzling demonic light. Old Tortoise seemed to be covered in a purple light shield, and the strong light illuminated the world. Rumble, within the light shield, there was a strange sound of turbulent waves. Then, there was the sound of thunder and lightning. Streams of demonic power condensed into purple divine light and circled around Old Tortoise like purple lightning. Gu Fei and He Tian were forced to retreat by the mighty energy fluctuation from Old Tortoise. In the end, they had to rush up to the sky to feel better. The power emitted from Old Tortoise was getting stronger. He was like a volcanic furnace that could erupt at any time. The entire mountain was shaking from the impact of the energy fluctuation from Old Tortoise. Cracks began to appear on the mountain peak. Amazing! Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. Even though they had rushed up to the sky, they still felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The strong pressure from Old Tortoise made them feel suffocated. Boom! In an earth-shattering noise, the entire mountain peak under Old Tortoise finally collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky and rubble filled the air. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The scene was extremely terrifying. The surrounding mountains were all shaking at this moment. Countless boulders rushed high into the sky. From afar, it looked as if countless meteorites were going against the sky and streaking across the vast sky. Gu Fei and He Tian had to retreat to the distance again. The energy fluctuations emanating from Old Tortoise's body were too powerful. This was only the beginning. The nearby mountains shook violently, as if a terrifying tsunami had occurred. The earth was shattering, and the mountains were collapsing. They were instantly turned into nothingness in the terrifying energy storm. Rumble, amidst the loud noise, the collapsed earth rose and fell violently like waves. The surrounding mountains were constantly torn apart by a majestic force. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everything in the surrounding area was destroyed. Hundreds of miles of mountains collapsed rapidly. Countless mountains were crushed one after another. The area within a radius of 500 miles had turned into a desert. Not a single intact stone could be found. In mid-air, Old Tortoise's entire body emitted endless demonic light, like a purple sun that was fixed in place. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the purple sun, shaking the entire world. Monstrous energy fluctuations soared into the sky, and countless stars suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sky. It was as if an incomparably huge black sky curtain had been broken by this power. How is this possible? There are stars in this world too. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. It was the first time he had seen the light of stars in the Naraka realm. He Tian said in surprise, "What's so strange about this? This is a world, a world. Of course there will be stars." Oh. When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately came to a realization. The Naraka realm was the heavens and earth refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The stars were a part of the heavens and earth. Perhaps because the death aura in the world of death was too heavy, the dark clouds and fog formed even covered the sky, preventing starlight from shining down. Now that Old Tortoise's power had broken through the barrier of the dark clouds and fog, the starlight of this world could be projected down from the sky. At this moment, the entire Naraka realm seemed to be trembling. Powerful undead creatures sensed that an unimaginable expert had appeared in the inner area of the Naraka realm. After the old tortoise consumed the immortal god fruit, he seemed to have made a breakthrough in his cultivation. The boundless demonic light began to recede. The old tortoise stood in the void with a heroic spirit that could swallow the mountains and rivers. It was hard to imagine that the cynical old tortoise would have such a side. At this moment, old tortoise was no longer a ruffian. It was as if he had completely turned into a dead creature. At this moment, old tortoise was definitely the kind of peerless figure that could control the world and was the only one of its generation. Chapter 522. The contrast between old tortoise's usual frivolous demeanor was just too great. Gu Fei could not accept it for a moment when he saw this scene from afar. New domain name. Old turtle's long hair fluttered wildly as he let out a long howl toward the sky. The rolling sound waves traveled thousands of miles in an instant. All the undead creatures in the vicinity were terrified and crouched on the ground as if doomsday had arrived. As if a supreme demon had come into being, the aura emitted from Old Turtle's body was like raging waves that deterred all directions and shook one's spiritual soul. Swoosh! While the howl was still echoing in the world, Old Tortoise had already disappeared from its original position. The next moment, Gu Fei felt the void in front of him tremble, and Old Tortoise's figure appeared from the void. Traversing the void, teleportation technique? Hei Tian, who was standing beside Gu Fei, was shocked to see Old Turtle suddenly appear in front of them. In his previous life's memory, this kind of remarkable ability could only be performed by almighties. Could this old demon's cultivation have reached the realm of almighties? Hei Tian was bewildered. Let's go. Old Turtle enveloped Gu Fei and Hei Tian with his supreme demonic power and brought them across the void. Gu Fei only felt the scenery around him change, before he appeared in another place high up in the sky. Dust flew behind him, and rocks shot through the air. Gu Fei realized that they had actually left the turbulent region in an instant. Below them was still a stretch of sand. With a teleportation, they appeared dozens of miles away. Where are we going? Gu Fei hurriedly asked when he saw that Old Turtle was about to teleport again. He wanted to know what Old Turtle was going to do next. Let's kill that annoying old skeleton, Bone Emperor first. Surprisingly, there was no trace of murderous intent in Old Tortoise's tone. It was as if he was talking about something unimportant. After consuming the immortal divine fruit, Old Turtle's strength had soared and he was confident that he could kill Bone Emperor easily. Gu Fei could not help but be surprised. You know where the Bone Emperor is? Bone Emperor had definitely escaped into the inner region of the world of death. However, it was not easy to find Bone Emperor in this world that was full of death. Hee hee. Of course I know where Bone Emperor is. Old Turtle grinned and said to Gu Fei. This guy did not take Gu Fei and Hei Tian seriously for a moment before returning to his cynical nature. As he spoke, Old Tortoise did not keep Gu Fei and Hei Tian into his inner world. Instead, he brought Gu Fei and Hei Tian with him and used his teleportation technique to rush into the depths of the Naraka realm. Old Tortoise's cultivation had been elevated to an unknown realm. Every time he teleported, he would cover a distance of 20 to 30 miles, which was far beyond the range of ordinary teleportation. It could be said that this was a terrifying means of traversing the void. Hei Tian seemed to remember many things. Because of this, he was even more in awe of Old Turtle. He was cautious along the way, and the spirit fire in his skull was surprisingly calm. Old Turtle could probably pinch him to death with one finger now. How would Hei Tian dare to be presumptuous in front of Old Turtle? Soon, Old Turtle led Gu Fei and Hei Tian thousands of miles into the inner region of the world of death and arrived outside a large valley that emitted an evil bloody light. Just as Gu Fei and Hei Tian arrived outside the valley, two powerful energy waves spread from the valley, and they could vaguely hear the sounds of fighting. Old Turtle did not hesitate and rushed into the valley with Gu Fei and Hei Tian. After entering the valley, Gu Fei was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. How was this a valley? Behind the mountains was a boundless sea of blood that stretched as far as the eye could see. F***CK. This damn place is too strange. How can there be a sea of blood here? How big is this place? It's like a whole new world. Old Ruffian was a little shocked. Old Turtle led Gu Fei and He Tian into the depths of the Sea of Blood. Ripples began to appear on the originally calm Sea of Blood. When they were about 10 miles into the Sea of Blood, the Sea of Blood began to churn. Terrifying energy waves came from the front, stirring up waves of blood. Two figures fought above the surging Sea of Blood, and it seemed as if the sky and earth were about to collapse. The blood waves rose tens of feet high, and the huge waves were monstrous, as if to sweep the entire world. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Among the blood waves, countless white bones could be vaguely seen. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Could it be that this endless sea of blood was actually formed by the endless amount of blood? If that was the case, how many living beings would have to die? Thinking of this, Gu Fei's heart trembled. A sea of blood that buried countless living beings. The waves rolled, and the blood-red sea seemed to be boiling. The surface of the sea was turbulent, and big waves came one after another. Although Gu Fei and the others were far away, they still felt threatened. A few drops of blood splashed on Gu Fei's clothes, and a few small holes were instantly corroded, and the skin under the clothes felt a tingling pain. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. The blood water in the blood sea was terrifyingly corrosive. Even his martial body, which had been tempered to be stronger than godly metal, felt pain. If he fell into the sea of blood below, even if he was a demigod warrior, he would be in danger. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise, and a figure soared into the sky. He was holding a black rod, wearing ancient armor, and was tall. From head to toe, he exuded a domineering aura that looked down on the world. This person was the outer body avatar that Old Tortoise had refined, the invincible corpse general. Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar rushed into the sky, then held the black rod with both hands, and slammed it down on the figure that was rushing out of the sea of blood. The warrior's yuan qi was surging, and the black rod shook the entire world. It was not a magical power, nor was it a spell. It was just a simple rod, but it displayed great power. Bang! When the black rod smashed down, the air made a shocking explosion. The void was like a calm lake, but now this rod had broken this tranquility. As the void shook violently, there were visible spatial fluctuations like water waves, and then there were dark and ferocious spatial cracks. The heart-palpitating destructive power was completely condensed on the black stick, and even the spatial cracks were spreading out from the black stick. The power of this rod was domineering, like 100,000 mountains pressing down at the same time. The void was collapsing, and the destructive power was vast. Even Gu Fei, whose cultivation had reached the demigod realm, couldn't help but change his expression when he saw the power of the corpse general avatar's rod. It was absolutely difficult for him to withstand this rod. He was afraid that he would be torn to pieces by the mighty destructive power before the rod even reached him. Buzz! There was a vibration that sounded like the long cry of thousands of swords. A purple saber light rushed out of the hand of the figure that had rushed out of the sea of blood and shot out thousands of feet. The terrifying saber light tore through the void, and like a heavenly saber, it cleaved the sky. The figure that had rushed out of the sea of blood emitted boundless soul fluctuations, and the blood waves swept high into the sky. The scene was extremely terrifying. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the entire world shook violently. The corpse general avatar's black rod and the bone emperor's bone saber instantly collided. A black dot instantly expanded from the point of collision, and it was like a bottomless black hole had suddenly appeared in the sky above the sea of blood. That was the collapse of heaven and earth. Terrifying energy erupted and directly shattered the void, causing a spatial hole to appear in a radius of a few hundred feet. The heaven and earth had been shattered, and this was the terrifying power that could shatter the void. Swish! Swish! The corpse general avatar and the bone emperor flew back together. The 1,000-foot saber light shattered in the void, and the bone emperor was like a meteorite as he smashed into the sea of blood. Blood waves surged up thousands of feet high. The corpse general avatar flew back a few miles before he stabilized his body. Then, he dived down again. His long hair was fluttering wildly, and his body was surging with monstrous yuan qi. His aura was powerful and domineering, and he had the spirit to pick up a mountain. Boom! The blood waves surged, and the Bone Emperor rushed out of the sea of blood again. Boundless blood light and deathly aura shot up into the sky. Among the blood waves, countless skeletons were tumbling. The skeletons at the bottom of the sea of blood had all been brought up by the Bone Emperor. The corpse general avatar smashed down with his rod again, and the rod force enveloped the entire area. The Bone Emperor had no way of avoiding it, unless he could break through the force field of the corpse general's battle technique. However, this was absolutely impossible. When a supreme martialist executed a battle technique, it would form a terrifying force field. Even experts of the same level would find it difficult to break through it, unless they had cultivated an inner world. Without any suspense, the Bone Arch was once again smashed into the sea of blood by the corpse general. This time, the Bone Arch had learned his lesson. He moved stealthily in the sea of blood. Boom! When he broke out of the sea of blood again, he was already more than 10 miles away. However, the corpse general seemed to have predicted where he would appear. He took a step forward and actually appeared in the sky above the Bone Emperor first. When Gu Fei rushed out of the sea of blood, the black rod in the corpse general's hand had already smashed down ruthlessly. Roar! The Bone Emperor roared angrily as he hurriedly raised his blade to meet the blow. Boom! With a bang, the black rod smashed into the purple bone saber. The edge of the purple bone saber actually cracked open. The Bone Emperor did not have enough strength, and the purple bone blade, which was already cracked, now had even more cracks on it. The cracks were densely packed and intertwined with each other, as though it would break at any moment. This bone blade was considered extraordinary and could be compared to a true treasure. It actually didn't get smashed by the black rod in the corpse general's hand. The bones of a supreme undead creature were simply too hard. After being refined into a bone blade, it could actually go up against a treasure. The black rod in the corpse general's hand was another extreme Tao treasure, the earth-stabilizing divine pillar. It had the supreme power to stabilize the earth's spirit veins, but the corpse general merely used this extreme Tao treasure as a long rod. The Bone Emperor wanted to rush out of the sea of blood, but the corpse general smashed him into the sea of blood again and again. This made the Bone Emperor extremely depressed. Gu Fei, Old Turtle, and He Tian watched the battle from afar. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't have the ability to intervene in a battle of this level. Old Turtle, who had the ability to intervene, watched this scene with interest and wasn't in a hurry to intervene. Chapter 523. Old Tortoise, what are you waiting for? Gu Fei was a little impatient. This sea of blood was boundless and evil to the extreme. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. There was no pop-up window. Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said carelessly, "Brat, did you not make a move when you saw me with those eyes of yours?" Old Tortoise said snappily. "What? Don't tell me, you want to." Gu Fei couldn't help but look up and down at Old Tortoise. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. This guy's cultivation was already comparable to an almighty. Could it be that he was still thinking of using underhanded means against the Bone Emperor? A leopard can't change its spots. Damn! Don't look at me like that. Do I need to use my ultimate move to deal with that stinky Bone Emperor? You're looking down on me too much, you brat. Old Tortoise was very displeased. Cough, cough. That's right. You should use your ultimate move less in the future. Pay attention to your image. Gu Fei said as he tried to hold back his laughter. He deliberately emphasized the word ultimate move. Wasn't this Old Tortoise's ultimate move a sneak attack and smashing a brick? This guy seemed to know himself very well. However, I'm very curious. You said that you've already made a move, but aren't you talking to me properly? Where did you make a move? Gu Fei asked doubtfully. Brat, my external incarnation has already fought with that stinky Bone Emperor for 300 rounds. Old Tortoise reminded him. An external incarnation was equivalent to him. That works? Gu Fei was instantly speechless. Why not? If you're so capable, you can also refine an external incarnation. Old Tortoise said proudly. The conversation between Gu Fei and the old tortoise frightened He Tian, who was standing behind them. Outer body incarnation. This old demon had actually refined an outer body incarnation. Heavens, what was the origin of this old demon? He Tian couldn't help sighing. Everything that had happened recently had shocked him. He was now certain that these people were outsiders. They definitely weren't from this world. After awakening a portion of his memories, He Tian understood that those who could cultivate an inner world and refine an outer body incarnation were all almighty beings of the ancient times. Humph. You must be joking. I don't cultivate any divine abilities, and I don't practice any techniques, so how could I possibly refine an avatar? Gu Fei said. Old Tortoise looked strangely at Gu Fei and said, I'm really curious. How did you comprehend the great path imprint in your body? What a waste. If I were the one who obtained the great path imprint. Old Tortoise said with infinite regret. Could it be that warriors can also cultivate the outer body embodiment technique? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he heard this. From Old Tortoise's words, it did not seem impossible. Humph. As long as you are strong enough, there is nothing you can't do. As long as your cultivation is strong enough, there are endless possibilities. Old Tortoise said mysteriously. As long as you are strong enough, there are endless possibilities. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was deeply shocked by this sentence. Yes, as long as you were strong enough, there was nothing you couldn't do. Even heaven and earth could be created with supreme powers. What else was impossible? Gu Fei couldn't help but yearn for that omnipotent supreme realm. In front of him, the battle between the corpse general and the boned arch was still ongoing. At this moment, the corpse general with the black rod had already gained the upper hand. He had already sent the boned arch into the blood sea dozens of times. If the boned arch had been a life form with flesh and blood, he would have been so depressed that he would have vomited blood. He wanted to rush out of the blood sea, but the corpse general was like an insurmountable mountain that blocked his path, making it difficult for him to take even half a step forward. Furthermore, the worst thing was that the blood of the blood sea could corrode the bone Thearcha's soul and bone body. As he soaked in the blood, the soul fire in the bone Thearcha's skull gradually dimmed. Undead creatures could be said to be another kind of life form in this world. To undead creatures, the soul fire in their skulls was their source of life and energy. Once the soul fire was extinguished, it meant that the soul of the undead creature would be destroyed. The boned arch roared repeatedly as he tried to rush out of the blood sea with all his might. However, the corpse general wouldn't let him do as he wished and smashed the boned arch into the blood sea again and again. Old Tortoise was playing around, just like a hunter who would toy with his prey until it was half dead before ending its life. This was the mentality of the old tortoise at this moment. However, his interest in playing with his prey was gradually diminishing. After a while, an impatient look appeared on the old tortoise's face. Then, he disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the boned arch, who was rushing out of the blood sea. Roar! Go to hell! The moment the boned arch saw the old tortoise, he slashed the old tortoise with his blade. A purple blade light slashed at the old tortoise's head like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! The void was sliced apart by this blade, and a thin spatial crack appeared wherever the blade light passed. Humph! The old tortoise sneered as he extended his right hand calmly and used his index and middle fingers to clamp down on the blade light. Then, he exerted some force. The purple bone saber, which was riddled with cracks, was shattered by the bone Thearcha's horrified soul fluctuations. It turned into thousands of fragments that flew in all directions. The boned arch retreated without hesitation. The old tortoise was simply too domineering. He had shattered the bone Thearcha's weapon with just one move. It had to be known that the purple bone saber was the remains of an unparalleled powerhouse. The remains of an unparalleled powerhouse were indestructible and would never decay. After being refined into a purple bone saber, even if it wasn't a treasure-grade weapon, it was at least half a treasure. However, it had been crushed by the old tortoise's 2 fingers. This frightened the boned arch. He simply didn't dare to resist the old tortoise and fled immediately. However, even though the Bone Emperor had retreated quickly, the old tortoise was even faster. In an instant, the old tortoise had arrived in front of the Bone Emperor and struck out with a punch that seemed to contain no power at all. It was a casual punch. Bam! Gotcha! It was this casual punch that landed on the Bone Emperor's chest. Hence, an extraordinary scene appeared from the ordinary punch. The Bone Emperor's sternum was shattered, and his spine was also shattered. Bone fragments flew everywhere. Such an ordinary punch had actually shattered one of the three magnates of the outer region of the Death Continent, an invincible emperor, into two. The section of bone below the Bone Thearch's chest fell into the sea of blood below and disappeared. As for the section above the chest, it flew backward rapidly. In the distant sky, Gu Fei and He Tian's jaws almost dropped to the ground when they saw this scene. The disparity in strength was too great. The Bone Arch didn't even have the strength to fight back. It wasn't that the Bone Arch wasn't strong enough. The Bone Arch was one of the three big shots of the Death Continent and an unparalleled emperor among the creatures of death. His strength definitely surpassed the immortal realm. It was just that the old tortoise was too strong. The old tortoise's corpse general avatar didn't advance. Instead, it retreated to the side. The rest of the time was up to the old tortoise to perform. He took a step forward and caught up with the fleeing Bone Arch. He extended his right hand and grabbed the top of the Bone Thearch's head with his 5 fingers. "Spare me. I'm willing to submit." The Bone Arch turned pale with fright and hurriedly begged the old tortoise for mercy. He only wanted to save his life. He didn't care about the dignity of an emperor. The old tortoise's 5 fingers stopped in the void. 5 beams of purple demonic light shot out from his fingertips and trapped the upper half of the Bone Thearch's body. Should I kill him or not? The old tortoise muttered to himself. Killing the Bone Arch was just a matter of a thought. Given the old tortoise's current cultivation, killing an emperor in the Death Continent was a piece of cake. "I won't kill him, I won't kill him. I'm willing to serve you as my master." The Bone Thearch's only wish was to survive. He was willing to be the old tortoise's slave and be ordered around by the old tortoise. The old tortoise lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he disappeared into the void and returned to the side of Gu Fei and He Tian in an instant. The Bone Arch, who had once been unparalleled, was still trapped in his right hand. "Old Senior, can you give me the Bone Thearch's soul flame?" He Tian immediately walked over and tried to curry favor with the old tortoise when he saw that the Bone Arch had been captured. "He Tian, I'm not done with you." The Bone Arch was enraged when he sensed He Tian's soul fluctuations. If the old tortoise hadn't trapped him, he would have jumped up and fought with He Tian to the death. It seemed like He Tian was coveting the resplendent soul flame within the Bone Thearch's skull. "Master, I'm willing to serve you as my master. On account that it wasn't easy for me to cultivate, please don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything for you and go through fire and water without hesitation." If the Bone Arch had been a life form with flesh and blood, he would have burst into tears a long time ago. What do you think?" The old tortoise completely ignored He Tian and spoke to Gu Fei. Gu Fei rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Then, his eyes swept across the Bone Thearch's skull. He muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "We are a little short on manpower. If we can subdue the Bone Arch for our use, that would not be a bad choice. However, if he suddenly rebelled, I will definitely not rebel. If I rebel, Master, let me suffer the pain of soul refinement and have my soul scattered." The Bone Arch hurriedly pointed to the sky and swore. "So ruthless?" Mahakala exclaimed in shock. In the world of death, soul refinement could be considered as the most vicious form of punishment. The soul would be captured and suppressed in a certain place. Next, the soul would be burned by the flames of hell, causing the victim to be in a state where they could neither live nor die. Furthermore, this punishment was directly applied to the soul. Hence, the pain would be felt clearly by the soul. It was thousands of times more terrifying than the physical torture. One wouldn't be able to die even if they wanted to. That's right, that's what I thought too. However, in order to prevent this fellow from rebelling, I still have to do something to his soul. A cruel sneer appeared on the old tortoise's face. With that, a purple demonic light shot out from the old tortoise's glabella. A demonic mark condensed in the purple light before transforming into a red light that rushed into the bone thearch's skull. This. Gu Fei was very surprised. He had already vaguely guessed what the old tortoise had done to the bone thearch's soul. Hee hee. The old tortoise retracted his right hand that had trapped the bone arch. Then, he maliciously said to the panicking bone arch, I have already planted a soul curse in your soul. Your life or death is in my hands. The bone arch was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and kowtowed to the old tortoise in the void. Greetings, Master. From today onwards, I am Master's bone slave. Bone slave? That's a refreshing name. Haha. The old tortoise was very happy because the bone arch was not weak. He could be used to deal with the evil little monk and the old monk. Yes. It would be perfect if I could subdue the Emperor of the Netherworld and the Corpse Emperor. Tisk. Dream on. Upon seeing the old tortoise's happy expression, Gu Fei could not help but give him a small blow. However, with the old tortoise's current strength, it did not seem impossible for him to subdue the Emperor of the Netherworld and the Corpse Emperor. Master, please allow Bone Slave to retrieve the bones that have fallen into the blood sea. The bone arch respectfully asked the old tortoise for instructions. He quickly immersed himself in his new identity. The insufferably arrogant bone arch had actually become the old tortoise's bone slave. Gu Fei could not help but sigh at the impermanence of the world. Go. The old tortoise nodded. Upon hearing this, the bone arch bowed to the old tortoise and flew toward the place where the lower half of the bones had fallen. At this moment, the corpse general also came to the old tortoise's side. Old tortoise, can you impart your soul curse to me? Gu Fei suddenly asked the old tortoise. Why? Why do you want me to impart this magical power to you? Don't tell me. The old tortoise smirked and glanced at He Tian, who was standing beside Gu Fei. Boss, you won't do this to me, will you? He Tian suddenly shivered and cried. He already knew why Gu Fei asked the old tortoise to impart the soul curse to him. He did not want to become Gu Fei's bone slave. I really can't rest assured if I don't restrain this guy. Gu Fei looked at He Tian expressionlessly and said. Boss, don't. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare to go west. If you tell me to stand, I, Old Black, won't dare to squat. I swear. He Tian pleaded. If Gu Fei imprinted the soul curse on him, he would lose all his freedom and become Gu Fei's slave. His life and death would also be in the hands of Gu Fei. Not to mention He Tian, no one would be willing to be someone else's slave unless they had no other choice, like the bone arch. However, everyone knew that if He Tian's oath was reliable, even pigs would climb trees. Sigh. It's a pity that I can't help you. You can't learn this magical power. It's a magical power unique to the demon race. The old tortoise looked at He Tian and then at Gu Fei and said helplessly and regretfully. Woohoo! Erebus immediately cried out in joy upon hearing this. Old tortoise, help me imprint the soul curse on this guy. Gu Fei couldn't help but say to the old tortoise when he saw He Tian making a fuss. I'll make you happy. After the cheering He Tian heard Gu Fei's words, he immediately turned into a fossil. He fell from heaven to hell in an instant and experienced 2 heavens of sorrow and joy. However, the old tortoise didn't attack He Tian in the end, allowing He Tian to escape. Very soon, the bone arch also found his other half of the bone and barely pieced it back together. It would probably take some time for him to recover to his previous state. Just as the old tortoise, Gu Fei, and the others were about to leave the blood sea, they suddenly realized that a blood mist had risen from the blood sea. The blood mist shrouded heaven and earth and trapped them in the blood sea. Chapter 524. Oh no. How could I have forgotten about that guy? Hei Tian couldn't help but turn pale with fright when he saw the sinister blood mist shrouding the sea of blood. Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others were shocked by Hei Tian. Gu Fei quickly asked, "What's going on?" The sinister blood sea seemed to be boiling. Countless bubbles appeared in the blood water below. After the bubbles burst, wisps of blood mist drifted out. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise couldn't help but look at each other. They looked up at the sky and found that even the sky was completely shrouded by the blood mist. It was hazy and surging everywhere. A strong smell of blood rushed into Gu Fei's nose, making him want to vomit. Damn! I didn't expect this old guy to not have fallen and still occupy the nether blood sea. The soul in Hei Tian's skull throbbed violently. He was thinking quickly. What's going on? Old Tortoise said in a low voice. At this time, he was sure that something was definitely watching them. Two divine lights as sharp as divine weapons shot out from Old Tortoise's eyes and scanned the surroundings. He was shocked to find that he couldn't see through the blood mist around him. Even the divine sense that he released was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no movement at all. There was a powerful creature in the sinister blood sea. They seemed to have alarmed this powerful creature. Tell me quickly. Gu Fei was a little anxious. He felt a terrifying power coming from the depths of the blood sea. It was eerie and frightening, making one's heart palpitate. It's the blood fiend ancestor. Hei Tian quickly answered. He seemed to know how powerful this blood fiend ancestor was and was actually trembling with fear. TSK. Look at your cowardly appearance. You're really a disgrace to our undead clan. Bone Emperor looked at Hei Tian disdainfully and said coldly. Humph. If you knew how powerful the blood fiend ancestor was, you would have knelt down and begged for mercy. Hei Tian retorted. He didn't feel a trace of shame. Is that so? As long as this whatever ancestor dares to show himself, I'll tear him apart for you to see. The Bone Emperor said confidently. He had no choice but to become Old Turtle's bone slave, and he was looking for someone to vent his anger on. That's good. It's all up to you. Hei Tian said gloatingly. Humph. The Bone Emperor sneered and didn't say anything else. Rumble, at this moment, an extremely shocking sound came from the depths of the blood sea. It was as if tens of thousands of horses were galloping, and it was also as if tens of thousands of muffled thunder were roaring. The blood sea that had calmed down began to set off layers of waves again, and countless bones were rolling in the blood waves. The blood mist in front of them suddenly surged violently and dissipated, revealing a scene that shocked everyone. A red line appeared on the surface of the sea in the distance. The red line seemed to have no end as it crossed the endless blood sea and quickly moved towards Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others. That is. Gu Fei was taken aback. Good heavens. The commotion from his appearance seems a little too big. Old Tortoise crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his pupils shrank. His eyes shone brightly. He could already see what the red line was. It was a super huge wave, a terrifying blood-colored tsunami formed completely from scarlet blood water. Gu Fei suddenly sensed something. The moment the blood-colored tsunami appeared, he seemed to feel a trace of a familiar fluctuation. Rumble, the blood-colored tsunami came very quickly, and the deafening roar caused the entire blood sea to boil completely. The waves surged violently, and the blood waves rolled high into the sky. The blood-colored tsunami was thousands of feet high, and on top of the waves stood a blurry figure. A terrifying and evil powerful aura surged from the front. Swoosh! 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 Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others hurriedly rushed into the sky. With a wave of Old Tortoise's hand, the surging blood mist was dispersed. This blood mist couldn't trap Old Tortoise at all. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. At this moment, the Bone Emperor started to feel uneasy. The fellow who was riding on the waves was emitting a terrifying energy wave that set off thousands of feet of blood waves. He entered everyone's line of sight with an unparalleled might. This was definitely a terrifying expert who had surpassed the Emperor realm. Not only did this old guy not die, but his cultivation has also become even more terrifying. He Tian said in surprise. He seemed to know the origin of the blood fiend patriarch. Where did this guy come from? At this moment, Old Tortoise had already put away his cynical expression and became extremely solemn. The other party was a super expert who was on par with him. The Hell Dao was really abnormal. It actually bred such a powerful death creature. Some people say that this blood fiend patriarch is a blood demon born from the blood sea. He is one of the most powerful guys in this death world. He Tian stared at the blood-colored tsunami that was getting closer and closer. His skull emitted a horrified soul fluctuation. Is that so? I want to see how strong the strongest person in this world is. A cold and cruel smile appeared on Old Tortoise's face. After his strength increased, Old Tortoise wanted to find someone to practice with. This blood fiend patriarch had appeared at the right time, allowing him to fight to his heart's content. As they spoke, the 1,000 feet of blood wave had already surged to within 5 miles of them. The terrifying blood fiend chi swept over from the front like a sharp blade. As the blood fiend chi rushed over, Gu Fei felt a faint pain on his skin and was extremely shocked. Humph! Old Tortoise sneered. The other party had made such a big movement just to take him down a notch. In that case, he had to teach this blood fiend patriarch a lesson. Thinking of this, Old Tortoise stretched out his right hand and pressed forward casually. Boom! The entire world shook violently. Then, the 1,000 feet of blood wave under the feet of the bloody figure standing on top of the blood wave suddenly exploded. Blood-colored waves splashed in all directions. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out from the exploding waves. Transparent ripples immediately appeared in the entire void. The roar shook the heavens and the earth. Gu Fei only felt a buzzing sound in his ears. He could no longer hear anything. His vision turned black and his spirit shook. He felt as if his soul was being torn apart. His body swayed and he almost fell from the sky. So powerful. Gu Fei barely managed to stabilize his body. The inner heaven and earth power surged out from the Niwen Palace between his eyebrows, isolating the terrifying sound wave. He Tian and the Bone Emperor's expressions changed. The soul fire in their skulls seemed to have been hit hard and dimmed a lot. The powerful sound wave actually contained a soul power attack. Gu Fei, He Tian, and the Bone Emperor almost fell into the trap of the blood fiend patriarch. Only Old Tortoise and the corpse general standing behind him did not suffer any attack. Pung! The waves that exploded instantly turned into a blood mist. A blood-colored figure loomed in the blood mist, emitting an evil and powerful aura that made one's heart palpitate. The 1,000 feet of blood wave that swept out from the depths of the blood sea actually calmed down. In an instant, the entire blood sea actually regained its calm. This scene was too strange. Who are you? Why are you behaving atrociously in my territory? If you don't give me a satisfactory analysis, you can stay here and don't leave. The terrifying blood figure's cold voice came from the blood mist. The cold murderous intent made Gu Fei shiver involuntarily. The blood fiend patriarch seemed to be wary of Old Tortoise. Otherwise, he would have killed Gu Fei and the rest immediately and would not have spoken to them at all. All of you, back off. Old Tortoise said to Gu Fei and the rest without turning back. He felt threatened by the blood fiend patriarch. Let's go. Gu Fei did not say much. He immediately led He Tian and the Bone Emperor to retreat into the distance. The blood fiend patriarch did not stop them. His attention was on Old Tortoise and the corpse general. In particular, the blood fiend patriarch could also sense a power fluctuation from Old Tortoise that was not weaker than his. Old Tortoise, I sense the aura of the mountain and river cauldron on this guy. At this moment, Old Tortoise suddenly received a voice transmission from Gu Fei. Huh? Old Tortoise could not help but be stunned. He hurriedly asked Gu Fei, is the mountain and river cauldron really on him? Why can't I sense it? It's not on him, but this guy has definitely touched the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei analyzed. All right, I got it. Old Tortoise replied. It was the mountain and river cauldron. A battle with the blood fiend patriarch was probably inevitable. For the mountain and river cauldron, they had to fight. Hee hee. Don't you know very well why I broke into this place? Old Tortoise said to blood fiend patriarch in the blood mist in front of him. When the blood fiend patriarch heard this, he did not immediately reply. Old Tortoise was merely testing the waters. However, when he saw the blood fiend patriarch's reaction, he knew that the mountain and river cauldron must have been hidden by the blood fiend patriarch. Not only had he subdued the Bone Emperor, but he also knew the whereabouts of the mountain and river cauldron. Old Tortoise was very happy and beamed. His luck today was really good. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Blood Fiend Patriarch was secretly shocked. Could it be that this guy knew that he had obtained that item and came to kill him? If that was the case, he would be in trouble. Old Tortoise's smile became even brighter. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Hand over that item. These guys really came for that item. Damn it. Blood Fiend Patriarch was furious. A terrifying wave of energy swept out from the blood mist, and the powerful force shook the entire world. Blood Fiend Patriarch's murderous intent soared into the sky, and his blood fiend power surged. It was absolutely impossible for him to hand over that item. He had just obtained that item and had not been able to refine it yet. In the distant sky, Gu Fei and the others watched this scene anxiously. I say, Bone Slave, why don't you help your master? He Tian said sarcastically. Didn't you say that you wanted to tear that blood fiend patriarch apart? Why don't you dare to go forward? Ha! He Tian was very happy. He finally saw the Bone Emperor being defeated. Chapter 525. The two terrifying experts who had surpassed the Emperor realm confronted each other above the Blood Sea. Two terrifying energy waves spread in all directions, and their powerful auras continued to rise. The Blood Sea below was surging violently, and the blood waves carried countless dried bones into the sky. The entire Blood Sea was boiling, and the blood-colored seawater was surging violently. The two shocking auras collided, offset, and competed. Demonic aura soared into the sky, and the blood mist surged, forcing Gu Fei, He Tian, and the rest to retreat continuously. They only dared to stop and watch when they were 20 to 30 miles away. These two fellows. Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. Was this the true strength of the old turtle? It was really abnormal. It had to be said that even if the old turtle had not recovered to the terrifying cultivation of the demon clan, he was infinitely close to the almighty realm. When He Tian and the Bone Emperor saw this shocking scene, they were also horrified. The old turtle and the blood fiend patriarch were too powerful. They were so powerful that they were comparable to the legendary supreme experts of the world of death. Humph. The blood fiend patriarch can probably kill you with one finger, and you still dare to talk big about tearing him apart? What a joke. Even at this time, He Tian did not forget to attack the Bone Emperor. The Bone Emperor did not reply, but the soul fire in his skull was beating violently. He was furious. This He Tian was really too much. However, although he was angry, he did not dare to attack He Tian. This was because the old turtle had branded a forbidden spell on his soul. As long as the old turtle willed it, the Bone Emperor could instantly obliterate his soul fire and destroy his soul. It was not easy for him to find a chance to survive under the hands of the old turtle. At this time, he did not dare to act rashly. He Tian, your mouth is really poisonous. Gu Fei turned around and glared at He Tian. Boss, I am wronged. I am an undead creature. How can I have a mouth? Unless I, Old Black, am reborn. He Tian used his ruffian tricks again. Be quiet. Gu Fei's face darkened as he said coldly. Then, he looked at the two figures on the sea of blood in the distance. When He Tian saw that Gu Fei was enraged, he didn't dare to provoke the Bone Emperor anymore. He stood obediently behind Gu Fei and didn't dare to make any more moves. Boom! Suddenly, the blood fiend patriarch, who was hidden in the bloody mist, moved. Endless bloody light shot out from the bloody mist, like blood-colored divine swords, breaking through the void and piercing towards Old Turtle. There was nothing more to be said. They could only fight. The loser would lose everything, even their lives. As for the victor, he would obtain what he wanted. This was the law of the world of death. I'm stronger than you, so if you don't give me what I want, I'll snatch it. If you dare to resist, I'll destroy you. This law was simple and direct, but it was incomparably cruel. Only a cruel world could give birth to such a cruel law. Old Turtle didn't dare to be careless. He opened his mouth and spat out a stone turtle shell, which he smashed forward. There was no surging demonic aura, no vast demonic force fluctuations, and no dazzling light of a magic treasure. The stone tortoise shell was like an ordinary stone tortoise shell, but it was rapidly enlarging. When the stone tortoise shell collided with the countless rays of blood light, the stone tortoise shell had become the size of a mountain. Boom! 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 Every time the rays of bloody light collided with the stone turtle shell, there would be a loud bang. Blood-colored splendor shot out, but the stone turtle shell didn't shake at all. The terrifying bloody light couldn't stop the momentum of the stone turtle shell. The destructive blood-colored demonic light continued to crumble. Even the surging bloody mist in front of it was smashed, creating a huge hole. Bam! A figure was directly smashed out of the bloody mist by the stone turtle shell. He flew for several miles before stopping. This. Hey Tian, who knew the ins and outs of the blood fiend ancestor, almost dropped his jaw. His fleshless jaw was wide open, and the soul fire in his skull was beating violently. He didn't expect that the blood fiend ancestor would be smashed by Old Turtle's shell. Boss, what Dharma treasure is that? Hey Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Things were too unexpected. Old Turtle's strength was undoubtedly extremely powerful, but that turtle shell was definitely a precious treasure. I don't know either. Gu Fei replied. He really didn't know what Dharma treasure the stone turtle shell in Old Turtle's hand was. Could it be a precious treasure too? Even Boss doesn't know? Hey Tian was very surprised. With the friendship between these two guys, how could Boss not know the origin of this old monster's Dharma treasure? It was really strange. Roar! The blood fiend ancestor roared angrily at the sky. His expression was extremely ugly. The rolling sound waves caused the dark clouds in the sky to explode and drift in all directions. The blood sea below also exploded, and endless waves of blood shot up into the sky. The blood fiend ancestor's roar could be said to have changed the wind and clouds. Heaven and earth also lost color, as if the whole world was about to collapse. Even though Gu Fei and the others had retreated dozens of miles away, they could still feel the terrifying fluctuations of the sound waves. If they were in the past, Gu Fei's cultivation would definitely be shattered by the demonic sound if he was not prepared. Even though he had the cultivation of a demigod, it was impossible for him to resist the blood fiend ancestor's unparalleled demonic might. However, he had already used the inner heaven and earth power to isolate all the aura and fluctuations from the outside world. Even so, he still felt the blood in his body churning, and he was extremely shocked. However, Bone Emperor and Hey Tian weren't so lucky. They fell from the sky after being roared by the blood fiend ancestor. With a plop, both of them fell into the blood sea below. Voila! Hey Tian and Bone Emperor immediately rushed out of the blood sea while screaming. They were in an extremely sorry state. The soul fire in their skulls was pulsating violently, emitting intense soul ripples. The bone larch was still fine. His skeletal body contained a vast deathly aura, and the blood fiendish aura in the sea of blood didn't cause him any serious injuries. However, the ruffian skeleton, Hey Tian, was different. For some reason, he had refined all the deathly aura in his body and started cultivating the yin-yang grand technique again. Therefore, Hey Tian's yin-yang bone body didn't have any aura of death or evil. His entire bone body was being corroded by the blood-colored seawater until it emitted white smoke. Wah-ah-ah. Boss, save me. He Tian shouted as he rushed towards Gu Fei. The soul fire in his skull had actually dimmed by more than half. How can this be? Gu Fei was also shocked by He Tian's appearance. Boss, quickly open your inner world and let me in. He Tian shouted. The blood fiend Qi on his body was still corroding his soul fire, making him feel like his soul was about to dissipate. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately opened his inner world. He Tian felt like his butt was on fire. Whoosh! He shot into Gu Fei's inner world like an arrow. When Gu Fei opened his inner world, a massive life aura immediately surged out of Gu Fei's inner world. When the Bone Emperor saw He Tian rush into Gu Fei's inner world, he also took advantage of the fact that Gu Fei's inner world hadn't closed to rush in. Gu Fei ignored the Bone Emperor and immediately closed his inner world. In his own inner world, he could control everything. Even the Bone Emperor wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Furthermore, the Bone Emperor wouldn't dare to act recklessly. At this moment, the Blood Fiend Patriarch and the Old Turtle started fighting again. The Blood Fiend Patriarch glared at the Old Turtle like a wolf and punched at the Old Turtle from thousands of feet away. The domineering punch caused the entire world to shake. Blood-colored evil light illuminated the dark world. More than 10 blood waves rushed up from the blood sea below. Under the guidance of the Blood Fiend Patriarch's fist force, these blood waves were like blood-colored demonic dragons as they charged at the Old Turtle. The water of the blood sea contained a massive power of blood fiend Qi. It could corrode the vitality of a life form with vigorous vitality like the Old Turtle. It wouldn't feel good if the blood splashed on the Old Turtle. The Old Turtle's body left an afterimage as he rapidly moved thousands of feet away, avoiding the Blood Fiend Patriarch's attack. Although the Blood Fiend Patriarch's punch didn't hit the Old Turtle, it caused a part of the void to collapse. The entire sea surface sank thousands of feet from the force of his fist. Some places even revealed the bones at the bottom of the sea. Blood wave monstrous. The Blood Fiend Patriarch shouted. The entire blood sea suddenly rose into the sky. Endless blood water rushed into the sky. The monstrous blood waves surged violently and crashed down on the Old Turtle. Rumble. The old tortoise immediately unleashed its stone turtle shell. The sky shook and the earth quaked. The stone turtle shell as large as a mountain fell from the sky and pressed down. The monstrous waves that were rising against the sky were immediately suppressed. The stone turtle shell really could smash anything. After suppressing the monstrous blood waves, it directly smashed towards the Blood Fiend Patriarch's head. The Blood Fiend Patriarch flipped his hands and a large blood-colored banner that surged with monstrous blood Qi immediately appeared in his hands. The Blood Fiend Patriarch held the blood banner and shook it violently. Boom! The world shook and the entire world was shaken by him. The entire blood sea set off monstrous waves. Endless blood fiend Qi rushed out of the blood sea and gathered towards the blood banner in the Blood Fiend Patriarch's hands. A terrifying blood-colored tornado condensed and formed around the Blood Fiend Patriarch, wreaking havoc in the world. The mighty energy fluctuations of the large banner actually blocked the stone turtle shell that was smashing down. The blood banner in the Blood Fiend Patriarch's hands had great power. The void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Even Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from dozens of miles away, was almost shaken into the blood sea. Just as the Blood Fiend Patriarch shook the entire world with the large banner, a pitch-black rod suddenly swept towards the Blood Fiend Patriarch's waist from behind. This rod came so suddenly. When the Blood Fiend Patriarch realized that something was wrong, the black rod had already swept on the Blood Fiend Patriarch's waist. Bam! The Blood Fiend Patriarch was directly swept away by the rod and flew dozens of miles away. Then, with a plop, he smashed into the surging blood sea. At the place where the Blood Fiend Patriarch stood, a tall figure appeared. This person was holding a black, inconspicuous long rod. Book. Even if your comment is just a _____, it will become the author's motivation to create. Please work hard to cheer for the author. Chapter 526. The old turtle was playing dirty again. When his corpse general doppelganger was fighting with the blood fiend ancestor, it had retreated silently. Only now did it suddenly attack the blood fiend ancestor from behind and successfully sent him flying with a single blow of the staff. It had to be said that shameless humans were invincible. Shameless demons were invincible in the three realms. Although the old tortoise was a super expert comparable to a powerful figure, he was also an old ruffian. He did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. As long as he could win, he absolutely did not mind using some insidious means. The old tortoise retrieved the stone turtle shell that was smashing down from the sky when the blood fiend patriarch was sent flying by the corpse general's staff. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire sea of blood exploded, and a terrifying figure surrounded by a towering blood aura rushed out from the blood splashing all over the sky. Roar! The blood fiend patriarch was enraged. He had actually been plotted against in his own territory. This made his anger burn to the highest heavens and he almost went berserk. How dare you plot against me? All of you, die. The blood evil ancestor roared madly and waved the blood banner in his hand wildly. Monstrous waves of blood rolled and surged. A terrifying and evil demonic light rushed out from the banner. Under the illumination of the blood evil light, the void was distorted and transparent ripples visible to the naked eye appeared. The endless blood fiend demonic light was like the light of destruction. It covered the sky and shone towards the old tortoise in the sky and the corpse general above the blood sea. A terrifying power of destruction spread between heaven and earth. The corpse general's yuan qi surged violently. The vigorous yuan qi seeped out of his body and formed a layer of yuan qi divine light that blocked the terrifying blood fiend demonic light's illumination. The old tortoise had it even simpler. He opened up his inner world and the power of heaven and earth surged out, obliterating the blood fiend demonic light in the void. The corpse general was incomparably powerful. With the black staff in hand, he took a step that spanned hundreds of feet. As if he had teleported, he charged towards the blood fiend patriarch. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow and his murderous aura soared into the sky. Not knowing if it was because of the extremely powerful evil aura coming from blood fiend ancestor, the strength of the corpse general doppelganger had increased to an incredible level. In an instant, the corpse general appeared in front of the blood fiend patriarch. His powerful strength broke through the endless blood fiend demonic light. The corpse general thrust the black rod forward, aiming for the blood fiend patriarch's head. At the same time, the old turtle grabbed his magical stone turtle shell that could smash anything and attacked the blood evil patriarch. Three figures were moving rapidly above the blood sea like three flashes of lightning. Their speed was so fast that it was hard to see them with the naked eye. Three terrifying experts comparable to almighties engaged in a life and death battle above the blood sea. Terrifying energies were colliding. Heaven and earth were shaking, and the sea of blood was churning violently. The waves of blood were roaring, and it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Gu Fei could not intervene in a battle of this level. What he wanted to do now was to retrieve the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword as soon as possible. These two supreme treasures had been refined by him. Moreover, they were psychic items. Although they had rushed into the depths of the death world, if they were not trapped, they would have flown back on their own. The mountain and river cauldron must have fallen into the hands of the blood fiend patriarch. Gu Fei sensed a faint aura of the mountain and river cauldron from the blood fiend patriarch. It was obvious that the mountain and river cauldron must have been sealed somewhere by the blood evil ancestor's great divine sense. In this world, only existences comparable to almighties could seal a supreme treasure like the mountain and river cauldron. Moreover, although the supreme treasure had the terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth, if there was no one controlling it, its power would be greatly reduced and it would not be able to exert the power it should have. When Gu Fei thought of this, he stopped watching the battle between the old turtle and the blood fiend patriarch. He flew above the blood sea, avoiding the terrifying battlefield in front of him, and then flew towards the depths of the blood sea. Soon, he was far away from the area where the old turtle and the blood fiend patriarch were fighting. However, very soon, Gu Fei discovered a serious problem. In the Blood Sea, the color of blood was vast and bloody mist was rising. It was difficult to distinguish the direction at all. Moreover, he did not know where the Blood Fiend Patriarch's lair was. Gu Fei's top priority was to find the Blood Fiend Patriarch's lair because the mountain and river cauldron was likely to be hidden in his lair. However, the Blood Sea was vast and seemed to have no end. If Gu Fei was alone, he might not be able to find the Blood Fiend Patriarch's lair even if he searched for 100 years in the Blood Sea. Gu Fei helplessly stopped high in the sky and frowned. Where was the Blood Fiend Patriarch's lair? Gu Fei pondered. He had encountered a tricky problem. He realized that not only could he not find the Blood Fiend Patriarch's lair, he might even get lost in the Blood Sea. Just when Gu Fei was at his wit's end, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. How could I forget about that guy? Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He directly opened his inner world and found He Tian, who was soaking in the holy spring. Then, he grabbed the guy who was enjoying the water of life washing his bones and soul. Ouch, boss, I haven't recovered yet. Let me soak for a while more. He Tian seemed to be very reluctant to leave the holy spring that was full of life aura. He Tian fell into the Blood Sea. The blood fiend she contained in the Blood Sea corroded his bones and soul fire. The holy spring of life contained endless life essence, which happened to be the nemesis of the blood fiend she. He Tian was different from the other skeletons. He had successfully shed the death energy on his body. The water of life, for him, was beneficial and harmless. He had only soaked in the water of life in the holy spring of life for less than half an hour. He Tian's yin and yang bone body became crystal clear again, like a divine jade. The soul fire in his skull had also become vigorous. Obviously, the blood fiend she on He Tian's body had been completely cleansed by the water of life. Soak more, my ass. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and knocked hard on He Tian's skull. If Gu Fei had known that this guy had entered his inner world to soak in the holy spring of life, would he have let this guy in? He had not even soaked in the holy spring of life, but this guy had snatched it before him. You'd better find the lair of the blood fiend ancestor for me. Otherwise, I will throw you into the Blood Sea below and let you have a good soak. Gu Fei said in a low voice. What? He Tian was shocked when he heard this. The lair of the blood fiend ancestor? That was the most dangerous place in this Blood Sea. Hee. Judging from your reaction, you must know where the lair of the blood fiend ancestor is. Gu Fei saw He Tian's expression and knew that he had guessed correctly. Since He Tian knew the origin of the blood fiend ancestor, it was very likely that he knew where the lair of the blood fiend ancestor was. This guy's hands and feet were very dirty. He always coveted other people's treasures. He might have visited the lair of the three magnates in the outer region of the world of death. Otherwise, he would not have stolen the mysterious ancient seal that was comparable to the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword in the corpse king's territory. Boss, I actually don't know anything. He Tian said to Gu Fei in an extremely serious tone. Humph. Gu Fei sneered and then said coldly, it seems that some skeletons are itching and want to take a bath. Seeing that Gu Fei was serious and wasn't joking, Erebus couldn't help but feel nervous. He hastily said, Boss, don't. Erebus frantically waved his bony hands in front of him while retreating. Are you kidding me? If you really threw me into the Blood Sea below, what would happen? I might not be able to keep my life. He Tian thought. If you don't want to take a bath, quickly take me to the lair of the blood fiend ancestor. Gu Fei glared at He Tian and said sternly. If he did not teach this guy a lesson, he would not be obedient. Got it. Although He Tian was very unwilling to go to the lair of the blood fiend ancestor, he had no choice but to go under Gu Fei's threat. Who asked the other party to have such a strong fist? He Tian identified the direction in the house and then flew in a certain direction. The Netherworld River and the Blood Sea were two of the most dangerous places in the world of death. Ordinary undead creatures that entered these two places would never have the chance to get out. The blood sea was also full of danger. Moreover, this blood sea seemed to be endless. Once one went deep, it was difficult to identify the correct direction and one could get lost. When his energy was exhausted and he couldn't walk out of this evil blood sea, he could only fall into the blood sea. The blood sea was extremely powerful and could even corrode one's soul. His life and soul would be corroded by the blood sea, and he would end up with a miserable fate of having his soul destroyed. He Tian, this ruffian, was indeed a thief skeleton. He seemed to have visited the lair of the blood fiend ancestor and was very familiar with the blood sea. He flew above the blood sea with Gu Fei. Every once in a while, he would change his direction. After flying above the blood sea for 6 hours, suddenly, a shadow appeared on the surface of the sea in front of them. He Tian took Gu Fei and flew directly towards the shadow on the surface of the sea in the distance. "What is that?" Gu Fei asked. Had they already passed through the blood sea? Was the land at the end of the blood sea in front of them? "That is an island in the center of the blood sea." He Tian answered. His soul fluctuation was very weak, so weak that Gu Fei could just catch what he wanted to express. "Try to restrain your aura and strength, even the fluctuation of your soul," He Tian said. As they approached the island in front of them, He Tian's speed gradually slowed down. "Is there danger on the island?" Gu Fei saw that He Tian had become cautious. He dared not be careless. There is a powerful formation and countless blood Azura clan born from the blood sea. If we are discovered by them, we can only run for our lives, He Tian said solemnly. At this moment, a beam of blood light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It cut through the dark sky like a blood-red meteor and shot into the island in front of them. "Oh no!" He Tian was shocked. He quickly rushed into the blood mist and hid himself. Gu Fei followed closely behind He Tian and hid himself in the blood mist. The blood mist floating above the blood sea also contained blood evil qi, which could corrode lives and souls. However, the blood evil qi in the blood mist was far weaker than the blood evil qi in the sea. He Tian's yin-yang bone body was flowing with yin and yang qi. The blood mist floating around him could not touch his bone body at all. Gu Fei was more direct. The power of heaven and earth surged out from between his eyebrows and blocked all the blood-red evil spirits outside his body. He was much more relaxed than He Tian. After the blood-red light that had suddenly appeared shot into the island ahead, a few figures quickly rushed out from the island. Looking out from the blood mist, one could see that there were 5 aliens with blood-red wings on their backs. They had green faces and fangs, long arms and legs. They were skinny and had blood-red eyes. They looked like evil spirits. "That's..." Gu Fei was very surprised, because he sensed an incomparably powerful evil aura from the 5 beasts. The fellows that rushed out from the island all had the terrifying strength of the Emperor realm. The dead creatures in the inner region of the world of death were much stronger than those in the outer region. In the Nether Blood Sea, there were not only terrible experts who were comparable to great powers, but also 5 super experts of the Emperor realm. Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked. After the beasts rushed out of the island, they quickly flew in the direction of the bloody light and disappeared into the dusky sky in the blink of an eye. Those are the experts of the Blood Azura clan. The blood evil ancestor is their leader, He Tian analyzed. It seems that the blood evil ancestor is summoning the experts of the Blood Azura clan to help. Gu Fei immediately thought of the battle between the blood evil ancestor and Old Tortoise. Gu Fei and He Tian cautiously approached the island. Although the experts of the Blood Azura clan had all been dispatched, they still did not dare to be careless. Who knew if there were other experts on the island? The closer they got to the island, the more Gu Fei had a feeling in his heart. The feeling became clearer and clearer, as if there was a voice calling out to him from the unseen world. This was the most subtle connection between the soul and the soul. Gu Fei was certain that the mountain and river cauldron was on the island. They approached the island carefully and landed on it. Gu Fei found that there was not a trace of green on the island. The reddish-brown soil was very dry and hard, and there were many white bones everywhere. There was a black fog lingering on the island, making it look gloomy and terrifying. Crack. 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 Suddenly, the crisp sound of bones breaking came from not far away. This sound was made when some dry bones were crushed by hard objects. A silhouette swayed in the distance. It was a shriveled, tall, and skinny man with a green face and fangs. His skin was blood-red in color. He seemed to be patrolling the coast. Azura Island, the lair of the blood-evil ancestor. This alien resembled an evil spirit and had a strong blood-evil force surging around its body. It was the legendary blood Azura that was born in the Nether Blood Sea. Gu Fei and He Tian did not want to alarm the blood Azura clan, so they cautiously walked into the Azura Island. The blood Azura patrolling the coast did not notice Gu Fei and He Tian. It had to be said that the Azura Island was really vast. Gu Fei and He Tian walked into the island for more than 2 hours, but they had not reached the deepest part of the Azura Island. In the process, Gu Fei and He Tian encountered many blood Azuras. They dodged, and their speed was unavoidably fast and slow. On the giant island that was surrounded by blood-evil chi, there were countless dry bones scattered everywhere. Under He Tian's lead, Gu Fei and He Tian went around many castles on the island that were guarded by experts. They avoided the blood Azuras and carefully walked into the depths of the Azura Island. This book. Updated in time. Chapter 527. Gu Fei and He Tian continued to venture deeper into the Azura Island by relying on that faint connection. It was only when Gu Fei truly felt the aura of the cauldron of mountain and river that he stopped. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He could sense that the cauldron of mountain and river was nearby. Since he had refined the cauldron of mountain and river, there was a faint connection between him and the cauldron of mountain and river. Gu Fei's cultivation was not strong enough. If he was too far away from the cauldron of mountain and river, he would not be able to feel this mysterious connection. If his cultivation was strong enough, no matter how far away he was from the cauldron of mountain and river, he would be able to summon the cauldron of mountain and river to his side with a single thought. At this point, Gu Fei no longer needed He Tian to lead the way. He rushed forward at high speed. Soon, a huge city appeared in front of him. It was a pitch-black city made entirely of huge stones. It was filled with the aura of death. It was as if an ancient ferocious beast was entrenched on the earth, suffocating all who looked at it. It was obvious that this huge city had stood on the earth for countless years. It exuded an ancient and vicissitudes of life. The aura of the cauldron of mountain and river originated from this huge city. Gu Fei and He Tian did not recklessly enter the huge city. Instead, they carefully observed the movements within the city from the outside. They had to first make sure that there were no experts guarding the city. The sky above the huge city was covered in blood-red demonic clouds. The surroundings of the huge city were very spacious. There were no obstacles for them to hide in. If they wanted to enter the huge city, they would most likely be exposed. This was the center of the Azura Island. If they were discovered by the Blood Azura clan, they would be besieged by them. Gu Fei and He Tian's lives would be in danger. However, it was very strange. The huge city was quiet. There was not a single person from the Blood Azura clan. How could there be no one from the Blood Azura clan in such a huge city? Gu Fei and He Tian felt that something was wrong, but they did not know what it was. Gu Fei and He Tian had been quietly observing outside the city for nearly 2 hours, but they still could not see the shadow of a single Blood Azura clan member. Should we go in? He Tian asked. Nonsense, why not? As long as I can retrieve the mountain and river cauldron, I'm confident that I can escape even if the Blood Azura on the island are alarmed. Gu Fei said coldly, his eyes glinting with killing intent. Gu Fei and Erebus restrained their auras as much as possible, then snuck into the city without making a sound. Everything went smoothly. No one from the Blood Azura clan had discovered them. In fact, no one from the Blood Azura clan could be found in the vicinity of the giant city. The clansmen of the Blood Azura clan seemed to have retreated far away, unwilling to approach the giant city. After entering the huge city, Gu Fei's heart sensed even more strongly. He easily located the aura of the cauldron of mountain and river. There was a vast square in the center of the huge city. An ancient cauldron stood in the middle of the square like a small hill. 48 blood-red banners were placed around the square. Each banner was 10 feet long. The banners exuded a terrifying blood-evil force and were shrouded in bursts of blood-red light. The cauldron of mountain and river. Gu Fei exclaimed in joy when he saw the cauldron in the middle of the square. Gu Fei found that each of the banners was somewhat similar to the one in the hands of the blood-evil ancestor. It seemed that the demonic talismans on the banners were different. Each of the banners exuded a frightening evil aura. It was as if they were the condensation of endless evil power. The 48 banners formed a terrifying formation that sealed off the space. The vast evil power exuded from the banners firmly suppressed the cauldron in the middle of the square. This was why the cauldron of mountain and river could not return to Gu Fei's hands. The cauldron of mountain and river had been suppressed by the blood-evil ancestor's evil formation with great power. Boss, I don't think you can retrieve your heaven-defying ancient treasure. The blood-evil ancestor has really put in a lot of effort to suppress this heaven-defying ancient treasure. He Tian said to Gu Fei as he looked at the formation on the square. What do you see? Gu Fei asked. He would not touch the formation before he had a clear understanding of its power. This formation is called the blood-evil sky slaughtering formation. It's the blood-evil ancestor's trump card. He Tian said solemnly as he looked at the evil formation shrouded in blood mist. Humph. How arrogant. He actually wants to slaughter the heavens. However, this so-called sky slaughtering formation might not be impossible to break. Gu Fei sneered. The chaotic primordial qi nurtured in the mountain and river cauldron could suppress mountains and rivers. It could also smelt all the powers in the world. No one was controlling the mountain and river cauldron, so it would not automatically guide the chaotic primordial qi out. However, the situation was different after he came here. No one can break the blood-evil ancestor's formation unless a supreme expert comes in person. He Tian said. He seemed to know how powerful this formation was. Is that so? Gu Fei said disdainfully. He wanted to see what was so great about this formation. When Gu Fei thought of this, he sat down with his legs crossed. He then said to He Tian, "Protect me. Watch me break this formation and take back my things." When He Tian heard this, he could not help but stare at Gu Fei. He was also very curious about what method Gu Fei would use to break this formation. He did not say anything and immediately retreated. Gu Fei calmed himself down and then communicated with the cauldron's soul of the mountain and river cauldron with his mind. Since Gu Fei's arrival, the giant cauldron in the center of the square seemed to have sensed his presence and began to vibrate gently. The 48 banners that were inserted around the square immediately released layers of blood mist. The mist shrouded the mountain and river cauldron, trying to suppress the mountain and river cauldron with its powerful blood-evil force. For a moment, the whole square was suddenly filled with blood mist. It was as if there was a surging wave of blood mist. The entire giant city was shaking. He Tian had vaguely guessed why there was not a single member of the Blood Azura clan in this giant city. It seemed that the formation in the square had caused the entire city to become empty. When the formation was activated, it formed a terrifying force field that gathered the blood-evil force from all directions. If the members of the Blood Azura clan were in the city, they would have their blood-evil force forcefully extracted from their bodies. In the best-case scenario, they would be crippled. In the worst-case scenario, they would lose their lives. Who would dare to stay in the giant city? Gu Fei and the cauldron's soul of the mountain and river cauldron were connected. Under Gu Fei's guidance, the mountain and river cauldron in the center of the square began to shake more and more violently. Rumble, the entire giant city began to shake at the fastest speed. Crack. 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 The ground of the square began to crack. The 48 banners around the square were swaying violently. The terrifying blood-evil force was like a raging wave that swept over the square. However, it could no longer suppress the mountain and river cauldron. Soon, a misty, inconspicuous, dust-like gas emanated from the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei had successfully guided the primordial chaos qi out of the cauldron through the formation. This terrifying blood evil formation was condensed with extremely powerful blood evil force. It could block divine sense and seal the heaven and earth. However, there was a trace of spiritual connection between Gu Fei and the mountain and river cauldron. Even if the blood evil formation were to unleash its full power, it would not be able to cut off the connection. Rumble, in the midst of the loud noise, the mountain and river cauldron, which was shrouded in the primordial chaos qi, slowly rose from the ground. The entire void was shaking. The great power formed by the blood evil formation could no longer suppress the mountain and river cauldron. Seeing this scene, He Tian was extremely shocked. He was very clear about the power of the blood evil formation. In the past, the blood evil ancestor had used this formation to refine a terrifying expert of the same level as the blood evil ancestor to death. The mountain and river cauldron slowly rose into the air. Endless blood fog shrouded it. The great power was like 100,000 mountains pressing down on it. However, it could not stop the mountain and river cauldron from rising. The primordial chaos qi above the mountain and river cauldron became thicker and thicker. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly stood up from the ground. "Let's go." Gu Fei only said these two words before he turned and rushed out of the city. He Tian hurriedly followed. He could already see that the formation could not hold on any longer and was on the verge of collapse. Once the formation collapsed, the entire city would be destroyed in an instant. Swoosh! Swoosh! Gu Fei and He Tian rushed out of the city. However, they did not stop. It was not until they were more than 10 miles away from the city that they stopped on a rocky hill. At this moment, boom! There was an earth-shattering noise in the city. Even though Gu Fei and He Tian were far away from the city, they still felt the ground under their feet tremble violently. Then, dust rose into the sky from within the city. An extremely terrifying ripple of energy rippled out, and the entire city was torn apart like a piece of paper, turning into dust. Gu Fei's estimation was correct. The huge city simply could not withstand the devastation of the extremely terrifying energy that erupted when the formation collapsed. In the midst of the dust, a large cauldron rushed out of the collapsed city and flew directly towards the place where Gu Fei and He Tian were. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron tore through the void and shook the heaven and earth. Like a meteorite, it flew towards the rocky hill where Gu Fei was. Before it arrived, a strong pressure had already descended. He Tian could not help but be shocked. Gu Fei had actually broken the formation. However, he immediately remembered something. 48 banners. F***CK, I know why. The blood evil sky slaughtering formation is missing a banner. It turned out that the blood evil ancestor's great formation was not complete. The complete blood evil great formation required 49 banners to set up. However, the great formation in the huge city only required 48 banners. However, even so, the blood evil sky slaughtering formation was not to be underestimated. Just as the mountain and river cauldron was about to fly back to Gu Fei and was about to be retrieved by Gu Fei, a blood-colored figure suddenly rushed over from afar. It was incredibly fast. Boom! The blood-colored figure directly punched the mountain and river cauldron. He wanted to blow the mountain and river cauldron away and prevent Gu Fei from retrieving the mountain and river cauldron. The ferocious power bombarded the mountain and river cauldron, causing it to shake continuously. However, the person who attacked was also sent flying by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Although the person who suddenly attacked was extremely powerful, he could not stop the mountain and river cauldron from returning. Swoosh! The mountain and river cauldron turned into a blurry chaotic divine light and directly rushed into Gu Fei's left hand. Then, it directly followed Gu Fei's meridians and entered the void of Gu Fei's dantian. This time, the mountain and river cauldron was no longer limited to only being smelted into his left hand. Instead, it entered the void of his dantian and merged with the 5 elements yuan qi. This change was very similar to the situation when a Taoist used his own Tao power to nourish his natal magic weapon. Roar! The blood-colored figure looked up to the sky and roared angrily. His voice shook the sky and a terrifying power surged from his body like a volcanic eruption. Blood light illuminated the dark night sky. I can't believe someone dared to steal something from the Blood Shah clan. How reckless. The blood-colored figure was shrouded in a layer of blood mist. His psyche waves were extremely chilling. One could only vaguely see that this person was tall and thin with a pair of flesh wings growing from his back. The other members of the Blood Azura clan have all left this giant city. Only you are loitering nearby. Humph. You are not a good person either. Before Gu Fei could speak, He Tian had already taken a step forward and said mockingly. Who are you? Where did you come from? How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me, the Azura Emperor? The person seemed to have been seen through by He Tian and became angry out of humiliation. This person was loitering around the giant city. Of course, he was coveting the mountain and river cauldron in the giant city. Does it matter who I am? Gu Fei took 2 steps forward and said coldly. With the mountain and river cauldron in hand, he had become much bolder. The Azura Emperor's voice was extremely gloomy. You are very conceited. But don't be conceited in front of me. People who are too conceited often don't live long. The Azura Emperor had already developed a murderous intent towards Gu Fei and He Tian. He did not conceal his murderous intent at all. Gu Fei and He Tian were secretly shocked and quickly took a few steps back. I have noticed you since you approached the Blood Shah city. You are destined to be unable to escape. If you hand over the heaven-defying ancient treasure, I will consider letting you go. How ridiculous. You will let us go? What a load of lies. Erebus said disdainfully. Did this Shura sovereign think they were fools? Are you really willing to let us go? Just as the Azura Emperor was about to make a fuss, Gu Fei suddenly said such words. Boss, you. He Tian was startled. He. Very good. I, the Azura Emperor, am a man of my words. As long as you hand over the heaven-defying ancient treasure, I will let you leave Azura Island. However, this skeleton must stay. The Azura Emperor who was about to attack Gu Fei and He Tian was secretly happy when he heard Gu Fei's words. As long as the heaven-defying ancient treasure is in my hands, I will immediately kill you 2 ants. I will not leave anyone alive to let that bastard Blood Shah know that the heaven-defying ancient treasure is in my hands. Boss, what's wrong with you? He Tian transmitted his voice to the Azura Emperor. You will know in a moment. Gu Fei replied. Then, he stretched out his left hand and an ancient cauldron flew out from his palm towards the Azura Emperor. Chapter 528. The Shura sovereign couldn't wait to catch the mountain and river cauldron. As expected, the mountain and river cauldron fell into the Shura sovereign's hands. Very good. You can all die now. The Shura sovereign laughed heartily. He didn't expect to get his hands on such a heaven-defying ancient treasure so easily. In this world of death, a supreme treasure was known as a heaven-defying ancient treasure. It was the strongest treasure and weapon in this world. Legend had it that those who obtained a heaven-defying ancient treasure would have the opportunity to enter the source of this world. They would be able to break through the shackles of this world and enter another world. Legend was legend after all. There was no evidence to prove its authenticity. However, since ancient times, there were many unimaginably powerful existences in the world of death who entered the source of this world. Then, they never came out again. It was rumored that these supreme experts had already entered another world to pursue even greater power. These legends weren't a secret in the inner regions of the world of death. However, in the outer regions of the world of death, only the undead creatures with cultivation above the Emperor realm knew about these secrets. I, the Shura sovereign, am now qualified to enter that place. The Shura sovereign was wild with joy. However, he didn't forget to kill Gu Fei and He Tian because of this. This matter was too important. After obtaining this heaven-defying ancient treasure, the Shura sovereign didn't dare to stay on Azura Island any longer. If the blood fiend ancestor returned and saw that the heaven-defying ancient treasure was gone, he would definitely turn the entire Azura island upside down. Although the Shura sovereign was extremely powerful, even stronger than the undead creatures of the Emperor realm, he had no choice but to submit to the blood fiend ancestor. Are you going to go back on your word? Gu Fei stared at the Shura sovereign in the blood mist and said coldly. Humph. So what if I go back on my word? What can you do to me? The Shura sovereign said disdainfully. Killing you is like killing 2 ants. Who do you think I am? How can I talk about honor with ants like you? Obediently accept your death. I might be able to make you suffer less. The Shura sovereign was like a high and mighty god looking down on the lowly creatures beneath his feet, incomparably arrogant. Boss, I'm really going to die this time. The soul flame in He Tian's skull pulsated violently, emitting a horrified soul fluctuation. In fact, when Gu Fei handed over the mountain and river cauldron, this guy had already guessed what Gu Fei was going to do. He was just cooperating with Gu Fei to put on a show. However, it had to be said that this ruffian, He Tian, really had a talent for acting. His acting was so realistic that there was not a single flaw. Just then, a few powerful evil auras appeared in the distance. The other blood Shura on the island were alarmed and were rushing towards the giant city. The Shura sovereign didn't say anything else. He extended his blood-red right hand and pressed it down on Gu Fei and He Tian. Pung! A demonic blood-red light appeared in his hand. The powerful force caused ripples in the void around the Shura sovereign's right hand. The Shura sovereign was about to attack and kill Gu Fei, but at this moment, Gu Fei's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. Then, the Shura sovereign felt the mountain and river cauldron in his left hand suddenly sink. A powerful aura that seemed to come from the primitive universe suddenly erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. Not good. The Shura sovereign was shocked. However, before he could react, the mountain and river cauldron in his hand suddenly expanded to the size of a mountain. A powerful force surged out of the mountain and river cauldron and froze the space around it. The mountain and river cauldron displayed the power to suppress all directions. The entire void seemed to solidify and the Shura sovereign was imprisoned in the sky. Roar! The Shura sovereign roared angrily. He desperately urged his strength, wanting to break the imprisonment power and rush out. The entire world trembled under the Shura sovereign's power. Even the mountain and river cauldron shook from the impact of the Shura sovereign's blood-red light. It seemed to be able to break out of the void that was imprisoned by the mountain and river cauldron. Boss, we should take this opportunity to escape. He Tian hurriedly transmitted his voice. The mountain and river cauldron temporarily suppressed the Shura king, but the Shura sovereign's strength was too strong. Even the mountain and river cauldron seemed to be unable to suppress him. What are you afraid of? Watch me suck him into the mountain and river cauldron and refine him. Gu Fei shouted coldly. He then rushed to the side of the mountain and river cauldron and placed his right hand on the body of the mountain and river cauldron. You ant, I will capture your divine soul and use the demonic blood fire to suppress it for 10,000 years. I will make you suffer the pain of refining your divine soul. Only then will I completely kill you. The Shura sovereign was completely furious. He never thought that a weak life like an ant in front of him would dare to plot against him. It was unforgivable. Humph. Gu Fei sneered, that will absolutely not happen, because you won't have the chance. As he said that, Gu Fei roused his yuan qi and poured it into the mountain and river cauldron, stimulating the supreme power of the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently. The giant ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron seemed to come to life, emitting extremely powerful soul fluctuations. However, the divine souls of the giant ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron didn't take form. Gu Fei didn't use the power of the ancient beast souls. His goal was to guide the primordial chaos qi, suck the Shura sovereign into the cauldron, and then completely refine him. Rumble! The entire world shook violently under the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The void seemed like it could collapse at any time. The He Tian saw that the situation wasn't right, so he had already escaped far away. After the mountain and river cauldron absorbed nearly 1/3 of Gu Fei's yuan qi, the primordial chaos qi gushed out from the mountain and river cauldron like a primordial dragon. It swept down from the mouth of the cauldron, wrapped around the Shura sovereign, and pulled him into the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently. The mouth of the cauldron was pitch black, and the primordial chaos qi surged. It transformed into a heaven-devouring power, as if it wanted to suck the entire world into the cauldron. The Shura sovereign, who was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by the primordial chaos qi, roared again and again. Pung! 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 The Shura sovereign's power shook the heavens, and his cultivation was unparalleled. The mountain and river cauldron shook again and again. The primitive beast soul on the body of the cauldron also showed signs of rushing out of the cauldron. He wanted to break the mountain and river cauldron and rush out. However, the mountain and river cauldron was the fastest treasure to be accessed by the computer. Even if it was a real supreme almighty, they would not be able to destroy it. The Shura sovereign was only putting up a last-ditch struggle. Gu Fei withdrew his right hand from the body of the cauldron, and then flew up into the sky. He sat cross-legged above the mountain and river cauldron, suppressing the mouth of the cauldron. Endless yuan qi surged from his body, and began to refine the Shura sovereign inside the cauldron. A desperate roar and a blood-curdling scream came from the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron emitted a dazzling divine light, like a burning ancient divine mountain. Within the light, the shadows of countless beasts could be vaguely seen. Swoosh! 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 Figures flickered nearby. The experts of the Blood Azura clan had finally come near. Soon, the experts of the Blood Azura clan were engaged in a fierce battle with the Hei Tian. Bang! A blood fiend Azura with a pair of wings on his back and a blood-red horn on his head punched Hei Tian and sent him flying. Boom! He crashed into a 1,000-pound boulder, causing dust and rocks to fly everywhere. Wah wah wah! Boss, save me! Hei Tian cried out in panic. The blood fiend Azura with a blood-red horn on his head was incomparably powerful. His strength was actually stronger than Hei Tian's. At this moment, another blood fiend Azura rushed towards Hei Tian. Hei Tian could not help but be moved. It was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Moreover, the other party was still rushing over from all directions. Boom! Another blood fiend Azura kicked Hei Tian and sent him flying. Fortunately, his yin-yang bone body was incomparably hard. Otherwise, his bones would have been smashed into pieces. When Gu Fei saw that Hei Tian was in danger, he hurriedly opened his inner world and directly threw the Bone Emperor out. The Bone Emperor was originally staying well in Gu Fei's inner world. He originally wanted to wait until the battle outside was over before leaving. However, he was suddenly thrown out by Gu Fei. While he was shocked and angry, he could not help but greet all 18 generations of Gu Fei's ancestors. This Bone Emperor had been subdued by Old Tortoise. After becoming Old Tortoise's bone slave, he already had a bellyful of work to do and could not find a place to vent his anger. It was just the right time to vent his anger on these blood fiend Azuras. Buzz! A terrifying soul fluctuation erupted from the Bone Emperor's skull. The soul fire in the skull was like a sun. It emitted a brilliant light that illuminated the entire heaven and earth. Chi 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 chi, vast soul power condensed into millions of soul divine light that pierced through the air. It was like a divine sword that shook the heavens as it shot out in all directions. The blood fiend Azuras that were charging over from all directions were instantly within the range of the Bone Emperor's attack. They looked at the light of destruction that was shooting towards them in fear. Miserable cries, alarmed cries, and furious roars resounded. The Bone Emperor's attack was indeed extraordinary. In an instant, he caused those blood fiend Azuras to panic. Pft! 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 Demonic flowers of blood erupted around the rocky mound. Many blood fiend Azuras had their bodies penetrated by the soul divine light and rolled off the rocky mound. Only a dozen blood fiend Azuras with blood-colored horns on their heads shattered the soul divine light and continued to charge towards the Bone Emperor and Hei Tian. A few single-horned blood-fiend Azuras soared into the sky and charged towards Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain and river cauldron. However, even though these blood-fiend Azuras were powerful, when they got close to Gu Fei, they were sent flying thousands of feet away by a powerful force and exploded in the void. Those blood-fiend Azuras were shattered by the terrifying force of the mountain and river cauldron. They turned into clouds of blood mist and died. When all the blood-fiend Azuras saw this, they were all shocked. None of them dared to soar into the sky and charge towards Gu Fei. Although the blood-fiend Azura tribe was ferocious and warlike, it didn't mean that they were willing to throw their lives away. The Bone Emperor displayed the powerful battle prowess of the Emperor realm. With a single punch, he blasted a single-horned blood-fiend Azura into pieces. With a stomp, he crushed the head of another blood-fiend Azura. He was like the reincarnation of a god of death as he rapidly reaped the lives of these blood-fiend Azuras. The Bone Emperor went on a killing spree and mercilessly killed all the blood-fiend Azuras who dared to charge towards the rocky mound. He could finally vent the anger in his chest. On the other hand, that ruffian He Tian retreated after the Bone Emperor made his move. He watched from the side as the Bone Emperor went on a killing spree. At this moment, those powerful single-horned blood-fiend Azuras no longer cared about He Tian as they all attacked the Bone Emperor. However, the ferocious attack was indeed met with an even more ferocious counterattack. The Bone Emperor's attack was very direct. He continuously tore apart, shattered, and stomped on the blood-fiend Azuras who were charging towards him. The stench of blood dyed his body red. He was bathing in the fresh blood of the blood-fiend Azuras. On the rocky mound, there was a large amount of flesh and blood scattered. An extremely pungent smell wafted in the air. There was also a bloody mist that had yet to dissipate. The entire rocky mound had become a slaughterhouse. After the last blood-fiend Azura was killed by the Bone Emperor, no other blood-fiend Azura dared to charge towards the rocky mound. Even the powerful blood-fiend Azura wasn't a match for the Bone Emperor. Those hornless blood-fiend Azuras didn't dare to send themselves to their deaths. After this short but intense battle, one could tell the level of these blood-fiend Azuras. Those hornless blood-fiend Azuras were obviously of the weaker level. Those blood-fiend Azuras with blood-colored horns were the strongest among these blood-fiend Azuras. Over a dozen blood-fiend Azuras had the strength of a king in the death world. Unfortunately, they had encountered an emperor who was even stronger than a king. When Gu Fei saw that the blood-fiend Azuras were temporarily intimidated by the Bone Emperor, he no longer had any worries and focused all his energy on refining the Azura Emperor. The mountain and river cauldron revolved slowly in the air above the rocky mound. Its entire body emitted a brilliant glow as a terrifying power surged. The despairing roars from within the cauldron became weaker and weaker. In the end, the desolate beast souls on the cauldron still transformed from the cauldron. They rushed into the cauldron and participated in refining the Azura Emperor. After those beast souls rushed into the mountain and river cauldron, their soul power was absorbed. The mountain and river cauldron immediately shone brightly like a blazing sun in the sky, illuminating the world. All the experts on Azura Island who could match the Bone Emperor had been summoned by the Blood-Fiend Patriarch. The only one who could deal with the Bone Emperor, the Azura Emperor, had been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron. Hence, the Blood-Fiend Azura tribe was in a tragedy. More and more Blood-Fiend Shuras gathered around the rocky hill. However, they could only watch as Gu Fei gradually refined their emperor. The Shura sovereign in the cauldron screamed again and again. In the end, it became completely weak and became silent. At the same time, the mountain and river cauldron also quieted down. Gu Fei waved his hand and the mountain and river cauldron, which was as big as a mountain, shrunk to an inch tall and appeared in his palm. __8. Chapter 529. After Gu Fei refined the Shura sovereign, he was extremely weak. At this moment, the ruffian He Tian came over to fawn over him. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" Before He Tian could flatter him, he saw that Gu Fei's face was as pale as a sheet. Gu Fei's body was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Hurry up and carry me. Let's leave this place. Their experts should be back soon." Gu Fei said to He Tian weakly. After refining the Shura sovereign, the energy in his body had almost been drained by the mountain and river cauldron. Yes, boss. He Tian didn't say much. He carried Gu Fei on his back and rushed out of Azura Island. The Bone Emperor brought up the rear. From time to time, powerful blood fiend Azuras would soar into the sky in an attempt to intercept Gu Fei and the others. However, these blood fiend Azuras who dared to attack were instantly killed by the Bone Emperor. Originally, with the Shura sovereign overseeing Azura Island, there should have been no danger. This was because the Shura sovereign was even stronger than the Emperor, Bone Emperor. Unfortunately, the Shura sovereign was too confident in his own strength. As a result, he didn't care about Gu Fei and He Tian at all. Hence, the insufferably arrogant Shura sovereign met a tragic end. The emperor of the blood fiend Azura clan had actually been refined to death by an ant. If news of this got out, the blood fiend Azura clan would really lose face. Gu Fei knew that something had happened on Azura Island. As long as the emperor, expert summoned by the blood fiend patriarch hadn't been killed by the old turtle, they would rush back immediately. Even the blood fiend patriarch might be able to shake off the old turtle and return to Azura Island. If they didn't leave now, when the true experts of the blood fiend Azura clan returned, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. With the escort of the emperor, expert like the Bone Emperor, He Tian and Gu Fei didn't need to hide at all. They rushed out of the island. Along the way, they passed by some castles guarded by experts. One or two powerful blood fiend Azuras would rush out of the castles to intercept Gu Fei and Gu Fei. Although these single-horned blood fiend Azuras were extremely powerful, they were nothing in front of the Bone Larch. They were mercilessly killed by the Bone Larch in a single exchange. The stench of blood rained down from the sky as dismembered corpses fell from the sky. They were simply sending themselves to their deaths. The one-horned blood fiend Shura was simply not a match for the Bone Emperor. The two of them were simply not on the same level. No matter how many one-horned blood fiend Shura came, they would be killed by the Bone Emperor. Soon, He Tian rushed out of Azura Island with Gu Fei on his back and disappeared above the Blood Sea. Quite a number of blood fiend Azuras chased them out of Azura Island. However, the Blood Sea was shrouded in mist and visibility was very low. It was impossible to determine the direction. Not long after entering the Blood Sea, these blood fiend Azuras lost track of Gu Fei and Gu Fei. Not long after Gu Fei and Gu Fei left, 3 blood-colored beams of light appeared in the distant sky. They tore through the pitch-black void and rushed into Azura Island. As Gu Fei had expected, the experts of the blood fiend Azura clan had really returned to Azura Island. Following which, a few angry and sorrowful roars could be heard from the island. It could be said that the blood fiend Azura clan had suffered heavy losses this time. Almost all the monarch experts had been killed by the Bone Emperor. Even the Azura sovereign, who was guarding Azura Island, had been refined to death by Gu Fei. The blood fiend Azura clan had suffered a great loss. It would probably take them several hundred years to recover. While Azura Island was in a mess, Gu Fei, He Tian, and the Bone Emperor were already thousands of miles away. He Tian was no stranger to the Blood Sea. He carried Gu Fei on his back and brought the Bone Emperor with him as they flew close to the surface of the Blood Sea. There was a blood mist on the surface of the sea, so it was not easy for them to be discovered by the blood fiend Azura clan. 10 to 12 hours later, He Tian had actually rushed out of the Blood Sea with Gu Fei on his back and entered a barren mountain. The Blood Sea was not endless. As long as a powerful creature was familiar with the Blood Sea, it would not be trapped by it. Otherwise, wouldn't the blood fiend Azura clan be trapped in the Blood Sea? This He Tian had definitely visited the lair of the blood fiend Azura clan before. Otherwise, he would not be so familiar with this incomparably evil Nether Blood Sea. He Tian was extremely cunning and astute. Otherwise, with so many enemies, he would have been killed many times over. He carried Gu Fei on his back and found a secluded little valley. Then, he opened up a temporary cave abode in the depths of the valley and found a huge rock to block the cave entrance. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the newly opened cave abode. After adjusting his breathing for a while, he finally recovered some energy. Then, he said to the Bone Emperor, "Go find your master and tell him that I am here. I might need to go into seclusion for a period of time." When the Bone Emperor heard this, he did not say anything and left immediately. After the Bone Emperor left, Gu Fei opened up his inner world and entered it with Hei Tian. This newly opened cave abode became an empty cave abode. Once the owner of the inner world entered it, the inner world would not move. Therefore, if Gu Fei wanted to come out of the inner world, he would only appear in this cave abode. The spatial coordinates for opening and closing the inner world were fixed. There would not be a situation where one would enter the inner world from one place and then come out from another place. At least, given Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could not do this unless he had the cultivation of an almighty. Gu Fei's inner world had already grown to a radius of several dozen miles. The spiritual energy in the inner world was extremely dense, and the life aura was even more exuberant. Lush green grass and bright flowers began to appear on the originally barren land. There were even bees and butterflies fluttering among the flowers. A radius of several dozen miles was insignificant compared to the old turtle's small world, which had a radius of 1,000 miles. Within the radius of several dozen miles, there was a valley filled with spiritual energy and abnormally exuberant vitality. This valley was the source of life in this inner world. The valley was lush and verdant. In the flat central area, there was a place where countless spiritual essences of heaven and earth grew. There was a small pool that was about 1 square foot. Inside the pool, dark green spring water gurgled and overflowed with sparkling brilliance, as if it was formed by the convergence of bejeweled nectar. At this moment, a person was lying in the small pool. It was a weary-looking young man who seemed to have lost a large amount of vitality. This young man was Gu Fei. A skeleton with a black and white bone body was sitting cross-legged beside the pool. Yin and yang qi circulated above the skeleton, and the surrounding life essence was constantly gathering in its skull. This skeleton was cultivating. In order to refine the Shura sovereign, it could be said that Gu Fei had paid a considerable price. His originally exuberant vitality had almost dried up. Now that he was soaking in the pool, Gu Fei's body began to rapidly absorb the vitality essence. It was like a desert that had been suffering from a drought for a long time finally receiving dew. As Gu Fei lay in the pool, he felt that his throat was dry and cracked. He had lost a large amount of vitality, causing his entire body to collapse. He began to drink the divine spring of life. The spring water was very sweet, and it also had bursts of fragrance. It moisturized Gu Fei's throat like bejeweled nectar, leaving an endless aftertaste. This was Gu Fei's first time drinking the divine spring of life. The dried-up vitality gradually regenerated in his body. His flesh and blood slowly recovered, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were slowly nourished by the vitality essence. After drinking a large amount of the divine spring of life, Gu Fei's body was filled with a vast amount of vitality. He lay in the spring water and didn't want to move anymore. He lay there for a full 6 hours. The vitality essence gradually replenished the vitality in his body. He could feel that the vitality in his body was gradually becoming stronger. At this time, Gu Fei moved his arms and legs. His body suddenly emitted a burst of crackling sounds. Soaking in the divine spring of life, Gu Fei felt very comfortable and calm. His flesh and blood were very comfortable. As he soaked in the spring water, a large amount of vitality essence entered his body through his pores. Next to the divine spring of life was a small tree that was half a meter tall. It flickered with green light and looked like it was carved out of jade. There were many magical fruits on the branches of the small tree. Each fruit had yin and yang energy curling around it. The faint fruity fragrance was enough to raise one's spirit. Although the small tree was short, its branches were vigorous and powerful. They snaked and stretched like a horned dragon. This small tree seemed to have existed since the beginning of the world. It gave off a very strange feeling of vicissitudes and vicissitudes. This was the immortal god tree and immortal god fruit, which were rarer and more precious than the longevity grass. In the world of death, the immortal god fruit was also known as the divine yin-yang fruit. Gu Fei did not eat the immortal god fruit again. Even if he did not eat it, he could still recover the vitality that he had used. After an unknown period of time, the vitality in Gu Fei's body flourished again. The power of the 5 elements was boiling, rolling, and surging like waves. This divine spring was too magical. It actually allowed him to completely recover his vitality in such a short time. If he had relied on his own cultivation, it would have taken him a month or 2 to recover. Gu Fei stood up and walked out of the divine spring. He waved his arms vigorously, as if there was an inexhaustible power in his body. Buzz! A beam of light rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian. Within the light was an ancient cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was no longer smelted into his left hand. Instead, Gu Fei kept it in the void of his dantian and nourished it day and night with his own 5 elements yuan qi. Gu Fei waved his hand and the mountain and river cauldron that had rushed out of his dantian fell into his hand. The small cauldron that was an inch tall was small and imposing. It gave off a simple and unadorned aura. No one would have thought that such a small cauldron could actually turn a super expert of the blood fiend Azura clan into ashes. The mountain and river cauldron had been taken back, and there was also the purple gold divine sword. Where was the purple gold divine sword now? When Gu Fei thought of this, he could not help but frown. Gu Fei put the mountain and river cauldron back into his dantian and then sat cross-legged next to the divine spring. He continued to circulate his magic and quickly entered a state of cultivation. The surroundings of the heavenly spring was the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire inner world. Gu Fei breathed in and out the spiritual energy, using the endless life essence to temper his body. Wisps of 5 elemental essence were refined from the endless spiritual energy, replenishing his dantian and the 365 acupoints in his body. Gu Fei's 5 elemental essence was increasing bit by bit, but the speed was extremely slow. Who knew how long it would take for him to fill up his dantian and the 365 acupoints? Different from the world of death, Gu Fei's inner world had day and night. A day was the same as the outside world. There were 24 hours in a day. 3 days later, Gu Fei opened his inner world and walked out with He Tian. After they came out of the inner world, they did not see Old Tortoise or Bone Emperor in the cave. In these 3 days, not only did Gu Fei recover to his peak state, but He Tian's cultivation had also improved greatly. There were even signs of him breaking through to the Emperor realm. He Tian used 3 days to refine the divine yin-yang fruit that Gu Fei had given him. The huge yin and yang qi not only tempered his body, but also enhanced his soul power to the Emperor realm. He Tian's strength was already on par with Gu Fei's. Demigods among human cultivators were equivalent to the king realm in the world of death. They were stronger than the Emperor realm, but weaker than the Emperor realm. Gu Fei might not be able to defeat the Emperor stage experts in the world of death, but killing king stage experts was as easy as flipping his hand. Of course, if he caught them by surprise, even Emperor stage experts would have to die at Gu Fei's hands, because he had the mountain and river cauldron. If the power of the supreme treasure was fully unleashed, it would definitely be comparable to a supreme almighty. Although it was difficult for Gu Fei to unleash the full power of the supreme treasure with his current cultivation, it was still possible for him to kill experts of a higher level. The Old Tortoise hasn't been here before? Gu Fei looked around and found no trace of people. In other words, since he entered the inner world, no one else had entered this cave. Pushing away the big stone that blocked the cave, Gu Fei and He Tian walked out. The sky was still dark, and the dark clouds floating in the sky almost covered the ground. It was eerie and terrifying, without a trace of life. This was the true portrayal of this world. Boss, could it be that the bone slave hasn't found his master, or? He Tian wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said expressionlessly, "Speak." Would there be an accident when the bone slave's master fought with the blood evil ancestor? Or maybe the bone slave was found by the experts of the blood evil Azura clan, and then? He Tian analyzed. He Tian had already started to call the Bone King by the name of the bone slave. Humph. The Old Tortoise is even more cunning than you. What accident could happen to him? Moreover, he has an extremely powerful doppelganger. Perhaps it is as you said, the Bone King really hasn't found his master. Gu Fei said. He Tian seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Let's go. Let's go out and take a look. As Gu Fei spoke, he rushed into the sky and flew out of the small valley. He Tian hurriedly rushed into the sky and chased after Gu Fei. Before they could walk out of this desolate mountain range, Gu Fei and He Tian were intercepted by a blood fiend Azura that looked like a demon with a pair of wings on its back, a blood-colored horn on its head, and fangs from the Qing Miao tribe. __. Chapter 530. An Emperor, Realm Expert? Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the other party. A terrifying and evil power surged from the other party, making him feel suffocated. The soul fire in He Tian's skull also pulsed violently. Were you the ones who killed that idiot, Shura Sovereign? The horned blood fiend Shura that had intercepted Gu Fei and He Tian said darkly. His blood-red eyes shone with an evil light as he swept his gaze over Gu Fei and He Tian. Humph. Why ask if you already know? Gu Fei sneered. He was secretly on guard. The mountain and river cauldron in his dantian could rush out at any time and attack the other party with all his might. Boss, what do we do? He Tian transmitted to Gu Fei. This ruffian couldn't help but feel nervous in the face of an emperor, realm elite. You charge forward and fight him. Then I'll find a chance to suck this guy into the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei transmitted. Boss, no way. Aren't you trying to harm me? He Tian cried. Although his cultivation had increased, he hadn't reached the point where he could fight an emperor, realm elite alone. Humph. Don't even think about escaping. I'm not an idiot like Shura Sovereign, the horned blood fiend Shura said coldly. He seemed to have sensed Gu Fei and He Tian transmitting. This guy wasn't as strong as Shura Sovereign, but he was arrogant. He looked down on Shura Sovereign and called him an idiot. You seem to be very arrogant. You should know that even Shura Sovereign died at our hands. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise. Gu Fei said harshly. Otherwise what? The horned blood fiend Shura said disdainfully. He didn't care about Gu Fei's threat at all. Otherwise, we'll reluctantly send you to see the Shura Sovereign. He Tian's skull emitted a soul power fluctuation. Ha! The horned blood fiend Shura laughed in extreme anger. This is the funniest joke I, Crimson Demon, have ever heard. Very good, since you let me hear such a funny joke, as repayment, I will let you die more comfortably. With that, the single-horned blood fiend Azura Scarlet Demon spread its fingers. Chi! 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 His slender fingers, which looked like a layer of blood-colored skin wrapped around his bones, suddenly shot out 5 beams of blood-colored demonic light that enveloped Gu Fei and He Tian. Roar! He Tian let out an enraged roar. Dazzling yin and yang divine light radiated from all over his body, and 2 beams of divine light, one black and one white, shot out from his eye sockets at the same time to meet the oncoming blood-red devilish light. Pooh! Pooh! With 2 soft sounds, the blood-red devilish light broke through the 2 beams of yin and yang divine light that shot out from He Tian's eye sockets. Its momentum did not diminish, and it continued to pierce through He Tian's skull. There was a great disparity between the strong. He Tian hurriedly left behind an afterimage on the spot. He used a mystical footwork technique and dodged to the side. Once he used this mystical footwork technique, Taoist rhymes flowed under He Tian's feet. At the same time, the 3 beams of blood-red devilish light that shot towards Gu Fei were also dodged by Gu Fei. He used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the offensive battle technique of 8 steps 8 kills. With 1 step, it was as if he had teleported. He instantly appeared in the sky above the Crimson Demon, and then stomped down on the Crimson Demon. Boom! The space under Gu Fei's feet seemed to suddenly collapse. The entire space was trembling, and an extremely terrifying and ferocious power spread under his feet, shattering everything. Child's play. The Crimson Demon did not dodge at all. Instead, he threw a punch upwards, and a glaring blood-red light exploded from his fist, illuminating the entire heaven and earth in a crimson-red color. Bam! The fist and the leg collided, and a muffled sound that could cause one to vomit blood was heard. This was a head-on clash between two powerful forces. There were no fancy tricks involved, and it was a clash of pure strength. A part of the void was spread out from the point where the two extremely powerful forces collided, and the powerful force that was released tore the void apart. Gu Fei was sent flying into the sky by a powerful force. The first step of the 8 steps 8 kills was dispelled by the powerful force of the Crimson Demon just like that. The Crimson Demon did not have it easy either. He was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei, and with a boom, he was smashed into the mountain below, and a cloud of dust was kicked up. Gu Fei was not an ordinary demigod. Instead, he had attained the cultivation of a demigod through his martial arts. The toughness of his physical body had reached a terrifying level. After his physical body had undergone another transformation, Gu Fei was no longer afraid of any weapons, magic treasures, or weapons. His physical body was able to resist them, and he could even shatter them with a single punch. Although the Crimson Demon was an Emperor stage cultivator, the toughness of his physical body was definitely no match for Gu Fei's. The consequence of underestimating Gu Fei was that he had been stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei. The Crimson Demon had suffered a loss, and he was enraged. He let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. Boundless blood mist burst out from his body, enveloping the heaven and earth as he charged towards Gu Fei. Azura's extermination. The Crimson Demon bellowed furiously, and the boundless blood mist seemed to have transformed into a towering blood wave, which surged towards Gu Fei. The entire sky was shaken by this extremely powerful force. Within the boundless blood light, countless blood-colored demons could be vaguely seen, and they let out heart-palpitating demonic howls. "I'll fight it out with you." Gu Fei also let out a furious roar, and his long hair danced in the wind. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and he dove down from the sky like a meteorite. As his hand seals changed, a 5-colored light wheel that emitted boundless 5 elements yuan qi appeared in front of Gu Fei. A terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the 5 elements light wheel. "Boss!" He Tian exclaimed. From Gu Fei's stance, it seemed like he really wanted to fight it out with the Crimson Demon. He used a mystical footwork technique and dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, intending to lend a hand. However, He Tian's rescue seemed to be a little too late. "You're courting death." The Crimson Demon saw that Gu Fei seemed to have gone mad, and was desperately stirring the yuan qi in his body to fight it out with him. This was exactly what he wanted. However, just as the blood-colored wave of destruction was about to collide with Gu Fei's 5 elements light wheel, the 5 elements light wheel, which was emitting a terrifying energy wave, instantly collapsed. At the same time, a brilliant light suddenly rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian. Boom! An energy wave that caused the world to lose its color erupted like a volcano. A simple and unadorned cauldron instantly grew to the size of a mountain. The mouth of the cauldron was like a bottomless black hole, and it produced a terrifying energy that could devour the heavens and earth. It instantly enveloped the Crimson Demon and sucked him into the cauldron. The cauldron spewed out primordial chaos energy, sealing the mouth of the cauldron and suppressing the Crimson Demon. Chapter 531. "Ha! Boss, good job." He Tian rushed over and laughed. An emperor had been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. This meant that the disgusting Scarlet Demon would only have one fate, to be refined by the mountain and river cauldron and have his soul destroyed. He Tian came to Gu Fei's side and secretly let out a sigh of relief. "I was lucky." Gu Fei was still shocked. If he had made the slightest mistake, it would have been hard to predict what would have happened to him. If he were to face an emperor cultivator head-on, Gu Fei knew that he had no chance of winning. Even with the mountain and river cauldron, he would only be able to protect himself. It goes without saying that although the Scarlet Demon was weaker than the Shura Sovereign, he was still a terrifying cultivator. Luckily, the Scarlet Demon was too arrogant. Otherwise, he would not have been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. Gu Fei waved his hand and the mountain-sized mountain and river cauldron shrunk rapidly and flew back into his hand. The 1-inch tall cauldron floated above his palm and a misty primordial chaos chi sealed the mouth of the cauldron. No matter how hard the Scarlet Demon tried, he could not escape from the cauldron. "Despicable bastard, I will tear you apart." The Scarlet Demon's furious roar came from the cauldron. One could see flashes of blood-red light coming from the cauldron. F***ck. He's still so arrogant even when he's about to die. Boss, refine him to death. Hei Tian was displeased when he heard the words. This guy really doesn't know his place. Bang. Boom. Clang. The mountain and river cauldron let out a series of clashing sounds as it shook from the Scarlet Demon's attacks. The Scarlet Demon was too strong. Even among the Emperor cultivators, he was definitely an expert. Refine him to death? Gu Fei also wanted to do so, but now was not the time. That day when he refined the Azura Sovereign, he had nearly died from exhaustion and his yuan qi had almost been sucked dry by the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei really did not want to experience that feeling of extreme exhaustion right after he had just recovered his yuan qi. That feeling was truly unpleasant. Roar. What's the point of plotting against me? Let me out if you have the ability to. Scarlet Demon's sorrowful and indignant roar came from the mountain and river cauldron again. Seeing that he couldn't break the cauldron, he couldn't help panicking. He had heard from some clansmen that those fellows had used this cauldron to refine the Azura Sovereign to death. At this moment, Crimson Demon was so regretful that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. He should have killed those two guys right from the start. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Haha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. In return for letting me hear such a funny joke, I'll have my boss refine you to death. Don't be polite. Hei Tian actually imitated Crimson Demon's tone and said the same words that Crimson Demon had said. Roar. Crimson Demon flew into a rage. He wanted nothing more than to turn Hei Tian into dregs. This Hei Tian was too hateful. However, no matter how powerful he was, he could only be ruthless inside the mountain and river cauldron. The primordial chaos chi sealed the mouth of the cauldron. Even if the real cauldron was sealed inside the mountain and river cauldron, it would be very difficult for it to break the seal and rush out. Alright, why should we lower ourselves to the same level as this guy? Let's get down to business. Gu Fei said indifferently. He then put the mountain and river cauldron back into his dantian. After hearing Gu Fei's words from inside the mountain and river cauldron, Crimson Demon almost fainted from anger. In his opinion, Gu Fei's words were even more ruthless than Hei Tian's. Boss, why don't you immediately refine this hateful guy? Leaving him alive will always be a source of trouble. Hei Tian suggested. Gu Fei glanced at Hei Tian and said calmly, do you really think that guy still has a chance to come out of the mountain and river cauldron? This. Hei Tian was a little unconvinced. In his opinion, enemies should be ruthlessly destroyed. If they were kept alive, it would take more effort to guard against them. If they were killed, there would be no more worries. Unless I let him out myself, he's dead meat. Gu Fei said. Gu Fei thought to himself, as long as he's strong enough, even if he's a powerful cultivator, I can still put him into the cauldron and refine him. Hearing this, Hei Tian did not say anything else. After that, Gu Fei and Hei Tian walked out of the barren mountain. Under Hei Tian's lead, Gu Fei arrived at an area outside the world of death that was under the control of another force. The city of Divine Kings was a huge city in the inner region of the world of death. The pitch-black walls were tens of feet tall and the city gates could accommodate 7 or 8 carriages entering at the same time. Of course, there were no carriages in the world of death. When Gu Fei and Hei Tian arrived outside the city of Divine Kings, another day had passed. The creatures in the world of death did not seem to have any concept of time. This was because the entire world was shrouded in yin qi and the underworld fog. It was impossible to distinguish between day and night. Only outsiders like Gu Fei would have a concept of time. They could roughly estimate how long a day had passed. Outside the city of divine kings, Gu Fei was shocked to see a young man with flesh and blood. His vitality was as vigorous as a flood dragon. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen a normal life form in the world of death. The young man entered the city in a flash. Gu Fei was shocked. Could it be that the legends about the sacred race in the outer region of the world of death were true? Was there really a life form like him in the inner region of the world of death? The sacred race in the outer region is not the sacred race here, but the divine race. The city of divine kings in front of us is a huge city under the control of the divine race. He Tian analyzed. Preposterous. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Gu Fei recovered from his shock. He couldn't help but feel displeased. His complexion was a little unsightly. You didn't ask. How can you blame me? He Tian said innocently. You. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel angry. He Tian was a ruffian. Sometimes, he really couldn't help but want to beat him up. This guy was really infuriating sometimes. Looks like I'll have to study old tortoise's divine ability to tamper with the soul. Gu Fei said angrily. This. Boss, I'm really innocent. I'll tell boss everything in the future, okay? He Tian suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If Gu Fei really wanted to plant a forbidden spell on his soul, it would be too tragic. He Tian was absolutely unwilling to let others control his life and death. That will depend on how you behave in the future. Otherwise. Gu Fei threatened. Got it. He Tian quickly replied. At this time, he could agree to anything. Even if Gu Fei asked him to jump into a cesspool, he wouldn't hesitate. Will there be any problems if we go in? Gu Fei asked. He wanted to enter the giant city in front of him to take a look. Maybe he could find some information. He Tian thought for a moment and then said, there shouldn't be any problems, but the god race isn't a race with a large number of clansmen. Therefore, if you meet someone from the god race, I'm afraid that they will recognize your identity as an outsider. It's fine as long as we don't meet someone from the god race. Gu Fei said. He thought it would be a problem, but it was just a problem that wasn't a problem. This He Tian was really timid. However, it was also because of this that he was still alive and kicking even though he had countless enemies. Gu Fei didn't have any misgivings. He and He Tian directly walked towards the giant city in front of them. This city was obviously very old. It was as big as the giant city that Gu Fei and the others had seen on Azura Island. The city walls were made of black boulders and were filled with the vicissitudes of time. The city gate wasn't like the human world outside. There were no guards guarding the city gate. However, the layout of the giant city was exactly the same as the city of human society. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't encounter any obstruction as they entered the giant city. According to He Tian, there were very few people who dared to cause trouble in a city under the control of the god race. Although there weren't many clansmen of the god race, each of them had a formidable strength that made people tremble. Although their numbers were small, they were much stronger than the blood fiend Azura clan in the netherworld Blood Sea. Gu Fei discovered that there were a lot of undead creatures in the city. There were undead creatures similar to He Tian, evil corpses with corpse energy lingering around them, and even some powerful souls appearing in the city. In general, these undead creatures that appeared in this giant city weren't too weak. The soul light of some undead creatures wasn't weaker than the king realm. However, a yin-yang skeleton like Erebus was one of a kind. Not only was his yin-yang skeleton body different from other undead creatures, but his aura was also completely different from other undead creatures. Gu Fei could clearly feel the eagerness in the eyes of the surrounding skeletons when they looked at He Tian. It was as if they were looking at a delicious delicacy. Those powerful skeletons seemed to be very interested in He Tian. If it weren't for some misgivings, these skeletons would have already attacked He Tian. The appearance of a skeleton without a trace of death aura in the city really attracted the attention of the undead creatures in the city. Some powerful creatures even directly stared at He Tian. However, These undead creatures didn't dare to act rashly because this was a city under the control of the god race. No one dared to provoke the god race. Beside Hei Tian stood a god race youth. As a result, all the people who stared at Hei Tian didn't dare to make a move. These undead creatures didn't think that Gu Fei wasn't a member of the god race. It seems like you're very popular, Gu Fei said to Hei Tian with a smile. Damn. These guys. Looking at the undead creatures around him that couldn't wait to eat him, Hei Tian was so depressed that he almost fainted. It seemed like he had made a big mistake. Just as more and more undead creatures gathered around Gu Fei and Hei Tian, the undead creatures in front of them suddenly gave way. A blue-clothed youth appeared in Gu Fei's line of sight. These undead creatures definitely didn't give way to Gu Fei and Hei Tian, but to this blue-clothed youth. Chapter 532. My young master invites the two of you. The azure-clothed youth was only 14 or 15 years old. He had white teeth and red lips. He was incomparably handsome and elegant. There seemed to be a Dao charm circulating around his body. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He actually couldn't see through this youth's depth. Apart from his outstanding temperament, this youth actually didn't have any energy fluctuations on him. He seemed to be an ordinary person. However, to be able to appear in a huge city full of undead creatures, how could he be an ordinary person? Who are you? And who is your young master? Gu Fei didn't dare to be negligent. This was because he knew that this youth in front of him should be from the divine race. In the outer regions of the world of death, the divine race was also known as the holy race. In the outer regions of the world of death, the divine race was a legendary existence. Gu Fei learned from Hei Tian that even in the inner regions of the world of death, the divine race was also a transcendent race. They possessed a powerful force that caused all the races in the inner regions of the world of death to be afraid of. Although there weren't many clansmen of the divine race, no power dared to rashly provoke them. There was an ancient legend in the inner regions of the world of death. The divine race was the supreme race that protected this world. They were more ancient than any other race in the continent of death. Come with me and you'll know. The azure-clothed youth's pitch-black eyes wandered between Gu Fei and Hei Tian. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes revealed a trace of surprise that was difficult to conceal. Boss, we've been targeted by the divine race. Hei Tian transmitted a message to Gu Fei. Do I need you to tell me that? Gu Fei replied to Hei Tian in a bad mood. The other party had already come knocking on his door. This Hei Tian's head had really been kicked by a donkey. Please lead the way, Gu Fei said to the youth. Since the other party had invited him politely, he wouldn't be able to refuse. Thus, he might as well go and take a look. With the cauldron of mountain and river in hand, Gu Fei's courage grew. Unless a powerful being made a move, no one would be able to truly threaten Gu Fei. The green-robed young man didn't say much and led the way. The undead creatures around them were pushed to the side. No one dared to stop them. This was because the owner of the city of divine kings was a member of the divine tribe. Gu Fei and Hei Tian followed the green-robed young man through a street and arrived in front of a restaurant. They then entered the restaurant. Yes, in the world of death, Gu Fei saw a restaurant that only existed in the human world. Gu Fei was very surprised that there would be a restaurant in a huge city. Most of the creatures in the undead world did not need to eat or drink because most of them did not need to eat. The restaurant wasn't big, but the layout and decorations were very ancient. It was very different from the restaurants in the human world. Moreover, when they entered the restaurant, Gu Fei didn't see the shopkeeper or the waiter. The restaurant seemed to be just a decoration. There were no customers inside, and the hall was empty. There were only a few dusty tables and chairs in the hall. The green-robed young man led Gu Fei and Hei Tian to the second floor. When Gu Fei stepped on the second floor, an extremely sharp gaze swept towards him. It was like lightning, instantly illuminating the entire second floor, making it hard for people to look directly at it. However, those two rays of light flashed and disappeared into the eyes of a young man. In a corner of the second floor by the window, there was a young man who was also wearing green clothes. The moment Gu Fei stepped on the second floor, the young man glanced at Gu Fei and then continued to drink by himself. On the table in front of the young man, there were 2 sets of chopsticks and a few dishes. There was also a crystal-clear white jade wine pot that emitted a faint fragrance of wine. The green-robed young man quickly came to the young man's side and said, "Young master, the person you want to see is here." The green-robed young man nodded, and the young man retreated behind the green-robed young man. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian also came to the young man. Gu Fei didn't say anything and sat directly opposite the young man. He reached out to grab the wine pot on the table and poured himself a cup. The wine that was poured out of the wine pot was actually green in color. It had a kind of viscous state, like the nectar of jade. It exuded a kind of comfortable feeling that made people feel refreshed. The green wine in the cup seemed to be flashing with spiritual light, exuding a strong aura of life. This could simply be called an immortal wine. This kind of wine was very extraordinary, and it was very beneficial to cultivators. Gu Fei picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. He only felt that the wine was like cold ice water flowing from the mouth to the throat, through the esophagus, and then into the stomach. The spiritual energy contained in the wine spread out, as if there were countless cold thin lines moving up and down his body. It was so comfortable that Gu Fei almost moaned. "Good wine," Gu Fei praised. This was the best wine he had ever drunk. He Tian stood behind Gu Fei and silently watched all this. The soul fire in the skull flickered. He didn't know why the young man in front of him wanted to see Gu Fei and himself. He Tian was a little uneasy. He knew very well that the god race was synonymous with power in the depths of the world of death. Gu Fei didn't care so much and poured himself another cup. Since he had the opportunity to drink such a good wine, if he didn't drink a few more cups, he would be letting himself down. "You're from the outside, right?" Suddenly, the young man opposite to Gu Fei said. Cough cough. When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately spat out the wine in his mouth. He was really frightened by the young man's words. How does he know that I'm not from this world? Gu Fei's thoughts turned rapidly, but on the surface, he didn't show it, pretending to be puzzled. "What are you talking about? How come I don't understand?" Gu Fei put down the wine cup in his hand, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and said indifferently. Not only Gu Fei, but even He Tian, who was behind Gu Fei, was so frightened that he almost jumped up. The soul fire in his skull fiercely flickered a few times. The young man looked deeply at Gu Fei, then grabbed the wine pot in front of Gu Fei. As he filled the empty wine cup in front of him, he said slowly, "In front of me, you don't have to pretend." When Gu Fei heard this, he was shocked again. This person in front of him was too scary. With just a few simple words, it seemed like he had seen through Gu Fei inside and out. "Who are you?" Gu Fei could no longer maintain his calm. His biggest secret had been seen through by the other party, which made Gu Fei very uneasy. "Who am I?" The young man lowered his head and thought for a moment. "I also don't know who I am. Is my root in this hell realm, or is it outside? Or is it in the legendary heaven realm? It's been too long, so long that the ruthless passage of time has erased the traces left behind. It's impossible to find it." Hiss. After hearing the young man's words, Gu Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this young man was an old monster who had lived for more than 100,000 years? If this was true, then the person in front of him was probably the legendary Supreme Almighty. "You know about the Hell Realm?" Gu Fei asked tentatively. The undead creatures of this world didn't know about this, but this young man seemed to know about it. "How could I not know about the Hell Realm refined by the Buddha Lord? My clan has been trapped in this damn place for who knows how many years," the young man said indifferently. It didn't seem like he was talking about the big secret that made Gu Fei and He Tian dumbfounded. Even though he was already mentally prepared, Gu Fei was still shocked by the young man's words. "Can you tell me your name?" Gu Fei saw that the young man didn't seem to have any malicious intentions towards them, so he asked. If he could make friends with someone from the god race, he might have some unexpected gains. "My name is Saintly." The young man didn't hide anything. My name is Gu Fei, nice to meet you, said Gu Fei. He was trying to calm the shock and excitement in his heart, but his voice was still trembling. The young man looked at Gu Fei and said, You're very interesting, kid. I'm very curious how you entered the Hell Realm. As far as I know, even with an extreme weapon, it's difficult to break the seal of the Hell Realm and the barrier between the Hell Realm and the outside world. I'm not the only one who entered this world. Gu Fei did not directly answer Saint Li's question, but instead said such a thing. I see. Saint Li seemed to understand. Gu Fei's cultivation wasn't a secret in his eyes. With his cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to enter the Hell Realm. In fact, Saint Li was hiding one thing, and that was that entering the Hell Realm from the outside was far easier than exiting the Hell Realm. The Hell Realm was such a world. It was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. And Gu Fei definitely wouldn't tell his secret to someone he just met. He didn't intend to let Saint Li know that he had the mountain and river cauldron. One mustn't have the heart to harm others, but one mustn't be without the heart to guard against others. Just as Gu Fei and the young man were chatting happily, there was a sound from the stairs, and a golden skeleton appeared at the top of the stairs. The young man in green who was standing behind the young man hurriedly walked over. Gu Fei and He Tian also looked at the top of the stairs. This golden skeleton had golden bones that glowed with golden light. Even the soul fire in the skull was golden. An emperor, realm expert? Sensing the powerful soul waves emanating from the golden skeleton's skull, Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. Were experts so worthless in the inner regions of the world of death? Were emperor, realm experts everywhere? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. After crossing the reincarnation bridge and entering the depths of the Hell Realm, he'd seen no less than 8 or 9 emperor, realm experts. It should be known that in the entire outer regions of the world of death, there were only 3 emperor, realm experts. The golden skeleton conversed with the young man for a while, then bowed to the young man and left. The young man returned to the young man's side. Young master, the people from the Blood Fiend Azura clan are here. They want to see Gu Fei, the young man said respectfully to the young man. What? When Gu Fei and He Tian heard this, they immediately paled. How did the people from the Blood Fiend Azura clan find out about their whereabouts so quickly? And they even found this place. Gu Fei had a bad feeling. Chapter 533. Tell them to F***CK off. I don't want to see those guys who reek of blood. A sliver of disgust and disdain appeared on Saint Li's face. It was obvious that he did not care about the bloody massacre Azura clan at all. In the world of death, the Protoss had a transcendent status. No other clan could surpass the Protoss. To a certain extent, the Protoss were the most powerful clan in the world of death. For a very long time, the Protoss had ruled over the endless regions within the world of death. Even now, the Protoss still controlled the depths of the world of death. Yes. The green-robed young man accepted the order and left. Humph. Gu Fei, you've refined my clan's Azura king to death. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever unless you hide in the city of divine kings for the rest of your life. A cold voice sounded from outside the restaurant. How dare you? The young man's voice was transmitted into the restaurant. Following that, a weak collision sound was transmitted into Gu Fei's ears, and the entire restaurant seemed to tremble for a moment. Then, the outside world quieted down. Very soon, the green-robed young man appeared at the staircase and walked towards Saint Li. Gu Fei noticed that there was a tear on the young man's right sleeve. It was obvious that the young man had fought with the bloody massacre Azura clan cultivators outside for a short while. Gu Fei was very surprised. The young man looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. There did not seem to be any energy ripples coming from his body, but he had managed to chase away the bloody massacre Azura clan cultivators outside without batting an eyelid. Young master, the guy outside has left. The green-robed young man arrived before Saint Li and said in a low voice with a calm expression. It was impossible to tell what he was feeling from his face. Saint Li nodded, then suddenly smiled. He said to Gu Fei, I didn't think you'd refine the Shura sovereign to death. I'm very curious. How did you do it? Gu Fei's cultivation was no secret to Saintly. He could see through it with a single glance. Saintly found it hard to believe that he had actually refined the Shura sovereign to death. Gu Fei's cultivation was still a distance away from the Emperor, realm of the world of death. According to Li Xing's knowledge, the Azura sovereign was the strongest in the Blood Fiend Azura clan in the depths of the Nether Blood Sea besides the Blood Fiend ancestor. Li Xing knew that even if he were to kill the Shura sovereign himself, it would take him a lot of effort to succeed. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that guy is too stupid, Gu Fei said. He did not want Saintly to know about the existence of the mountain and river cauldron. Since this sagely knew about the origins of the world of death and the existence of the Buddhist master and the Hell realm, it was hard to say that he did not know about the mountain and river cauldron. If this sagely coveted the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei would not be able to keep his own life, let alone the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei could not see through sagely, but he knew that this sagely was definitely the most powerful person in the world of death. If sagely wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Haha, this is the first time I've heard someone say that an expert who has surpassed the Emperor realm is too stupid. Sagely could not help but laugh. You're an interesting kid. With that, Sagely stood up. Gu Fei followed suit and stood up. I still have some matters to attend to. Let's part ways here. But before I leave, I still want to remind you that if you don't want to be killed by the experts of the Blood Azura clan, stay in the city. They won't dare to act presumptuously in my territory. Thank you. Gu Fei did not say much else. All right. We'll meet again, if you can escape the pursuit of the Blood Azura clan. Sagely looked at Gu Fei meaningfully, then with a wave of his sleeve, he and the green-robed youth disappeared into the void in an instant. What a powerful great void shift. He Tian, who had been standing behind Gu Fei without making a sound, finally emitted an extremely shocking soul wave from his skull. Even the void where they were located did not vibrate, and Sagely and the youth disappeared into the void. This kind of magical power was unimaginable. Gu Fei sat down thoughtfully and said, "Do you know where this Sagely came from?" There was no one else around him, so he asked He Tian. The divine clan has always been mysterious. They don't show themselves easily, but every time they do, I'm afraid something big has happened. He Tian said after some thought. You're saying that Sage Li's appearance in the City of Divine Kings wasn't a coincidence? Gu Fei was startled. Could something big really have happened in the world of death? That's just a guess. He Tian said. There's an annoying guy guarding outside the city. I can't even go out for a walk. How annoying. Gu Fei sighed. He knew that in the City of Divine Kings, all the creatures of death had their reservations and did not dare to attack him. He and He Tian were considered safe. Boss, why don't we find a way to destroy that annoying guy? The soul fire in He Tian's skull flickered. He was up to something again. How? Sagely, oh Sagely, you've really left me with a huge problem. Gu Fei lay on the chair, feeling very depressed and unhappy. Sagely was so powerful, why didn't he just kill the guy outside the city? What was his purpose in leaving that guy behind? Gu Fei could not figure it out. Could it be that Sagely wanted to use the guy outside the city to trap him in the City of Divine Kings? How do we get rid of that guy? Do you have a way? Gu Fei said. He did not want to be trapped in this city. He wanted to know what would happen in the world of death. Hee. I'll have to think of a way. He Tian's soul waves were strange and gloomy. This guy was definitely thinking of something extremely evil. Aren't you talking nonsense? Gu Fei said impatiently. Boss, don't you have the mountain and river cauldron? If you do that, you might be able to destroy that guy outside the city. He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. As Gu Fei listened, the worry on his face gradually disappeared. Gu Fei and He Tian temporarily stayed in this shabby restaurant. It seemed to be a special place. No undead creatures were willing to go near it. However, countless pairs of eyes in the city of divine kings were staring at the rundown restaurant. Many powerful creatures of the dead appeared nearby, and there were even Emperor Realm's super experts among them. Fortunately, these undead creatures did not really dare to go near this shabby restaurant. Gu Fei and He Tian stayed in the restaurant for a few days. When the sky and earth were shrouded in a gloomy fog, He Tian sneaked out of the restaurant and disappeared into the darkness. Just as He Tian disappeared outside the restaurant, a few black shadows rushed out of the darkness and followed him. Damn! Those guys are so troublesome. He Tian spent a lot of effort to get rid of the undead creatures behind him. He hid in the shadows of the city of divine kings. Outside the city, a blood-red light flashed in the gloomy clouds. That guy is so patient. He is still waiting outside the city. In that case, don't blame me. He Tian did not hesitate and left the city of divine kings quietly. He Tian came to a valley 10 miles away from the city of divine kings. Then, he carefully carved on the ground of the valley. For 3 days and 3 nights, there were dark lights flashing in the valley. Traces of gloomy qi were gathering and a force was gradually taking shape. On the 7th day, there was no more movement in the valley. It returned to peace as if nothing had happened. He Tian walked out of the valley and disappeared into the darkness. In the restaurant of the city of divine kings, Gu Fei was sitting with his legs crossed. He was recuperating his yuan qi. His qi and blood were vigorous like a dragon. They overflowed from his body and formed a faint layer of colorful light outside his body. The abundant spiritual qi in his inner world was constantly nourishing his body. It nourished his body. Strands of 5 elements true essence were generated in the air of his 365 meridians. However, the 365 meridians were like 365 bottomless pits that could not be filled. They were devouring the 5 elemental energy in his body. It was too difficult to transform his body again. Was he going to be stuck in the demigod realm? No, absolutely not. How could he stop at the demigod realm? Since he had embarked on the difficult path of cultivation, he had to move forward bravely. There was no turning back. Gu Fei would not give up. He could not give up. Right, I have countless spiritual qi. I don't believe that I can't fill up the 365 meridians. Gu Fei wondered how long it would take him to fill up all 365 acupoints if he were to blindly cultivate on his own. However, he had the heavenly spring and countless spiritual essences of heaven and earth. The spiritual qi contained a huge amount of spiritual qi. The spring contained the essence of life. It was not impossible to fill up the meridians in his body. At this moment, He Tian had already arrived in front of Gu Fei. Is it done? Gu Fei opened his eyes and glanced at He Tian. A layer of colorful light quickly disappeared from his eyes. Hee. It's done. However, we'll have to wait for 49 days. If that guy outside the city goes. He Tian said hesitantly. Gu Fei smiled. You don't have to worry, that guy definitely won't leave. Moreover, he might even summon more helpers. We'll give them a ruthless blow so that they won't be able to return. Gu Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. He Tian nodded. That's true. We refined the Shura sovereign to death. The blood fiend Azura clan wants nothing more than to kill us. How could they let us go so easily? It's good that you know. Since we have to wait for 49 days, let's enter the inner world and cultivate for 49 days. As Gu Fei spoke, he reached out and drew a line in the void in front of him. A space passage immediately appeared in front of him. After Gu Fei and He Tian entered the inner world, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the spring. He waved his hand and a spiritual qi flew from a distance and fell into his hand. It was a ginseng with 9 palms. It was dark green like divine jade and had leaves with a faint green spiritual light. It looked like a baby with a head, a face, hands, and feet. This was the 9-leaf mysterious ginseng Gu Fei obtained from the virtual sky world. 9-leaf mysterious ginseng was a rare spiritual qi. It could only grow one leaf every 1,000 years. This ginseng had 9 leaves. In other words, this spiritual qi was at least 10,000 years old. Chapter 534. After Gu Fei swallowed the 9-leaf mysterious ginseng, his entire body surged with the power of the metal element. Rays of golden divine light rushed out of his body and circled around Gu Fei's body like golden dragons. The 9-leaf mysterious ginseng actually contained the spiritual qi of the metal element. At this moment, Gu Fei's flesh, internal organs, and bones were sparkling and translucent, shining with a golden light. The colorful jade bones seemed to be completely covered by the golden light. It was like a magnificent work of art, dazzling and dazzling. His skin also flickered with a golden luster as the power of the metal element slowly circulated. Refining the spirit essence, condensing the essence of life, refining the 5 elements, advancing to the supreme martial army. The golden light on Gu Fei's body flickered for a full day and night before gradually fading away. The vast spiritual qi of the metal element was continuously devoured by Gu Fei's 365 meridians. One 9-leaf mysterious ginseng couldn't satisfy the needs of all 365 meridians. However, after refining the 9-leaf mysterious ginseng, Gu Fei's martial body had been tempered by the power of the metal element. His qi and blood were even more vigorous. The qi and blood flowing in Gu Fei's body were like a surging river. He felt that every inch of his muscles contained endless divine power, as if he could shatter the void with one punch. After refining the 9-leaf mysterious ginseng, Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged in the heavenly spring of life. Then, he waved his hand and a scarlet coral-like spirit essence flew over from afar and fell into Gu Fei's hand. It was a strange spirit herb that was half a foot long. The shape of its leaves was very strange. It looked like a fire phoenix that was about to take flight. On the head of the fire phoenix, there were 2 fiery red fruits the size of mung beans. The 2 fruits were like the 2 eyeballs of the fiery phoenix, 2 eyeballs that were wreathed in spiritual qi that resembled crimson divine fire. One had to admit that the heaven and earth were filled with the wonders of creation. This spirit herb was actually like the legendary divine phoenix. This spiritual extract was the fire wind grass that had long been extinct in the Tinglong continent. Legend has it that the fire phoenix grass contained the spiritual energy of fire within the 5 elements. It was nurtured from the blood essence of the divine phoenix. Even in the ancient times, it was a rare spiritual essence. The fire phoenix grass was burning hot in his hand. Gu Fei felt as if he was holding a ball of red-hot divine iron. Even though he had a demigod martial body, he could still feel the heat coming from the fire phoenix grass. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei placed the fire phoenix grass in his mouth and chewed it. Then, a stream of air that was as hot as molten iron flowed from his esophagus into his abdomen. Gu Fei's abdomen gradually emitted a bright scarlet flame. The medicinal power of the fire phoenix grass melted in Gu Fei's body. His clothes turned into ashes in an instant. The scarlet, fiery radiance completely submerged Gu Fei. A vast heat was emitted from Gu Fei's body. The heavenly spring of life began to boil. The spring water turned into a white mist that lingered around Gu Fei's body. The high temperature of the spring water from the heavenly spring of life turned it into a spiritual mist that enveloped Gu Fei and even the heavenly spring. In the spiritual mist, the power of fire surged violently. Flames flickered and there seemed to be shadows of fire phoenixes dancing in the air. This kid. Could it be that he wants to use this method to quickly increase his strength? He Tian, who was standing beside the heavenly spring, had been paying attention to Gu Fei and sensing the changes in Gu Fei's body. First, it was the power of metal, and now it was the power of fire. The heavenly essence that Gu Fei had consumed and refined were all of the 5 elements, which were extremely rare in the world. The terrifying power of fire surged out of the heavenly spring, evaporating the heavenly spring of life. The spiritual mist lingered in the air. Even a quasi-emperor realm expert like He Tian felt unbearably hot. He Tian retreated to a distance. Standing in the middle of the heavenly essence, he couldn't help but sigh, "Boss, this guy is really ruthless." He actually absorbed all the heavenly essence within several miles of the heavenly spring into his inner world. The mighty aura coming out of the heavenly spring was getting stronger and stronger. Gu Fei was operating his secret art to refine the fire phoenix grass. Seeing that Gu Fei had entered a deep state of cultivation, He Tian sneakily came to the immortal divine fruit tree next to the heavenly spring. He secretly plucked an immortal divine fruit and quickly fled. He found a place in Gu Fei's inner world and put the immortal divine fruit into the fire of soul in his skull. He Tian's fire of soul had been completely purified by him using some unknown method, washing away the endless death qi contained in the fire of soul. He Tian's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He was only one step away from advancing to the Emperor realm. Therefore, he secretly plucked the immortal divine fruit in order to learn from Gu Fei and use the power of the immortal divine fruit to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. As long as he could break through to the Emperor realm, He Tian would no longer have to fear the Emperor realm experts of the Blood Fiend Azura clan guarding outside the city of divine kings. Soon, the place where He Tian was located was filled with terrifying soul fluctuations and the power of yin and yang. Gu Fei and He Tian disappeared from the rundown restaurant in the city of divine kings. However, the people outside did not know that they had entered the inner world. The rundown restaurant was a special existence in the city of divine kings. The undead creatures in the city did not dare to approach the restaurant. Even the Emperor realm experts did not dare to get too close to the restaurant. Gu Fei and He Tian did not know the reason behind this. Perhaps the undead creatures were not afraid of the restaurant itself, but the person behind it. 49 days was like the blink of an eye for a cultivator. Some old monsters could cultivate in seclusion for hundreds or even hundreds of years. This was especially true for demigods who had broken through the life and death realm. It was possible for them to stay in seclusion for 1,000 years. The formation that He Tian had set up in the valley 5 kilometers away from the city of divine kings was gathering power. He was not strong enough, so he could only use the force of the world to gather power. 49 days later, the formation in the valley would be activated. This time, it was different from summoning the reincarnation bridge. Although the mysterious ancient formation that summoned the reincarnation bridge was powerful, it was not a true killing formation. If the 9 Nether Corpse King had the strength of an Emperor realm expert, the summoning formation would not have been able to trap him, let alone kill him. Fortunately, the 9 Nether Corpse King was still a step away from the Emperor realm. Therefore, the 9 Nether Corpse King was tragically refined to death by He Tian and the ancient formation. He Tian and Gu Fei were now plotting against an Emperor expert. The formation that He Tian had set up in the valley was definitely a killing formation that could threaten an Emperor expert. 49 days passed by in a flash. In the shabby restaurant, a spatial crack appeared without any warning. Immediately after, 2 figures walked out from the spatial crack. Chapter 535. The people who walked out of the crack in the void were none other than Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. The 49 days were up. He Tian's ultimate killing formation had gathered enough power. It was time to teach the experts of the Bloody Fiend Azura a lesson. Boss, I want to test how strong I have become. He Tian said to Gu Fei. After eating the second fairy god fruit, this guy had actually taken the final step and become an Emperor expert. Of course, the ruffian He Tian could only be considered an early emperor. Having just broken through the bottleneck of his cultivation, he was extremely excited and thought that he was invincible. At this time, even if Old Tortoise came, he would dare to wave his fist at him. This guy had become a little arrogant. Gu Fei was very disdainful of this because he knew very well that there were strong and weak emperor experts. As an early emperor, He Tian might still be mercilessly killed by those emperor experts. Alright then, go and test the strength of that guy outside the city. It's best if you can lure all those people outside the city to that place and kill them all, Gu Fei said in a low voice. Being trapped in the city of divine kings by the emperor experts of the Bloody Fiend Azura made Gu Fei very unhappy. This was too sullen. He wanted to teach the people of the Bloody Fiend Azura a lesson. Yes. He Tian accepted the order happily and was about to turn around and walk out of the shabby restaurant. Wait. Suddenly, Gu Fei stopped He Tian, who was about to leave. "What's wrong, boss?" He Tian asked. He had broken through to the Emperor realm and was looking for an Emperor expert to practice with. Therefore, he was a little anxious as he waited for Gu Fei to continue. "Wait here for 2 hours. I'll go to that place and make some arrangements. After 2 hours, you can go out and lure those people outside the city to that place," said Gu Fei. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, he went all out. Then. "All right." He Tian nodded. Although his entire body was brimming with energy and his yin-yang divine bone was shrouded in yin-yang essence qi and his soul energy was extremely powerful, he still resisted the urge to rush out for the sake of the bigger picture. Then, Gu Fei quietly left the shabby restaurant. Saint Li and his green-robed servant did not appear during this period. They seemed to have really left the city and gone somewhere else. Even so, the experts from the bloody fiend Azura clan outside the city did not dare to barge into the city of divine kings to kill Gu Fei and He Tian. It could be seen that the experts of the blood evil Azura clan were also very fearful of the Shen clan. Especially after Saint Li had sent someone to send word, the experts of the blood evil Azura clan did not dare to enter the city of god kings easily. In the inner region of the world of death, no force was willing to offend the divine race. The divine race was high and mighty, overlooking the world of death. Any race that dared to challenge the authority of the divine race had been completely obliterated by the divine race. "I'll let you live for another 2 hours." He Tian said coldly. He felt aggrieved being trapped in the city of divine kings. Now that his cultivation had increased, he wanted to rush out and fight. At this moment, a few powerful soul waves swept towards the shabby restaurant unscrupulously. When the soul waves swept past He Tian, they immediately retreated like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. "Humph. These annoying people still haven't given up and are still loitering around?" He Tian sneered and disappeared into the void. "Run!" A panicked and anxious shout came from outside the shabby restaurant. Then, a few figures rushed out from the dark corners at almost the same time and fled in all directions. "Since you're here, there's no need to leave." A figure surrounded by black and white yin-yang light appeared in the sky above the shabby restaurant and said coldly. Swoosh! He Tian took a step in the void and there seemed to be a Dao rhyme under his feet. With just one step, he instantly caught up with the person who was fleeing towards the east of the city. To be more accurate, it should be an evil corpse. Most of the creatures in the world of death looked like humans, regardless of whether they were evil corpses, undead skeletons, or ferocious souls that existed as souls. He Tian didn't say anything. He punched out, and the terrifying power of yin and yang surged out from his bony fist, rushing forward. Roar! The evil corpse was shocked. He never thought that He Tian would dare to attack in the city. He quickly turned around and his hands emitted dense death chi to block the attack. Bang! Without any suspense, the evil corpse's hands instantly exploded, and it was sent flying with a blood-curdling screech. Boom! It smashed into an ancient pavilion. Bang! The evil corpse immediately rushed out from the collapsed pavilion and ran for his life. He Tian was too powerful. If he did not run, he would die. If he ran, the result would be the same. Swoosh! Taking another step forward, Erebus appeared behind the evil corpse as if he had teleported. You can die now. Erebus' cold words were transmitted directly into the evil corpse's mind through soul fluctuations. No, you can't kill me. Fighting is forbidden in the city of divine kings. The evil corpse roared crazily. He had already lost all hope and was about to collapse. The rules of this city only apply to you. It doesn't apply to me. Bang! He Tian directly pointed his finger and exploded the evil corpse's head. The headless corpse fell from the sky and He Tian's figure disappeared into the void the moment he killed the evil corpse. He Tian had only taken 2 steps and killed a powerful evil corpse with a thunderous method. It was not that the evil corpse was not strong enough, but He Tian was stronger than the evil corpse. He Tian killed the evil corpse in the blink of an eye. The figures of the other undead creatures had not disappeared into the darkness yet. It had to be said that the mysterious footwork that He Tian had displayed was definitely not inferior to Gu Fei's extreme speed 8 steps. With just one step, he had crossed 7 or 8 miles and appeared behind another undead creature that was running away. It was a purple skeleton. The soul fire in the purple skeleton's skull was beating violently. Don't kill me. I am willing to surrender. When the purple skeleton saw that He Tian was behind it, it was scared out of its wits and quickly begged for mercy. Too late. He Tian raised the butcher's knife again like an emotionless killing god. You and I are of the same race. How can you? The purple skeleton roared. However, a black and white divine light flashed and the purple skeleton was split into 2 halves from top to bottom. The soul fire in the skull was also crushed by the yin and yang divine light and turned into specks of spiritual light that drifted in all directions. You and I are not of the same race. Erebus uttered these words indifferently. Then, he used a mystical footwork technique and charged towards another guy who was fleeing for his life. He Tian was no longer a true undead creature. This was because his bones and even the soul fire in the skull did not carry a trace of death aura. On this day, the city of divine kings was in an uproar. Several powerful, king, realm experts were killed by an undead creature with a black and white skeletal body. It had been a long time since something like this had happened in the city of divine kings. Fighting was prohibited in the city. This was the rule of the city of divine kings. The person who made this rule was the god race expert, Saintly. No one knew how powerful Saintly was. However, no one dared to disobey the rules set by Saintly. Something like this had happened in the city of divine kings before. There was a super expert at the peak of that emperor realm who killed an enemy in the city of divine kings. After Saintly knew about this, he immediately went to find the super expert at the peak of that emperor realm and attacked him. The emperor realm expert was no match for him and turned to escape. Saintly actually chased him for thousands of miles and killed the super expert at the peak of that emperor realm on the spot. From then on, even the emperor realm expert would not dare to act presumptuously in the city of divine kings, let alone kill other undead creatures. In the eyes of the undead creatures in the city of divine kings, He Tian's actions were like a direct challenge to the city lord of the city of divine kings. No one attacked He Tian because all the undead creatures believed that He Tian was doomed. It was only a matter of time. However, He Tian did not seem to care. After killing the guys who were spying on him from outside the restaurant, he swaggered back into the shabby restaurant. While He Tian was causing a huge uproar in the city of divine kings, a white-clothed young man appeared in front of a valley 10 miles away from the city of divine kings. The valley was filled with yin qi, but there was no fluctuation of energy. He Tian is quite capable. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Then, he kicked a rock beside him into the valley. The rock was only the size of a fist. With the help of Gu Fei's divine power, it was like a small meteorite streaking across the sky. The rock flew at an extremely fast speed, causing friction with the air and leaving a bright trail of light wherever it passed. Swoosh! Just as the rock shot into the valley, a streak of black light suddenly appeared out of thin air without any warning and smashed the rock into smithereens. Very good. Gu Fei could not help but nod when he saw this. The power of the formation on the outside seemed weak, but it was only a smokescreen to lure the enemy in and numb the intruders. Those who barged into the formation would feel that the power of the formation was weak, so they would relax their vigilance. Once the real killing move in the formation was activated, the intruder would be caught off guard and receive a head-on blow. Chapter 536. Gu Fei walked into the valley and disappeared into the gloomy fog. However, very soon, he walked out of the valley and hid on a small hill beside the valley. As Gu Fei had sealed his body with the power of heaven and earth, his aura did not leak out at all. Therefore, even a super expert in the Emperor realm could not sense the existence of Gu Fei. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, no one would be able to sense that Gu Fei was hiding nearby unless he was a legendary expert in the human world. 2 hours passed very quickly. The dusky sky was strangely calm. The gloomy wind and the gloomy fog that usually appeared were nowhere to be seen. It made people feel an inexplicable pressure. At this moment, a terrifying soul fluctuation suddenly erupted from the city of divine kings. Then, a black and white divine light rushed out from the city of divine kings. Ha! Bastards from the blood fiend Azura clan, your grandpa He Tian is here. A powerful soul fluctuation reverberated in the sky and spread far away. He Tian was like a supreme expert who had just been born. He was arrogant and extremely arrogant. He did not take the experts from the blood fiend Azura clan seriously at all. The black and white divine light surged on his bones. The soul fire in his skull was as bright as the sun in the sky. The black part was like a black sun, and the white part was like a blazing sun. The yin and yang qi on He Tian's body was extremely strong. The black and white soul fire in his skull actually formed two spheres of light and slowly rotated. Humph. You're just an early emperor, how dare you be so arrogant? A sneer came from the gloomy clouds in the sky. It seemed that the person did not take He Tian seriously at all. Swoosh. A blood-red evil light broke through the gloomy clouds and flew directly towards He Tian in the sky. In the evil blood light, there was a figure that was also blood-red. The figure had a pair of wings on its back and a horn on its head. It had a green face and fangs, and it held a stick that seemed to be soaked in blood. With the appearance of this guy, a terrifying and tragic aura spread out in the sky. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Gu Fei seemed to vaguely smell a trace of blood. Gu Fei hid on top of the short mountain. When he saw the blood-colored figure, his pupils involuntarily contracted. It was an extremely powerful single-horned blood fiend Azura. Furthermore, this blood fiend Shura had a weapon in his hand. The three-tipped, double-edged scarlet blood demonic trident emitted a murderous aura and a tragic aura. It seemed to be even stronger than the blood fiend Shura that wielded the demonic trident. The demonic trident was enveloped in a layer of hazy bloody light and emitted a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. This was definitely an evil treasure or a demonic artifact. The blood fiend Azura clan had always been known for their speed. The blood fiend Azura that wielded the scarlet blood demonic trident flashed a few times in the void and appeared in the sky in front of He Tian. You're unlucky to have met me, Kabu. I'm going to use your soul to refine my demonic artifact. The Emperor, realm expert of the blood fiend Azura clan looked down at He Tian and said coldly. Shameless boasting. He Tian was enraged when he heard this. The one who will die will be you. As he spoke, He Tian stretched out a pair of skeletal hands and tore at Kabu. The power of yin and yang was mighty and enveloped in all directions. He Tian's skeletal hands enlarged rapidly and directly enveloped Kabu, who was in the sky opposite him, under the black and white skeletal hands. Humph. A puny early emperor dares to compete with me, Kabu. You really don't know what's good for you. Kabu sneered. His hideous and terrifying face was even more frightening when he smiled. The expert of the blood fiend Azura clan, Kabu, held the scarlet blood demonic trident in his hand and pierced towards He Tian below. He simply ignored He Tian's attack. Boom! As soon as the scarlet blood demonic trident moved, a dazzling and evil bloody light suddenly erupted from the trident. A terrifying evil power surged from the trident, causing the entire sky and earth to tremble. It directly shattered the bone claws that He Tian was grabbing and directly pierced towards He Tian's head. The scarlet blood demonic trident in Kabu's hand displayed a great evil power and directly shook the void. He Tian was shocked. Without thinking, he immediately used his magical footwork and rushed towards the valley where Gu Fei was at. He avoided the scarlet blood demonic trident that was piercing towards him. Wherever the scarlet blood demonic trident passed, the void was silently annihilated. It was unstoppable and seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. F***CK. Why am I so unlucky? He Tian was extremely depressed. They had just exchanged blows and he was already at an absolute disadvantage. This guy called Kabu was already a super expert of the Emperor realm. Now, with the scarlet blood demonic trident in his hand, it was impossible for He Tian to contend against him. He originally wanted to come out and show off his strength, but in the end, he was being chased from behind. He Tian would never have thought that it would be like this from the beginning. Moreover, he had to escape because the scarlet blood demonic trident in Kabu's hand made him tremble from the depths of his soul. With the trident in his hand, Kabu definitely had the ability to kill him. Without even asking, he knew that the scarlet blood demonic trident was definitely an important treasure of the blood fiend Azura clan. Where do you think you're going? Emperor Kabu spread his wings and held the trident in his hand. His entire body was shrouded in blood-red evil light. Like lightning, he chased after He Tian with a murderous aura. The Shura Emperor and Emperor Kabu were the two terrifying experts of the blood fiend Azura clan who were second only to the blood fiend ancestor. The Shura Emperor had been refined to death by Gu Fei using the mountain and river cauldron. Therefore, in the blood fiend Azura clan, Emperor Kabu was the only one who had the highest chance of breaking through to the blood fiend ancestor's level. This He Tian is really useless. Only one guy came out and he's already running for his life. Gu Fei, who was hiding on a short mountain next to the valley, could not help but be shocked when he saw this. Gu Fei sensed that there were two other experts of the blood fiend Azura clan who were no weaker than Emperor Kabu hiding in the sky above the city of divine kings. They did not seem to be in a hurry to attack. I've only lured one over. I've made a mistake this time, thought Gu Fei. He Tian and Emperor Kabu's speed was extremely fast. It was almost as if they were teleporting through the void. With his amazing footwork, He Tian escaped to the sky above the valley and then rushed down into the valley that was filled with Yin Qi. Humph. You can't escape. Emperor Kabu sneered. The trident in his hand kept piercing forward. The blood-red evil light shot out from the trident and stabbed towards He Tian. The evil blood light broke through the layers of Yin Qi and He Tian's figure instantly disappeared from the valley. With the scarlet blood trident in his hand, Emperor Kabu did not care about what was in the valley. He directly rushed into the valley. Cries of surprise immediately rang out from the valley. Boom! A muffled sound came from the valley. This muffled sound was like a signal. Endless black light rushed up from the valley and then shot back, forming a destructive demonic light that penetrated somewhere in the valley. The calm valley suddenly had a great fluctuation that made the world pale. The ground was shaking and the sky was shaking. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 537. Roar. Emperor Kabu roared again and again in the valley. He realized that he had fallen into a trap. There was actually a terrifying formation in the valley. As soon as he rushed into the valley, the scenery in front of him immediately distorted. Emperor Kabu only felt an unfathomable force enveloping him, distorting the void and directly teleporting him into the center of the killing formation. As soon as he entered the center of the formation, Emperor Kabu's expression immediately changed. Rumble, a sudden clap of thunder sounded, and black gas surged. Pitch-black rays of light descended from the sky, each as thick as a water bucket. Like divine punishment, they tore through the void and bombarded Emperor Kabu in the formation from all directions. The aura of destruction filled every inch of the spatial formation. Seeing this scene, even the realm expert Emperor Kabu could not help but be moved. He brandished layers of blood-colored demonic light, blocking the bombardment of black demonic lightning. The entire void shook under the scarlet blood demonic trident in Emperor Kabu's hand. Around Emperor Kabu, there seemed to be layers of blood waves surging violently, going against the sky and sweeping towards the bombardment of the terrifying lightning. Boom! 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 The sky-defying blood waves instantly collided with the pitch-black demonic lightning descending from the sky, causing a deafening explosion that shook the entire valley. It had to be said that Emperor Kabu's combat strength was unparalleled, like the reincarnation of a war demon. Wielding the scarlet blood demonic trident, a vast and mighty blood-colored energy directly blocked the demonic lightning that filled the sky. A hazy evil blood mist was emitted from his body, causing Emperor Kabu's figure to become a little blurry. However, the mighty and terrifying aura that emanated from his body made Gu Fei, who was hiding on the short mountain next to the valley, extremely fearful. With his strength, it was still difficult for him to compete with a true Emperor, realm expert. During those 49 days, Gu Fei had been sitting cross-legged in the divine spring of life in his inner world, guiding the endless life essence into his body every day, and constantly consuming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that contained the power of the 5 elements. Gu Fei's cultivation had significantly improved. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones had become even more terrifying, like a precious body. Unless it was a divine weapon, magic treasure, or an extreme treasure, it would be difficult to pose any threat to Gu Fei's martial body. Furthermore, after experiencing the baptism of the boundless life essence and the 5 elements energy, not only did Gu Fei's martial physique improve, but the 365 acupoints in his body also underwent changes. In the void of the acupoint, the multicolored light condensed by the essence of the 5 elements had already grown to the size of half a finger. Like a star in the pitch-black night sky, it flickered in the void of the acupoint. Ever since Gu Fei's cultivation broke through to the demigod realm, his body seemed to have broken some kind of shackles, and the void of 365 meridians appeared in his body. The 365 void meridians were like 365 small worlds, and in each of these small worlds, there was only one star. When that star grew to the point where it could fill the void of the meridians, Gu Fei's cultivation would make another breakthrough, and his martial body would transform again, entering a higher realm and level of cultivation. Even so, the essence in Gu Fei's body was extremely vigorous, and the strength of his martial body was already comparable to the strength of He Tian, the beginning emperor. However, Gu Fei realized that his realm seemed to be still at the demigod realm, and he had not improved. He had a feeling that he was bound to the demigod realm. Should he break through the shackles, break the eternal curse, and become a god through martial arts, or should he be forever stuck in the demigod realm? Even Gu Fei himself was not sure. It was too difficult to become a god through martial arts. In Gu Fei's opinion, to fill the void of 365 meridians was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, after becoming a demigod, a cultivator would break the boundary of life and death, and life would no longer be limited by time. Gu Fei had enough time to cultivate, and slowly fill the 365 bottomless holes in his body. If there were no accidents, he could do it, but even if there were no accidents, it would still take a long time. Just as Gu Fei was deep in thought, 2 terrifying and evil energy waves suddenly came from the distant sky. Swoosh! Swoosh! It was as if 2 blood-red meteors broke through the dusky sky, and flew in the direction of the valley. A vast, evil, and bloody power spread between the heavens and the earth. Within the blood-red light, there were 2 terrifying figures that emitted dazzling blood-red demonic light. They had a pair of wings on their backs, and a single horn on their heads. The 2 powerful existences that had suddenly appeared were the other 2, Emperor, realm's super experts of the Blood Fiend Azura clan. When Gu Fei sensed these 2 extremely powerful auras, he hurriedly and carefully retracted the aura on his body, and carefully hid on the short mountain beside the valley. The flying speed of the Emperor, realm's super experts was even faster than lightning. In an instant, the 2 Emperor, realm Blood Fiend Azuras arrived in the sky above the valley. Like blood demons descending, the 2 Emperors of the Blood Fiend Azura clan released endless blood-red light, illuminating the entire world. At this moment, the valley was surging with yin qi, and the underworld fog surged. It was as if it had already turned into an extremely tragic charaba with a murderous aura. Bolts of black lightning continuously descended from the sky, and the power of the heavens and the earth within a 1,000-mile radius gathered, forming an extremely terrifying lightning tribulation. Emperor Kabu, do you need help? One of the Emperor, realm Blood Fiend Azura shouted loudly. He did not immediately make a move. Emperor, realm super experts were more or less prideful. If Emperor Kabu did not ask for their help, they would not make a move. Of course, if Emperor Kabu was at a critical juncture of life and death, they would still make a move regardless of everything. Don't interfere. Emperor Kabu's furious roar rang out from within the valley. Rumble, endless power of lightning gathered, and a terrifying lightning net interweaved in the sky above the valley. It seemed as if it would never stop, and it bombarded downwards. Every bolt of black lightning contained a terrifying destructive power. Wherever the black lightning passed, the void would shatter and tear apart, and the aura of destruction was vast and mighty between the heavens and the earth. This was only the phenomenon produced by the absolute kill formation from the outside. Inside the formation, it was a completely different scene. Apart from the black demonic lightning descending from the sky, there was also the sky-burning demon fire rising from the ground. This absolute kill formation had also drawn out the sky-burning demon fire from the ground. The void was scorched intensely by the pitch-black demonic fire, and it was distorted and deformed. Roar! Despicable ant, do you dare to come out and fight? Emperor Kabu was truly enraged. There was a terrifying demonic lightning above and a terrifying demonic fire below. There was no way out in the sky or on the ground. The great momentum formed by the formation had sealed off the entire void. If Emperor Kabu did not have the scarlet blood demonic trident, he would have been injured by now. It had to be said that the scarlet blood demonic trident in Emperor Kabu's hand was definitely an important treasure of the blood fiend Azura clan. The mighty power of the scarlet blood demonic trident had actually blocked the demonic lightning descending from the sky and the sky-burning demon fire surging from the ground. Hei Tian, who was hidden in the formation, stared coldly at Emperor Kabu, who was trapped in the formation. No matter how Emperor Kabu cursed at him, Hei Tian did not say a word. Damn it! I didn't expect the scarlet blood demonic trident to be so powerful. It seems like it will be difficult to kill this guy unless I use that treasure. The soul fire in Hei Tian's skull flickered violently. He was calculating. Although the power of the formation was great, it did not seem to be enough to deal with Emperor Kabu, who had a great treasure in his hands. Moreover, it was impossible for them to trap Emperor Kabu for too long and slowly kill him. There were still two powerful fellows outside the valley. The valley was less than 5 kilometers away from the city of Divine Kings. The moment the formation was activated, the powerful creatures in the city of Divine Kings sensed the mighty energy fluctuations coming from the valley. The powerful undead creatures in the city of Divine Kings soared into the sky and arrived nearby. They hid themselves and watched from the side. There were many among them who wanted to fish in troubled waters. The 3 emperors of the blood fiend Azura have all appeared. Who dares to challenge the 3 emperors? One of the emperors of the blood fiend Azura clan has been trapped. This formation, all the undead creatures sense the aura of the 2 emperors of the blood fiend Azura clan in the sky above the valley. They did not dare to get too close. They pointed and discussed from afar. It should be known that super experts of the Emperor realm were powerful and terrifying even in the inner region of the world of death, which was filled with experts. Although there were also super experts of the Emperor realm among the undead creatures who were watching in the dark, these experts of the Emperor realm were not willing to offend the Blood Fiend Azura clan. This was because the Blood Fiend Azura clan in the Nether Blood Sea was a powerful clan in the inner region of the world of death. The Blood Fiend Patriarch was a terrifying existence that surpassed the Emperor realm. He was a terrifying existence that surpassed the Emperor realm. In the world of death, he was an invincible expert who had the strength to enter the core region of the world of death. However, the Blood Fiend Patriarch did not enter the core region of the world of death like the invincible experts who surpassed the Emperor realm in the legends. Legend had it that it was the source of this world. It was the world of origin of the world of death. Whoever controlled the world of origin would be able to control the entire world of death. However, the world of death had existed for countless years, but no invincible expert who surpassed the Emperor realm had ever controlled this world. The invincible experts who entered the world of origin might have died, or they might have been trapped inside and could not come out. In short, the invincible experts who went to the world of origin had all disappeared. Perhaps that was the reason why the Blood Fiend Patriarch was unwilling to enter the core region of the world of origin. A clan that had an invincible expert who surpassed the Emperor realm was undoubtedly an extremely powerful clan in the world of death. No one would dare to provoke such a clan. Chapter 538. Boss, hurry up and kill Emperor Kabu, then escape. Hei Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei, who was on the hill beside the valley. There are still 2 fellows who haven't entered yet. Let's wait a little longer. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to He Tian. He didn't want to make a move yet. F***ck, isn't this fellow's appetite a little too big? He Tian couldn't help but curse in his heart. He still wanted to kill the two Emperor stage powerhouses outside the valley? That was simply impossible. Gu Fei wanted to kill the two Emperor stage experts from the Blood Fiend Azura clan outside the valley after they entered the formation. However, it did not seem realistic at this point. Emperor Kabu was trapped in the ultimate kill formation in the valley. Even though he had the precious treasure of the Blood Fiend Azura clan, it was difficult for him to break through the great momentum of the world formed by the formation. How could the two Emperor stage powerhouses from the Blood Fiend Azura clan dare to enter the valley so easily? Half an hour passed. There were more and more dead creatures watching from the vicinity of the valley. The two Blood Fiend Azura clan powerhouses in the sky above the valley also became anxious. Emperor Kabur roared angrily again and again. The entire valley shook. He seemed to have encountered great trouble in the valley. Blood-red light shot into the sky from the formation, and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out. However, no matter how much Emperor Kabur struggled or attacked, he couldn't break through the seal of the formation. Moreover, the more he attacked, the more the great formation's great power was stimulated. Kabur, I'll help you. Finally, one of the Emperor from the Blood Fiend Azura clan in the sky above the valley couldn't help but make a move. As he shouted, the Emperor powerhouse's body surged with a soaring blood-red light. It was as if layers of monstrous waves of blood were rapidly forming. They surged and surged majestically, as if a sea of blood had appeared in the sky above the valley. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from the sea of blood, shaking the entire world. The dead creatures nearby retreated in panic. A nauseating smell of blood rushed into Gu Fei's nose, making him feel dizzy. Gu Fei hurriedly used his world energy to isolate this extremely unpleasant smell. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. This bloody smell seemed to have some kind of strange power that could confuse one's mind. It was like a sea of blood that had gathered all the filthiest things in the world, and it was capable of defiling all living things. Magic treasures, weapons, and so long as they were tainted by this boundless filthy energy, they would immediately lose all their spiritual energy and become scrap metal. Since the smell was already so formidable, then the consequences would be unimaginable if one were to be enveloped by this sea of blood. The expert from the Blood Fiend Azura clan wanted to use the tainted energy to break the formation in the valley. It should be known that all formations, be it righteous or evil, required an array diagram to form the power of heaven and earth in order to operate. As long as the array diagram was tainted, the formation would collapse on its own. Rumble, the Emperor expert from the Blood Fiend Azura clan, seemed to be controlling a sea of blood that descended from the sky. The terrifying sea of blood enveloped the entire valley, and the evil power descended mightily. It actually blocked the demonic lightning that had gathered in the sky above the valley. The sea of blood was even able to dissolve the power of the demonic lightning into nothingness. At this moment, Emperor Kabu could not care less about his pride. He did not speak up to stop the Emperor expert from the Blood Fiend Azura clan from attacking. Boss. If you don't attack, we can only start running. He Tian's anxious voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. This was a voice transmission through soul power, and it directly affected Gu Fei's mind. Preposterous. Gu Fei cursed in a low voice. Then, he suddenly rushed out of his hiding place and entered the formation at the foot of the short mountain. No one would have thought that there would be someone hiding on the short mountain beside the valley. All the undead creatures were shocked by Gu Fei's sudden appearance. Before the undead creatures could regain their senses, Gu Fei had already entered the formation and was quickly moving towards where He Tian was. After seeing He Tian in the formation, Gu Fei sat down cross-legged. The purple flame brand on his forehead immediately appeared on his skin. Boom! Suddenly, the entire array shook violently. Then, the ground that was spewing out the sky-burning demon fire suddenly caved in. Countless runes rushed out from the ground, and a pitch-black vortex of death appeared beneath Emperor Kabu's feet. The vortex produced a terrifying suction force, wanting to pull Emperor Kabu into it. Roar! Emperor Kabu was shocked. However, he did not panic. With a roar, he held the demonic scarlet blood trident in his hand and pierced towards the black whirlpool below. He wanted to break through the black whirlpool below. Chi! The demonic scarlet blood trident shot out a dazzling bloody light that shattered the void and tore apart the heaven and earth. However, a scene that left Emperor Kabu dumbfounded happened. He saw that the bloody demonic light that shot out from the demonic scarlet blood trident had actually disappeared into the black whirlpool. The usually successful attack had lost its effectiveness at this moment. Then, Emperor Kabu felt his hand shake. The demonic scarlet blood trident in his hand actually flew out and was swallowed by the black whirlpool below. What's going on? Emperor Kabu was shocked. However, at this moment, the entire formation began to collapse. The black whirlpool below suddenly soared into the sky and sucked Emperor Kabu in. The black whirlpool seemed to have the power to swallow the heavens. Even Emperor Kabu was sucked into it. Rumble. An ancient cauldron rose from the valley. The cauldron was as big as a mountain. The mouth of the cauldron was the black whirlpool that had swallowed the demonic scarlet blood trident and Emperor Kabu. Scarlet demon, why are you here? Emperor Kabu's terrified voice rang out from within the cauldron. Kabu, you. An extremely weak voice rang out from within the cauldron. The voice was also filled with indescribable fear. All the undead creatures who were watching were completely stunned by the scene before their eyes. A super expert of the Emperor realm was actually sucked into a cauldron. This was too unbelievable. The cauldron directly broke through the terrifying sea of blood that had descended from the sky. At the same time, the Emperor realm expert within the sea of blood was sent flying. What is this? Not only were the experts of the blood fiend Azura clan shocked, but the countless undead creatures who were watching from afar were also extremely shocked. A weapon that could suck in an Emperor realm expert's weapon was at least an ancient treasure that was comparable to a precious treasure. Let's go. Gu Fei let out a low shout as he rushed out from the mountain valley with He Tian. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was still in a state of shock, Gu Fei and He Tian directly rushed into the giant cauldron. Then, the giant cauldron emitted a misty primordial chaos energy as it rapidly shrank and flew into the distance. Chapter 539. Roar. The two Emperor, stage super experts of the blood fiend Azura clan roared angrily when they saw the cauldron take away Emperor Kabu. They turned into two rays of blood fiend demonic light and chased after it. Emperor Kabu was the Emperor of the blood fiend Azura clan. The other two Emperors of the blood fiend Azura clan did not dare to not save Emperor Kabu. After all, if Emperor Kabu died, the blood fiend Azura clan would lose another Emperor, stage super expert. Swoosh. Suddenly, the space in front of the mountain and river cauldron shook. A large hand shrouded in black chi appeared from the void and grabbed at the mountain and river cauldron. The pitch-black hand was the size of a small mountain. It emitted a vast and terrifying energy wave that enveloped the void. It wanted to take the mountain and river cauldron away. The experts who were watching in the dark finally made their move. Hum. The mountain and river cauldron only shook a little, but the entire world shook violently. The void almost collapsed. Cracks in the void near the mountain and river cauldron extended into the distance. The mountain and river cauldron displayed great power. It directly shattered the pitch-black hand and rushed over. A muffled groan came from the darkness. Someone was flying backwards. Spells and divine powers were broken by the mountain and river cauldron. The caster would also be affected, especially those spells and divine powers that were driven by divine will. The experts who were preparing to intercept the mountain and river cauldron in the dark were shocked when they saw this. As they hesitated, the mountain and river cauldron had already gone far away in an instant. Swoosh. Swoosh. Blood-red light shocked the sky. The two Emperor, stage super experts of the blood fiend Azura clan emitted a vast and terrifying energy wave. They tore through the dark sky and flew quickly. The aura of an Emperor, realm super expert was simply too powerful. It caused the entire world to tremble, and the weak undead creatures had long since prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. Only the stronger ones were still standing. However, following the departure of the two Emperor stage super powerhouses from the Blood Fiend Azura clan, the terrifying pressure that filled the heavens and earth also quickly disappeared. Where did that ancient cauldron come from? Amazing. That should be an incredible ancient treasure. It can actually suck in Emperor stage super experts. Who are those two fellows? To actually dare provoke the Blood Fiend Azura clan. Could it be the divine race? The ancient cauldron and the two emperors of the Blood Fiend Azura clan disappeared into the distance. All the creatures of death were guessing who dared to attack the Blood Fiend Azura clan. Gu Fei was a living being with flesh and blood. His appearance was no different from the divine race. Many undead creatures regarded Gu Fei as a divine race member. Furthermore, someone even said that when Gu Fei appeared in the city of divine kings, Saintly had sent someone to find him and invite Gu Fei over. For a time, there were many different opinions, but in the end, no one knew where Gu Fei came from. Young master. Is it because of the mountain and river cauldron that you value Gu Fei so much? Behind the young man stood a handsome young man in green. The young man hidden high up in the sky was the mysterious and unfathomable Saintly. The green-clothed young man behind Saintly was his little follower. That's not it. Saintly rubbed his chin and his eyes were extremely deep. This Gu Fei isn't simple. He's different from us. Perhaps he can break the curse that has been in place for thousands of years. What? Saintly's little follower was shocked when he heard this. He's different from us? The little follower said in disbelief. Only the divine race knew almost all the secrets of the world of death. The divine race was actually the descendant of a supreme almighty from ancient times. They were not native creatures of the world of death. Like Gu Fei and the others, they came from the outside world. Unlike Gu Fei, the divine race did not enter the world of death willingly. Therefore, the divine race wanted to leave the world of death very much. There was an ancient legend among the divine race that the divine race was looking for a way to leave the world of death. Gu Fei seems to have cultivated the martial ancestor, a supreme almighty from ancient times, said Saintly, a supreme almighty. The little follower's expression changed. All right, let's follow and take a look, Saintly said. Without waiting for the little follower to reply, he disappeared into the void with him. Gu Fei and He Tian rushed into the mountain and river cauldron. The space inside the mountain and river cauldron was extremely large, making Gu Fei and He Tian feel as though they had entered another world. Roar! An angry roar came from in front of them. The entire void shook and misty primordial chaos chi surged. A blood-colored demonic light broke through the barriers of time and the void. With terrifying energy fluctuations, it pierced towards Gu Fei's chest in an instant. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. With a thought, the void in front of him suddenly distorted. The demonic blood-colored light that pierced Gu Fei's chest disappeared as though it had entered the void. I'll return it to you. Gu Fei waved his hand, and the space in front of him trembled again. A blood-colored demonic light, like a supreme demonic artifact, pierced through the path it came from. He actually reversed the void in an instant and transferred Emperor Kabu's killing move back to him. This is infuriating. Emperor Kabu roared. With the scarlet blood demonic trident in his hand, he looked like a blood demon that had come into being. His murderous intent soared to the sky as he charged towards Gu Fei. The void within the mountain river cauldron was vast and boundless. There was nothing in front, behind, left, right, up and down. Primordial chaos energy lingered in this void. Gu Fei did not use the primordial chaos energy. Emperor Kabu used the scarlet blood demonic trident to shatter the blood-colored demonic light that shot back at him. Like a madman, he charged towards Gu Fei like a demon from hell. In my place, you'd better accept your fate, Gu Fei said indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, Emperor Kabu was immediately swatted away by Gu Fei like a fly. He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Gu Fei's ferocity. Boss, since you're so strong, why did you let go of those two guys that reek of blood outside? Strong my ass. This is because I'm inside the mountain and river cauldron. I can only use some of the mountain and river cauldron's power. Gu Fei analyzed. Emperor Kabu was enraged that he had been easily swatted away by Gu Fei. With a roar, an endless blood-colored light surged from his body. Like a blood-colored rainbow, it pierced through the void and shot towards Gu Fei from all directions. You're no match for me here. Gu Fei took a step forward and directly pressed his right hand forward. Boom! There was a huge tremor, and the entire void trembled violently. Then, the countless blood-colored rainbow that shot towards Gu Fei shattered and dissipated in an instant. Emperor Kabu felt as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. His body flew backwards for thousands of feet before he could stabilize his body. How could this be? Emperor Kabu held the scarlet blood demonic trident in his hand and muttered to himself. This was too unbelievable. The kid in front of him did not have the cultivation of the emperor realm, but he had completely suppressed him. In the mountain and river cauldron, I am the supreme. Gu Fei said in a deep voice as he continued to press towards Emperor Kabu. Unless you're an almighty, there's only one ending for you, and that is death. Gu Fei seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. His body emitted a dazzling divine light, and he was like a supreme god that had descended. He was extremely powerful. Roar! You ant, what right do you have to kill me? Go to hell. Emperor Kabu was completely enraged. He had gone crazy. He brandished his trident and shot out terrifying blood-colored demonic light that tore through the void and shattered the heavens and earth. He rushed towards Gu Fei. He was fighting with his life on the line. Blood-colored demonic fire emanated from his body. Emperor Kabu was burning the energy in his body to raise his strength to its peak. If he did not fight with his life on the line, he would lose his life. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and directly teleported in the void of the cauldron of mountain and river. He seemed to really control this endless void and became one with it. It was difficult to grasp his movements. Emperor Kabu had the cultivation of the emperor realm, but it was impossible for him to track his movements. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly appeared behind Emperor Kabu and then punched the back of Emperor Kabu's head, knocking him down from the void. Despicable and shameless ant, fight me head-on if you have the guts. Emperor Kabu cursed and soared into the sky with the scarlet demonic trident in his hand. Like a cockroach that could not be killed, he rushed towards Gu Fei. Such hard bones, such a strong body. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The punch just now was a punch that he had used all his strength, but it actually could not break Emperor Kabu's head. Could it be that this Emperor Kabu's head was even harder than the profound heroic divine metal? Gu Fei quickly retreated and avoided Emperor Kabu's aggressive attack. At the same time, his hands danced again and again. 5-colored divine light shot out from his hands and pierced towards Emperor Kabu. Puff! 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 The 5-colored divine light hit Emperor Kabu's body, but it could only scatter the blood-colored light on Emperor Kabu's body. It could not break through Emperor Kabu's body that contained the vast power of blood. The Blood Fiend Azura clan was born in the Netherworld Blood Sea. Their strong bodies and speed were the strengths of the Blood Fiend Azura clan, especially the Emperor Realm Blood Fiend Azuras. Their bodies were so strong that they were comparable to the profound heroic divine metal. Unless Gu Fei risked his vitality to activate the power of the mountain and river cauldron, he would not be able to refine Emperor Kabu to death. At this time, He Tian was also fighting with the Scarlet Demon. Ever since the Scarlet Demon had been absorbed into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei, he had been slowly refined by the power of the mountain and river cauldron until he was on the verge of death. However, even a dying emperor was incomparably terrifying. Knowing that he was going to die, the Crimson Demon fought with his life on the line, forcing Erebus, the beginning emperor, to continuously retreat. Chapter 540. Preposterous. He Tian was forced to retreat repeatedly by the Crimson Demon. He felt extremely aggrieved. It was not because his cultivation was not strong enough, but because the Crimson Demon's desperate attacks had caused him to panic. Roar! Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show off my power? He Tian bellowed angrily. A dazzling divine light erupted from his hands as he retreated. Boundless yin and yang energies converged on his hands. A terrifying energy fluctuation surged and shook the nearby void. On the left was yin and on the right was yang. A ball of black light appeared on He Tian's left hand. It looked like a black sun, illuminating half the sky in pitch-black darkness. On the other hand, a ball of dazzling white light appeared on He Tian's right hand. It was like a bright moon in the sky, illuminating the other side of the sky in a snowy white. The yin and yang energies surged majestically on He Tian's skeletal body. Reverse yin and yang, overturn the heavens and earth. He Tian let out a furious roar. His hands moved as if he was hugging the Tai Chi. Two balls of dazzling divine light formed a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in front of him. A terrifying energy fluctuation surged from the yin-yang eye on the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, stirring up the heavens and earth and reversing the universe. It formed a terrifying force field that enveloped the crimson demon. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook as the yin and yang energies intertwined. It was as if the void of the world had been turned upside down. The terrifying energy formed a terrifying destructive storm that could tear and pulverize everything. The crimson demon was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He had merely relied on his ferocious spirit to fight against He Tian. Once his ferocious spirit had passed, he would not be able to continue. Without any suspense, He Tian's yin-yang divine art immediately enveloped the crimson demon. The yin and yang energies sealed off the surrounding area before rushing in together. Bang! The crimson demon's body immediately exploded into a mist of blood. However, He Tian wasn't happy because of this, because it wasn't that easy to kill an Emperor Realm's super expert. Even if his physical body was destroyed, his soul wouldn't be destroyed. Sure enough, in the midst of the blood mist, specks of demonic blood-colored light quickly converged. Then, a fist-sized blood-colored ball of light condensed in the void. Humph! It's just a last-ditch struggle. He Tian sneered. His hands moved, and the power of yin and yang surged out from his hands, forming a Taiji yin-yang diagram that pressed down on the blood-colored ball of light. Swoosh! The blood-colored ball of light was as fast as lightning as it charged towards He Tian. Boundless blood-colored light radiated from the ball of light, enveloping He Tian. The ball of light was the crimson demon's soul. Even if his physical body was destroyed, his soul wouldn't be destroyed. The boundless blood-colored light contained the crimson demon's extremely powerful spiritual energy. The spiritual energy surged toward He Tian's skull. The crimson demon was trying to use his soul attack to destroy He Tian's spiritual fire and replace it. This was an extremely overbearing art of sacrifice. It was a battle of spiritual energy. If one party was no match for the other party would completely destroy the other party and their souls would be destroyed. It was extremely dangerous. The movement of the crimson demon's soul was extremely fast. There was no way He Tian could dodge it. He Tian, who was illuminated by the blood-colored light, immediately clutched his head and screamed. The spiritual fire in his skull had been dyed red. Let's perish together. The crimson demon's voice rang out in He Tian's soul. The crimson demon's spiritual light was emitting boundless blood-colored light like a burning blood-colored flame. In reality, he was burning his soul in an attempt to perish together with He Tian. Of course, if the crimson demon was unable to kill He Tian after burning his spiritual energy, the crimson demon's soul would be destroyed and he would completely disappear from this world. You're the only one who will perish. Erebus felt as if his soul was about to be torn apart. The pain that came from his soul was more terrifying than any pain he could feel from his physical body. He Tian sat cross-legged in the air and circulated the yin-yang force with all his might. He was trying to force the crimson demon's spiritual energy out of his skull. However, the crimson demon's spiritual energy continued to burn. The crimson demon's spiritual energy in the air was gradually shrinking and its light was gradually dimming. At this moment, the spiritual fire in He Tian's skull was also weakening. The crimson demon's suicidal method of burning his soul had caused He Tian's soul to be severely injured. The spiritual fire in his skull had also dimmed. You're not the only one who will fight with your life on the line. He Tian roared angrily. Then, the spiritual fire in his skull that was gradually weakening suddenly released a vast wave of spiritual energy. The wave of spiritual energy could be described as extremely terrifying. It was like a dam that had been blocked by a mountain torrent and had suddenly broken through. It was unstoppable. Boom! The entire sky shook violently. Some kind of seal seemed to have been broken in He Tian's soul, allowing the terrifying wave of spiritual energy to be released. Roar! I can't accept this. The extremely powerful wave of spiritual energy that had surged out from He Tian's skull immediately dispersed the spiritual energy that Crimson Demon had invaded He Tian's skull. In a short while, He Tian's entire body emitted a black and white divine light. The spiritual fire in his skull was extremely powerful, and Crimson Demon's spiritual energy was rapidly being devoured by He Tian's spiritual energy. In the end, Crimson Demon's soul was completely destroyed by the terrifying wave of spiritual energy that had erupted from He Tian's skull. Even when his soul was destroyed, Crimson Demon still could not understand why He Tian's spiritual energy had suddenly increased to a terrifying level that was at least 10 times stronger than before. A powerful spiritual energy could not last for long. After Crimson Demon's soul was destroyed, the terrifying wave of spiritual energy gradually quietened down in He Tian's skull. He Tian, this ruffian's soul, seemed to be strange. At this moment, the battle between Gu Fei and Emperor Kebu had also reached its climax. Gu Fei's body had merged with the mountain and river cauldron. In the world within the mountain and river cauldron, he was like an existence of the mountain and river cauldron. Although he could only mobilize a very small portion of his power, it was enough to change the outcome of the battle. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and left a series of afterimages in the void as he attacked Emperor Kebu continuously. Bam! 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 Emperor Kebu was hit consecutively. No matter how strong his physical body was, he still felt the pain that he had not felt in a long time. Even his bones were starting to crack. Blood flowed from the corner of Emperor Kebu's mouth. The crimson blood trident in his hand continuously pierced towards Gu Fei. However, it did not even touch the clothes on Gu Fei's body as he used the 8 desolation steps to evade the attacks. Roar! Emperor Kebu roared in anger as his body continuously emitted strong light. He used this ancient treasure to continuously shoot out rays of demonic bloodlight that pierced towards Gu Fei. Chapter 541. Gu Fei was inside the cauldron of mountain and river, continuously drawing in the power of the cauldron. His fists emitted a dazzling 5-colored divine light, emitting a terrifying fluctuation of the power of the 5 elements. He directly smashed the demonic bloodlight that shot towards him and pressed towards Emperor Kebu. Although he wasn't an emperor, and didn't have the strength of an emperor, at this moment, he used his martial body to communicate with the cauldron of mountain and river, borrowing the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. With a wave of his hand, the entire world was shaken by a vast and mighty power. Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. The 5-color divine light was like a 5-color dragon that circled around his body. He was like a god that had descended, displaying his unparalleled battle strength. 8 desolation steps, 8 extremely fast steps. Gu Fei approached Emperor Kebu in an instant as if he was taking a stroll in a park. Then, he threw a punch, and the power of the 5 elements surged out from his fist. Like a surging river, it surged forward. The entire endless void was shaken by this punch. The entire cauldron of mountain and river trembled slightly. Roar! Emperor Kebu let out a loud roar. The demonic scarlet blood trident in his hand exploded with endless evil bloodlight, illuminating the void within the cauldron of mountain and river. The terrifying power of the emperor realm surged out from the demonic scarlet blood trident, shattering the void. The trident turned into a demonic blood dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced towards Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei's fist force and the boundless blood-red light unleashed by the demonic scarlet blood trident collided in an instant. The 2 extremely powerful forces collided head-on, and the terrifying power that erupted tore through the void, breaking through the barrier of space and turning the void into nothingness. Gu Fei and Emperor Kebo were sent flying backwards. Next, the two of them charged forward and began fighting again. Communicating with the cauldron of mountain and river and receiving the great power, Gu Fei wasn't afraid of Emperor Kebo at all. If it was outside the cauldron of mountain and river, he definitely wouldn't be Emperor Kebo's opponent. However, this was inside the cauldron of mountain and river. Gu Fei continuously waved his fists, directly clashing with the trident in Emperor Kebo's hands. It was like two pieces of divine metal colliding violently, clanging sounds incessantly. It was hard to imagine just how strong Gu Fei's physical body was to directly resist the treasure of the Blood Fiend Azura clan with a pair of fists. Emperor Kebo was even more shocked, because he knew how powerful the Blood Fiend demonic Scarlet Blood Trident was. He knew that the Blood Azura was the trident. It was originally the Blood Fiend Patriarch's weapon. However, Emperor Kebo was the Emperor of the Blood Fiend Patriarch's bloodline and could be said to be the Blood Fiend Patriarch's successor. Thus, the Blood Fiend Patriarch bestowed the Scarlet Blood Demonic Trident to Emperor Kebo. When Emperor Kebo saw that Gu Fei could actually directly resist the Fiend Blood Trident with his physical body, how could he not be shocked? The cauldron of mountain and river shook violently, and the cauldron's soul was also alarmed. A powerful soul fluctuation, like that of a supreme powerhouse, came from the depths of the cauldron of mountain and river. Sensing this soul fluctuation, Emperor Kebo's expression changed instantly. His mind was in a mess, and Gu Fei immediately seized the opportunity to send him flying with a punch. "Boss! Stop playing around, hurry up and kill that guy." At this time, He Tian, who had already killed the Scarlet Demon, came to Gu Fei's side. He Tian knew that if Gu Fei really wanted to kill Emperor Kebo, it would be a piece of cake. In the cauldron of mountain and river, he was the supreme. This was not a false statement. In the cauldron of mountain and river, even the Emperor was not a match for Gu Fei. But leaving him alive will always be a disaster. He Tian said after thinking for a while. This Emperor Kebo was indeed a good practice target. If he could frequently engage in life and death battles with him, it would definitely improve his strength significantly. However, in the eyes of a ruffian like He Tian, Emperor Kebo was still an enemy. If he could kill an enemy, then he would kill him. If he couldn't, then he would hide. Since he could kill him, why not? Do you think that he still has a chance to escape from the cauldron of mountain and river? Gu Fei sneered. At this time, Emperor Kebo once again released a monstrous blood mist. Like a bloody evil spirit, he rushed towards Gu Fei and He Tian. Roar! Roar! Another two earth-shattering roars came from the depths of the cauldron of mountain and river. The entire space was shaking, and the rolling sound waves were deafening. A white tiger the size of a mountain and a black tortoise with a dragon head rushed out from the depths of the cauldron. Then, a huge fire surged out from the depths of the cauldron. Within the fire, a divine bird was flying. The four divine beasts. When He Tian saw the four extremely powerful existences that rushed out from the depths of the cauldron of mountain and river, he was instantly petrified. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The four ancient divine beasts released a boundless and terrifying divine power that surrounded Emperor Kebo. The four ancient divine beasts were not real divine beasts. They were just four beast souls without a real body. However, even so, Emperor Kebo was not a match for them. The four ancient divine beasts used their supreme divine power to directly attack Emperor Kebo, who was holding the blood-killing demonic trident. Emperor Kebo did not even have the strength to fight back. The four ancient divine beasts did not directly kill Emperor Kebo. Instead, after suppressing him, they brought him into the depths of the cauldron of mountain and river and imprisoned him. From Gu Fei's point of view, besides using Emperor Kebo as a whetstone for him to reach a higher cultivation level, there might be a time when he could use this fellow. How extravagant. This supreme treasure actually imprisoned the beast souls of the four ancient divine beasts. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, no one would believe it, He Tian murmured. The four great ancient divine beasts were supreme existences. Even almighty experts might not be a match for the 4 great ancient divine beasts. It was hard to imagine how powerful one's strength and cultivation must be in order to kill the 4 great ancient divine beasts and imprison their souls in an extreme way treasure. Just as He Tian was sighing, boom! The entire cauldron of mountain and river suddenly shook violently. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. He knew that someone was attacking the cauldron of mountain and river from the outside. The person who could shake the cauldron of mountain and river could not be an emperor. If a super expert in the emperor realm could shake the cauldron of mountain and river, the 2 emperors of the blood evil Azura clan would have intercepted the cauldron long ago. Who is it? He Tian exclaimed. Let me see. As he spoke, Gu Fei sat down in the void and closed his eyes. The purple flame brand immediately appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows and shone with purple divine light. A powerful soul wave surged out from Gu Fei's Niwen palace and communicated with the cauldron soul. It was as if his body had become a cauldron. Using this method, Gu Fei could feel what the cauldron soul could feel. Of course, he could also see who was attacking the cauldron. Boom! There was another violent tremor. The primordial chaos chi that was floating in the endless void inside the cauldron actually showed signs of gathering. Damn, which ruthless person is attacking the cauldron of mountain and river? Could it be that those old fellows are unwilling to be left out and have jumped out? The ball of soul fire in He Tian's skull flickered rapidly. The ruthless person who could shake the cauldron of mountain and river was definitely one of those old fellows who had surpassed the emperor realm and entered the invincible realm. Gu Fei felt his soul power gradually fusing with the cauldron of mountain and river. Then, he felt a strange sensation. The moment his soul power fused with the cauldron of mountain and river, he felt as if he had transformed into the cauldron of mountain and river. He saw what the cauldron soul saw. He saw that the cauldron soul was surrounded by a blood-red demonic light, as if it had fallen into a boundless sea of blood. The blood waves surged and a terrifying and evil power spread between heaven and earth. Within the blood light, there were countless runes faintly discernible. Those runes formed a formation that trapped the cauldron of mountain and river. Outside the blood-red formation, 1,000 zhang tall blood-red figure was swinging its huge fist, which was like a small mountain, towards the cauldron of mountain and river. Boom! The blood-red fist fiercely smashed against the cauldron of mountain and river. The cauldron of mountain and river immediately shook violently. The countless ancient beast carvings on the body of the cauldron seemed to have come to life, and the beast souls were faintly discernible. Endless blood-red waves continuously surged from all directions, trying to drown the cauldron of mountain and river and then refine it. The blood-red waves were the most evil and filthy chi that had been born in the nether blood sea for thousands of years. It could contaminate any cultivator's magic treasures and weapons, causing them to lose all their spiritual chi and turn them into a piece of scrap metal. However, the filthy chi that was born from the nether blood sea could not contaminate an extreme treasure like the cauldron of mountain and river. The mighty power that came from the cauldron blocked all the surging blood-red waves, and not a single trace of the filthy chi touched the cauldron of mountain and river. Blood fiend ancestor? Gu Fei was shocked. He had already recognized the ruthless person outside the blood-killing formation. The blood fiend ancestor was a super old guy who had the ability to trap the cauldron of mountain and river. The blood fiend ancestor kept attacking the cauldron of mountain and river, and Gu Fei could feel it. His soul trembled, and the power of the blood-killing formation surged towards the cauldron of mountain and river from all directions, actually stopping the cauldron of mountain and river. Buzz! The cauldron of mountain and river shook continuously, and the endless blood-red runes were collapsing. The entire blood-killing formation shook violently, and it actually showed signs of collapsing. It was true that the blood fiend ancestor could trap the cauldron of mountain and river, but he had trapped the cauldron of mountain and river that was not controlled by anyone. It was hard to say if the cauldron of mountain and river was controlled by someone. Humph. You still want to escape? The blood fiend ancestor's voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Boundless blood-killing power surged from the demon's body and poured into the blood-killing formation continuously. Under the infusion of the blood fiend ancestor's power, the entire blood-killing formation gradually stabilized. The unpredictable power that was formed attracted the surrounding forces of heaven and earth, and firmly trapped the cauldron of mountain and river. Chapter 542. What a powerful old demon! Gu Fei was shocked. His soul power had merged with the soul of the mountain and river cauldron, so he could see everything that was happening outside. Seeing that Patriarch Blood Fiend was able to trap and suppress the mountain and river cauldron with a demonic formation, he found it unbelievable because the mountain and river cauldron was not ownerless. Gu Fei was confident that under his control, the mountain and river cauldron could not display its full power, but it was much more powerful than when the mountain and river cauldron fought against Patriarch Blood Fiend on its own. I don't believe that you can trap me. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the mountain and river cauldron, could not help but be aroused by Patriarch Blood Fiend. Then, the purple flame mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows began to emit rays of seven-colored divine light, which merged into the mountain and river cauldron. This was the power of a powerful soul. On the path of martial arts, there was no essence soul, no Tao core, and no Tao nascent. However, this did not mean that a martial artist could only rely on the strength of his body to fight. The more powerful a martial artist was, when the power of his body was constantly developed, the life soul in his Naiwan palace would also transform and condense a life mark. Even though Gu Fei's cultivation had reached the demigod realm, he had not yet reached the level of condensing a life mark. However, the life soul in his Naiwan palace was extremely powerful. His soul power could rush out of his Naiwan palace and even form outside his body. The seven-colored soul power continuously entered the mountain and river cauldron, and the void inside the mountain and river cauldron suddenly shook. The clouds of primordial chaos chi that were floating in the void began to gather. Boss is going to go all out. What is going on outside? He Tian stood behind Gu Fei, the soul fire in his skull beating violently. He did not know that Patriarch Blood Fiend had already arrived and trapped the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently, and the void shattered. The boundless blood-red light and filthy chi that covered the sky and the earth were all shattered and dissipated. Countless blood-red spell symbols disappeared in the void. A layer of blurry, inconspicuous light emerged from the mountain and river cauldron. An aura that seemed to originate from the primal chaos spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. As if the heavens and earth were being split apart, the space within a 10-mile radius was completely shattered into nothingness. A terrifying energy swept through the heavens and earth, as if a huge hole had suddenly appeared between the heavens and earth. The entire Blood Fiend Great Formation shook violently. The momentum of the world that had gathered almost collapsed. A 10,000-foot-tall scarlet demon figure roared in the bloody light. The Blood Fiend Patriarch retreated. Even someone as powerful as him had no choice but to retreat at this moment. Roar! Blood Fiend Patriarch roared angrily. He repeatedly sent out beams of evil blood-red light. Within the blood-red light, runes could be seen faintly. He wanted to replenish the runes that had been destroyed. He wanted to gather the power of the world once more and completely suppress the mountain and river cauldron. Endless blood-red runes were like demonic marks formed by the condensation of endless blood. They emitted terrifying energy waves and stirred up the power of the world. The Blood Fiend Great Formation expanded rapidly. The shattered Blood Fiend demonic marks were quickly repaired. It covered a radius of 100 miles and trapped the mountain and river cauldron within the formation. However, just as Blood Fiend Patriarch displayed his unparalleled ferocity and used his great magic to reconstruct the Great Formation, a stone turtle shell the size of a fist silently flew from the sky and then smashed into Blood Fiend Patriarch's head. Bam! Blood Fiend Patriarch immediately fell from the Great Formation in the sky. Boom! He smashed into the mountains below and a cloud of dust rose up. Although the stone turtle shell was only the size of a fist, it seemed to be as heavy as an ancient sacred mountain. It actually smashed the defenseless Blood Fiend Patriarch down. Boom! In the mountains, suddenly, a blood-red light shot into the sky. All the mountains collapsed in an instant. An extremely terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth, causing the mountains to tremble. Roar! Blood Fiend Patriarch roared madly. His voice shook the sky, and the dark clouds and fog in the sky dispersed. He rushed out of the mountains like a madman. His body emitted a bright blood-red light, and he was like a peerless demon that had descended. "It's you. I know it's you. You despicable and shameless bastard, get out here." Blood Fiend Patriarch was enraged. His blood-red eyes swept in all directions, trying to find the person who had plotted against him. Swoosh! Blood Fiend Patriarch suddenly sensed something. 2 beams of Blood Fiend demonic light shot out from his blood-red eyes. They pierced through the void and swept toward somewhere in the sky. "Ha! Blood Fiend, we meet again." A loud laugh sounded. The void distorted and a figure walked out of the void. The person stretched out his hand and directly shattered the 2 beams of Blood Fiend demonic light. He calmly walked towards Blood Fiend Patriarch. "Go to hell." As soon as Blood Fiend Patriarch saw this person, he immediately turned into a beam of blood-red light and rushed towards that person with a murderous aura. Hee hee. Blood Fiend, why are you so angry? Anger will harm your body. The person grinned and looked at Blood Fiend Patriarch, who seemed to have gone mad. However, he had already clasped the fist-sized stone tortoise shell in his hand. Blood Fiend Patriarch was so angry that he could not speak. He directly responded to that person with action. Endless blood-red light condensed into 2 Blood Fiend demonic hands that were as large as mountains and tore towards that person. The terrifying power directly tore through the void, forming a destructive storm that could destroy everything. It was as though the heavens and earth were being torn apart. Sigh. I hate fighting and killing the most. The person said helplessly. However, although he said so, his hands did not slow down. He directly smashed the stone tortoise shell in his hand forward. Boom! The stone tortoise shell shook violently and transparent ripples appeared in the void. It quickly grew bigger and bigger. Bam! It directly smashed into the 2 blood-red hands that were tearing at it. There was no blinding light and no terrifying energy fluctuation. The stone tortoise shell that had grown to the size of a small mountain displayed a mysterious power. The 2 Blood Fiend demonic hands were smashed by the stone tortoise shell and turned into 2 clouds of blood mist that drifted in the void. Moreover, after the stone tortoise shell smashed the demonic hands that were formed from endless Blood Fiend force, its momentum did not decrease. It continued to smash towards Blood Fiend Patriarch, who was charging towards it. Damn it! Blood Fiend Patriarch roared and punched the stone tortoise shell that was smashing towards him. When the stone tortoise shell was smashed away, he could not help but be sent flying hundreds of feet away by the force of the stone tortoise shell. The person waved his hand and the stone tortoise shell that was smashed away by Blood Fiend Patriarch flew back into his hand. Apart from the old turtle, there was no other person in the world who would use a stone tortoise shell as a weapon. The person who had come was the cynical old turtle. Sigh. Blood Fiend, why don't we find a place to drink some tea, eat some buns, and have a chat? The old turtle said helplessly. I really don't want to fight with you. Chat, my foot. Blood Fiend Patriarch seemed to have an irreconcilable feud with the old turtle. Once again, endless blood-red light surged and he charged towards the old turtle. In this dead world, the only person who dared to launch a sneak attack on the Blood Fiend Patriarch and succeeded in doing so was probably the old tortoise. His magical stone tortoise shell was known as a divine object that could smash anything. Boom! At this moment, the Blood Fiend formation that covered a radius of 100 miles in the sky suddenly shook violently. Endless Blood Fiend demonic patterns emitted dazzling Blood Fiend light, illuminating the entire world. It was as if a terrifying prehistoric beast was attacking this demonic formation. In the middle of the Blood Fiend Great Array, there was a monstrous energy fluctuation. An ancient cauldron was shaking violently. The terrifying energy coming from the cauldron caused the entire Great Array to shake violently, as if it was about to collapse. Swoosh! The old turtle soared into the sky. He did not intend to be entangled with the Blood Fiend Patriarch. He directly rushed into the Blood Fiend formation and attacked repeatedly. With supreme demonic power, he forcibly erased countless blood fiend demonic patterns. The power of the blood fiend formation was greatly reduced. Blood fiend patriarch, who was chasing behind the old turtle, could not help but grit his teeth when he saw this. He did not know where this guy came from, but he was specifically going against him. Now, he was going to ruin his plan. This made the blood fiend patriarch so angry that he wanted to tear the old turtle into pieces. Blood god slash. The blood fiend patriarch roared and waved his hands. Rays of blood fiend saber light rushed out from his hands and slashed at the old turtle. Each blood fiend saber light was thousands of feet long. Like a heavenly saber, they emitted endless power fluctuations, splitting the void, breaking the world, and enveloping the old turtle under the overwhelming saber light. Humph. Don't blame me if you don't accept my kindness. When the old turtle saw the blood fiend patriarch chasing after him, he could not help but feel angry. Then, he directly opened his inner world, and a tall figure rushed out of it. Above the tall figure, a domineering and violent aura swept out, and the whole world shook violently. The man was like a god of war, extremely powerful. Whoosh! The man walked directly in the void and waved the black rod in his hand. The countless blood fiend saber lights that covered the sky and the earth were immediately smashed by the terrifying power that came from the black rod. The tall figure rushed out from the exploding blood light and waved the black rod at the blood fiend patriarch. After seeing the figure holding the black rod, the blood fiend patriarch was shocked. He seemed to be very afraid of this person and quickly retreated. The domineering expert holding the black rod was the second doppelganger of the old turtle, the invincible corpse general. That day above the nether blood sea, the old turtle and his corpse general doppelganger fought endlessly with the blood fiend patriarch. The invincible corpse general showed its invincible strength and joined forces with the old turtle to drive the blood fiend patriarch away. Chapter 543. The old turtle's outer body incarnation was refined from an indestructible martial body. It was extremely powerful and its physical strength could shake the heavens and the earth. With the rod in hand, it was like a tiger that had grown wings. The blood fiend ancestor was forced to retreat again and again, but the corpse general's incarnation pressed on. It shattered the heavens and the earth, shattered the void, and turned all tangible and intangible things into nothingness. This was the terror of a supreme warrior. Even if they had died countless years ago, their bodies were still immortal and still contained terrifying power. As long as this power was guided out, it could reproduce the unparalleled combat power of a supreme warrior. While the corpse general's incarnation was fighting with the blood fiend ancestor, the old turtle had used his supreme demonic power to erase countless blood fiend demonic tattoos. The entire formation gradually showed signs of collapsing. The blood fiend formation was formed by the blood fiend demonic tattoos connecting the heavens and the earth. When the demonic tattoos were erased, the formation would be broken. In the end, with an earth-shattering noise, an ancient cauldron rushed out from the sky full of bloody light. The chaotic aura emanating from the cauldron was vast and mighty. The mountain and river cauldron shook continuously and the entire blood fiend formation collapsed. Endless bloody light rushed in all directions. The old turtle's body bloomed with endless demonic light. He broke through the layers of blood fiend chi and rushed out. Ha! I got it without any effort. Just as the blood fiend formation collapsed, a loud laugh came from the dark sky. Then, a figure appeared in the void and strolled over. The person seemed to have teleported and came close in a few steps. He stretched out his hand and a huge golden hand rushed out from his hand and grabbed at the mountain and river cauldron. He wanted to take the mountain and river cauldron. Humph! How dare you steal from me? You don't know what's good for you. When the old turtle saw that the person was going to take the mountain and river cauldron, he was furious. The old turtle threw the stone turtle shell at the person. After the stone turtle shell was thrown, it quickly enlarged and rushed towards the person like an ancient divine mountain, shaking the heavens and the earth. Huh! The person seemed a little surprised and then said, I didn't expect to see the mystic turtle shell here. I, saintly, am really lucky. That person reached out another hand and formed a huge golden hand with supreme magic power. He grabbed the old tortoise's stone tortoise shell. He actually wanted to take the stone tortoise shell as well. The two golden hands emitted terrifying energy ripples that shrouded the sky and locked down the heavens and earth. A brilliant golden light lit up the entire sky. Hearing Saint Lee's words, Old Tortoise was shocked. He thought to himself, who is this person? How does he know the origin of my stone tortoise shell? Could he be someone from the ancient times? One has to admit that Saint Lee's cultivation level has reached an unbelievable level. The giant golden hand formed from chi grabbed the cauldron of mountain and river and the stone tortoise shell, trying to take the two treasures away. Boom! At this moment, the mountain river cauldron suddenly shook. Primordial chaos energy erupted from the mountain river cauldron like a volcano, shaking off the golden hand that was grabbing onto the mountain river cauldron. Saint Lee was shocked. He did not expect the cauldron of mountain and river, under Gu Fei's control, to be able to shake off the golden hand that he had formed with supreme magic. Just as the cauldron shook off Saint Lee's hand, the stone tortoise shell that was grabbed by the other giant hand also exploded with an extremely powerful force and rushed out of Saint Lee's palm. Treasures are indeed treasures. Saint Lee's eyes shot out two beams of divine light. His chi retreated and the golden hand disappeared into the sky. He did not attack again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two silhouettes rushed out of the cauldron of mountain and river. Then, the cauldron of mountain and river quickly shrank and was kept back by Gu Fei, who rushed out of the cauldron. Saint Lee, what is the meaning of this? After Gu Fei put the cauldron of mountain and river back into his elixir field, he said this to Saint Lee. Gu Fei was very unhappy. Saint Lee had actually wanted to take away his cauldron of mountain and river. So it's you. I did not expect the cauldron of mountain and river to be refined by you. I am very curious as to how you did it. Saint Lee looked at Gu Fei and said calmly. How Gu Fei and He Tian had set up a killing formation outside the city of Divine Kings to ambush the experts of the blood evil Shura clan, how he had used the cauldron of mountain and river to subdue Emperor Kabu and so on, everything was under Saint Lee's control. How I did it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Gu Fei said. Even though Saint Lee was extremely powerful, Gu Fei was not afraid of him because of this. Saint Lee smiled nonchalantly. At this time, Old Tortoise also walked over. He had already put away the stone tortoise shell. He felt a dangerous aura from Saint Lee. Who are you? Old Tortoise was very direct. He looked at Saint Lee and his body was surrounded by rays of demonic light that resembled divine rainbows. A powerful aura surged from his body and pressed towards Saint Lee. Saint Lee glanced at Old Tortoise. Under the extremely powerful aura of Old Tortoise, he was still smiling as if he was not affected at all. Are you the son of a dragon? Saint Lee did not answer but asked such a question instead. When Old Tortoise heard this, his expression instantly changed. His aura surged even more and his demonic aura soared to the sky. Vaguely, the shadow of a dragon appeared around him. Who are you? Old Tortoise took a step forward. He already had the intention to kill Saint Lee. This guy had actually revealed his biggest secret and he knew nothing about this guy. Old Tortoise felt that he was at a disadvantage and had lost the initiative. Old Tortoise. Sensing the cold murderous aura from Old Tortoise, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. Saint Lee was from the Divine Clan and his strength was a mystery, but there was no doubt that he could compete with Old Tortoise. Moreover, Gu Fei did not want to offend the most powerful clan in the world of death, the Divine Clan. Don't be so nervous. I'm just a pitiful person who wants to escape from this world. Saint Lee said calmly as if he did not feel Old Tortoise's murderous aura. Old Tortoise's mind raced and his expression changed several times. He then stared at Saint Lee and said, "What do you want from us? What's your purpose?" This Old Tortoise had lived for God knows how long. He was simply a super antique. He soon realized that Saint Lee definitely had something up his sleeves. Moreover, this matter was related to them. I want to cooperate with you. Saint Lee said after some thought. Cooperate? Gu Fei could not help but be stunned when he heard this. The divine clan was extremely powerful and had a transcendent status in the world of death. What could they not solve? Why does Saintly want to cooperate with us? Why does he need to cooperate with us? Humph. Old Tortoise laughed. If you want to cooperate, then show some sincerity. As he said this, Old Tortoise pointed at the blood fiend ancestor who was fighting with the corpse general clone in the distance. Chapter 544. Saintly's sudden appearance and a few simple words shocked Old Tortoise. Saintly seemed to know many secrets of ancient times. Old Tortoise could not help but be shocked. In this world of death, there was actually someone who knew the secrets of ancient times. It was unbelievable. Saintly did not have any intention of attacking Old Tortoise and Gu Fei. Instead, he told Old Tortoise and Gu Fei of his intention to cooperate with them. To show your sincerity, you don't mind killing that guy who reeks of blood? Old Tortoise said as he pointed at the blood fiend ancestor, who was fighting with his invincible clone in the sky. Saintly looked at Old Tortoise deeply, rubbed his chin, then said, "You're giving me a difficult problem. It's not impossible to kill a powerhouse like the blood fiend ancestor, but it'll be very difficult. Hee hee. Since you've made a request for cooperation, then you should show us some sincerity." Old Tortoise chuckled. He was testing Saintly. If Saintly made a move, then Old Tortoise would know Saintly's true strength. If Saintly did not make a move, then it meant that the so-called cooperation he mentioned was an insignificant matter. Old Tortoise wanted to know how much importance Saintly placed on this cooperation. Only then would he know how much bargaining chips his side had to contend with Saintly. You think so too? Saintly suddenly said to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had been silent all this while. When Saintly suddenly asked him, he could not help but be startled. Then, without thinking too much, he nodded. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were friends who had gone through thick and thin together. Old Tortoise definitely had his reasons for doing this. This Old Tortoise who could not die for 10,000 years, only he could take advantage of others. Moreover, killing the blood fiend ancestor did not seem to be a bad thing. After all, Gu Fei had already refined the Shura sovereign to death. Hei Tian had killed the half-dead scarlet demon. Gu Fei had also imprisoned Emperor Kabu in the mountain and river cauldron. They had already become the blood fiend Azura clan's mortal enemies. If Saintly could kill the blood fiend patriarch, the threat that the blood fiend Azura clan posed to them would plummet. If that's the case, then I will reluctantly do it, Saintly said indifferently. Then, without any warning, he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he had already appeared in the sky above the blood fiend ancestor and the corpse general's clone. Then, a small golden mountain rushed out of his body, and terrifying waves of metal elemental dermic powers filled the air. After the small golden mountain rushed out from Saintly's body, it quickly enlarged, becoming the size of a mountain. It released a boundless golden light, illuminating the dark world. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook violently. That golden mountain looked like it was made of gold. Boundless metal elemental energy surged out from it. It triggered the metal elemental energy in the heavens and earth and pressed down on the ground. Saintly had made a move, which proved that Saintly valued the cooperation with Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others. Above the golden mountain, there seemed to be golden dragons circling and dancing. Gu Fei was shocked to find that there was a trace of the aura of the Great Path emanating from the golden mountain. This Saintly. Gu Fei was shocked. He had once briefly merged with the supreme seal of the Great Path in his heart, so he naturally knew the aura of the Great Path. This Saintly's cultivation was so high that he had probably already touched the Great Path. Boom! The heavens shook. Like an ancient divine mountain, the golden mountain emitted boundless metal elemental energy and pressed down. The heavens and the heavens below the golden mountain were like exquisite porcelain. Cracks appeared in the heavens and earth. Then, they instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. The corpse general was Old Tortoise's second clone. The clone and the main body were connected. With a thought from Old Tortoise, the corpse general wielded the black rod and forced the blood fiend ancestor back, then rushed out from under the golden mountain. Roar! Saintly, Are you trying to provoke a war between the Blood Fiend Azura clan and the God clan? The Blood Fiend ancestor shouted loudly. His hands danced, and crimson light soared into the sky. The rays of crimson light turned into crimson rainbows and pierced through the golden divine mountain that was pressing down from the sky. The Blood Fiend ancestor recognized Saintly. He was very wary of Saintly. Boom. 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 Rays of Blood Fiend demonic light collided with the golden divine mountain, causing the golden light to dance wildly. However, the golden divine mountain did not move at all. It continued to press down on the Blood Fiend ancestor. Humph. You think too highly of your Blood Fiend Azura clan. You actually want to start a war with the God clan? What a joke. I alone am enough to destroy your Blood Fiend Azura clan. Saintly's aura was unparalleled. He stepped on the golden divine mountain and descended from the sky. His entire body radiated with dazzling golden light. It was as if a golden god of war had descended. He was extremely powerful. Boom! The golden divine mountain pressed down, and the endless crimson light dissipated. The Blood Fiend ancestor turned pale with fright. He hurriedly retreated, wanting to avoid the suppression of the golden divine mountain. However, he realized that it was too late. The terrifying mana emitted by the golden divine mountain sealed the surroundings and locked onto him firmly. No matter where he fled to, the golden divine mountain above his head would instantly chase after him and suppress him. It was impossible for him to avoid it. Roar! I'll fight you to the death. The Blood Fiend ancestor roared crazily. He had no other choice but to attack crazily. Monstrous energy waves surged from his demonic body, stirring up layers of crimson waves that rose against the sky. He wanted to use his supreme power to fill the golden mountain with blood. The nether blood sea was filled with filthy aura that had gathered for countless years. It could contaminate Dharma treasures and weapons. However, the golden divine mountain shook continuously and emitted a terrifying metal elemental power. It was as if there was a golden sea rippling around the divine mountain, blocking the surging Blood Fiend demonic chi outside. Bang! The golden divine mountain broke through the layers of crimson waves and directly smashed the Blood Fiend ancestor down from the sky. Then, the divine mountain descended from the sky. Boom! Dust flew everywhere as it fiercely suppressed the Blood Fiend ancestor to the ground. The ground within a radius of hundreds of miles undulated violently like waves. More than a dozen mountains collapsed in an instant. A terrifying power spread from the divine mountain, turning the area into nothingness. Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and He Tian, who witnessed all of this, were extremely shocked. This Li Sheng was so powerful that he could so easily suppress a terrifying expert like the Blood Fiend ancestor, who was in the Emperor realm. This Li Sheng could definitely kill creatures of death that surpassed the Emperor realm. It was hard to imagine what kind of realm Li Sheng's cultivation had reached. Rumble! The golden divine mountain trembled and emitted a brilliant golden light. The Blood Fiend ancestor, who was suppressed by the divine mountain, was not killed. Beneath the golden divine mountain, an extremely powerful wave of Blood Fiend demonic power spread. Beneath the divine mountain, there seemed to be a flash of crimson light. The entire ground was cracking and trembling. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Humph! What's the point of struggling before death? Li Sheng stepped on the divine mountain. The power of the way surged from his body. Rays of divine light rushed out of his body and entered the divine mountain. The golden divine mountain gradually stopped shaking. Li Sheng's power had completely overwhelmed the Blood Fiend ancestor's power. Endless metal elemental power burned like golden divine fire. The heavens and the earth were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Around the golden divine mountain, cracks of unfathomable depth appeared. It was like a terrifying abyss that made one's heart palpitate. Below the golden divine mountain, there was a scream of terror. The Blood Fiend ancestor was still struggling. However, Li Sheng was too powerful. His strength had probably reached a terrifying level where he could compete with the ancient almighties. Gu Fei and the Old Tortoise could not help but look at each other. This Li Sheng was already so powerful. What could trouble him? Why did he still want to cooperate with them? Gu Fei and the old tortoise felt a trace of unease. Li Sheng was using his supreme power to refine the blood fiend ancestor. However, although Li Sheng could suppress the blood fiend ancestor with the golden divine mountain, he could not refine the blood fiend ancestor to death in a short time. To kill a terrifying existence that surpassed that emperor realm, one had to use a special method. This kind of existence was very difficult to kill. If one did not refine it until its soul was scattered, it could not be considered dead. In the end, Li Sheng had already sat cross-legged on the golden divine mountain. He used all his power to refine the blood fiend ancestor. The blood fiend ancestor's voice gradually weakened. After about 3 days, Gu Fei could barely sense the blood fiend ancestor's aura. The blood fiend ancestor was already on the verge of death by Li Sheng. His soul could scatter at any time. However, just as the blood fiend ancestor was about to be refined to death by Li Sheng, a terrifying soul fluctuation suddenly came from the depths of the world of death. Gu Fei and the old tortoise could not help but be moved. This soul fluctuation was extremely powerful and tyrannical. The newcomer was definitely a terrifying existence that surpassed that emperor realm. Soon, a pitch-black dragon shadow broke through the layers of dark clouds and appeared in the distant sky. It rushed towards the position where Gu Fei, the old tortoise, and the others were. Gu Fei realized that it was a demon dragon. A demon dragon with 3 heads. This 3-headed demon dragon was not a normal life form, but a terrifying undead creature. 3 balls of demonic light were like 3 black suns fixed in the dragon's head, emitting a terrifying soul fluctuation. Each head of the demon dragon was the size of a small hill. Its pitch-black dragon bones meandered like mountain ridges, surrounded by layers of pitch-black demon qi. Just as Gu Fei, the old tortoise, and the others were inexplicably shocked, another evil and powerful aura came from another direction. Endless death qi covered the sky and the earth, and a terrifying figure was faintly discernible in the death qi. Another terrifying existence that surpassed that emperor realm. This time, even Li Sheng, who was sitting cross-legged on the golden divine mountain, opened his eyes and glanced at the 3-headed demon dragon.